Good morning and welcome to today's Have Your Say. Yes, I know lots of questions will be running through your mind. Where is Rudolph, aka Dr. Damages? I want to let you know Rudolph is well and okay. He's incidentally unable to join us live immediately. He might join us later in the day. He had to quickly dash down to somewhere for a very important assignment. And so we're hoping that before the course of the day and the show runs out, he might be able to join us. But rest assured, you would have a wonderful time. Yes, we'll miss Rudolph, but we'll try as much as possible to make it an exciting show for us, especially with our able panelists joining us later on in the course of the program. We have a couple of outlines for you. If you have been following events happening in the globe, in Africa, there are lots of things from the Super Eagles to the Nigerian economy to the sitting Nigerian president who is currently not sitting in Aso Rock, but sitting in faraway France and Paris. And so we would also want to hear from you, our panelists, on what other items or issues of conversation you deem appropriate for us to share and discuss. So with that being said, before I bring in our panelists, I'm sure you've already seen the outline. I'd like to remind us of a few other things of interest that happen in the course of the week. Don't go anywhere. Stay close by.
Bon, il refait le contrôle de Zaidou Sanusi, Moses Simon, le Nantais qui gagne ce duel. Simon, l'appel d'Osimhen, c'est en retrait pour Lookman. Adeloma Lookman qui marque son troisième but dans cette CAN. Ademola Lookman, le pendant d'Osimhen, celui qui frappe, la fausse piste d'Osimhen, la punition de Lookman et 1-0 pour le Nigeria.
Tell you what they think. We invite you to share your opinion. What happens after? We cannot control. Participants may pound you like this.
Bon, il refait le contrôle de Zaidou Sanusi, Moses Simon, le Nantais qui gagne ce duel. Simon, l'appel d'Osimhen, c'est en retrait pour Lookman. Adeloma Lookman qui marque son troisième but dans cette CAN. Ademola Lookman, le pendant d'Osimhen, celui qui frappe, la fausse piste d'Osimhen, la punition de Lookman et 1-0 pour le Nigeria.
So, yeah, welcome to the show, CJ. How are you doing today? Good to have you on the show.
I'm good, Chim. How are you today?
Very well. I hope you had a wonderful week.
So far, I'm enjoying at work.
Okay. So, incidentally, Dr. Rudolph had a personal issue to go down to another city to address. He had a friend who lost a wife, and
Oh, very sorry.
somehow, in his busy schedules, he forgot that he that ceremony was coming up this weekend, and so at very last minute, he just called up to say, "Please, could you kindly help, hold forth while he dashes down to very close by, not far away from where he is in New York, and then after that, he will be back to join us. I'm hoping he'll be able to join us quite on time before we go very far. But we have quite a long list of lineup of activities and issues for conversation. I'm sure you've seen those items for conversation. Um, do you have anything outside of some of the things that we have already outlined that you might want to, add to it?
I don't know if you have something that happened in Ekiti, the monarch that murdered, the monarch in Ekiti State after the incident in I think where was the first one before the Ekiti? The two monarch from where? I can't remember.
They were both in Ekiti, I think. So there were two monarchs in
Yeah,
Ekiti.
Kwara. Two in Ekiti. The last one was
Exactly.
Kwara. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It was Kwara.
Apology for that. Yeah, it was Kwara. I don't know whether you have it in the discussion for today.
Yes, it is part of the conversation. If you just give me a few seconds to go through those items again. It's also we're looking at the Nations Cup. That's one of the things. At least let's look at something very cheering. The Nigerian Super Eagles are doing well. Against all the odds, people did not initially give them any fighting chance, especially the way they started. So that's one of the issues of conversation. And of course, we had a surprise, or would I say the Nigerian Super Eagles and the fans in faraway Abidjan had a special surprise guest. Peter Obi showed up at the
Yeah.
stadium.
I saw that. It
Okay,
was marvelous.
exactly. So we have that one. And then there is the Shatima, the vice president, said something to the effect about security. We also have that lined out. Then generally, we're talking about the government. Of course, we will take off from some of the controversies that we left off in the previous week. We have Beta Edu and Ojo and the controversy. They are both fighting for their survival as ministers. Then there is also the controversy surrounding the chief of staff. Exactly. So he has come out to say he's been unfairly targeted and is asking I think is if I'm correct, is asking the Nigerian SSS or DSS to investigate and put an end to all this malicious, as he calls it, accusations against him. And then we have Tinubu not being around. So yes, we would talk about the monarchs and the security situation and what implication that has for our country. Something was flying around during the week. I'm not sure if you got the wind of it. There were some conspiracies making the rounds that France and its role in Africa. I don't know if you saw, there was a certain WhatsApp message that was just flying about. But I target conspiracy because there's no official way of determining if that was correct or not. So, that France is responsible for some of the things happening in the Sahel and in the region, which is why our president has gone to France to consult and is there while Nigeria is in turmoil, so to speak. So we will talk about that. Hoping some other people will be able to join us. Let me see if I can share the link again for those who haven't received it. And yeah. So, CJ, you can actually, just take off and let's start having the conversation. When others join, then we can, or perhaps what I can do is maybe let me play the
Yeah, you
vice
can play
president.
some music, some event that happens while we wait other people to
Yes.
join.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I hope I can get that.
An incident that happened to my friend. His wife and driver were driving through Kano City. And some young men came out and broke the windscreen of the car and told them in Hausa that Shogukuna Jindari Mumuna Wahala. Bastards, you are enjoying, we are suffering. And those young men did not run away. It was my friend's wife and driver that scampered away. And very soon, we'll reach that boiling point unless we wear our thinking caps and work for the people. And the most important yardstick has to do with the quality of governance. There is more to leadership than primitive capital accumulation. No matter how much you steal, beyond a certain point, it's just a number. The lifestyle of somebody with 20 million naira is virtually the same with the lifestyle of somebody with 100 million naira. An incident that happened to my friend. His wife and driver were driving through Kano City. And some young men came out and broke the windscreen of the car and told them in Hausa that Shogukuna Jindari Mumuna Wahala. Bastards, you are enjoying, we are suffering. And those young men did not run away. It was my friend's wife and driver that scampered away. And very soon, we'll reach that boiling point unless we wear our thinking caps and work for the people. And the most important yardstick has to do with the quality of governance. There is more to leadership than primitive capital accumulation. No matter how much you steal, beyond a certain point, it's just a number. The lifestyle of somebody with 20 million naira is virtually the same with the lifestyle of somebody with 100 million naira.
Hello, Wale. Welcome to today's show.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, Chim. Good morning, CJ. How are you?
Good
Very
morning,
well,
Wale.
too.
Thank you for asking.
It's good to see you. So, you've seen the outline for today's conversation. As usual, I want to go around and find out, do you have anything? Is there something you think we haven't added that you think is of utmost importance for us to have a go at?
I think you've said everything, and it's just the continuation of where we are last week, what happened during the week, and I'm very sure as we are talking now, something must be happening in Nigeria again that during the course of our conversation, someone somewhere will bring another incident or situation up again. So it's never end. But we will, I don't know. I think what I noticed this week was how Nigerian, well, I haven't been there, but how people are getting to that team. It feels like the complaint or the agony is more than how it was before. Yeah, I feel like it's getting to a point where I don't know what is going to happen the next few weeks because the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if I see something that looks like end size or end size or something close to it in the next few weeks because i- people are just coming out and say this is too much, is becoming unbearable. And I know Nigerians always like very enduring. They can survive in any situation, but this time around, I don't know. I don't know. I just have the feelings that honestly, I don't know what the solution will be, but it's scary. It's scary.
Okay. All right. So, CJ, Wale has already started on that security angle. So, I guess perhaps is most appropriate if we continued from there. So, I would like you to weigh in and give us your take on the situation. Welcome, man of prestige. Yeah, CJ, go ahead.
Yes, I agree with all Wale said. We are sitting in a keg of gunpowder, and it's getting close. It's getting close. Within a short time, people cannot bear it anymore because everything is going upside down. And the elites, you see what Shetima said in Hausa language, what the young man telling the driver and the person in the car that you guys are enjoying, blah, 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 blah. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. It will blow up. Like Wole said, it will be bigger than NSAS. So, NSAS, people don't know when NSAS started. They thought it's just a child play, but along the line, it blew. So the one that will happen now, as I'm saying it will be bigger than NSAS, and it may turn out to revolution. That's my take for now.
Okay. So, man of prestige, you're welcome to today's show. You're looking very dab. Are you attending a wedding? Planning to attend? Planning to go back to the altar to refresh your marital vows with your wife. You're looking very like somebody who's planning to go to the altar this today. Man of prestige. Man of prestige, can you hear us? Man of prestige, can you hear us? Prestige, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so
How are
I
you?
was saying you are looking. I don't know
I
what
can
to.
hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you. It looks like there's a delay on your side,
Echoing. I think there's a noise.
and you're echoing.
Yeah, I have a delay reaction, but I'm trying to fix it. You know, can you
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have your TV on or something?
Let me try to fix it and come back.
Okay. All right. Not a problem. We'll wait for you.
Let me try.
So, guys, there's a video I'm trying to play, but I'm having some technical problems. It's quite heavy, and being that I haven't been doing this very frequently, so I'm trying to see how I can upload it. It's a video of a certain APC chieftain who was he made that video to admonish. Will I say admonish or um, advise President Tinubu on the things that are going on in the country. So I'm trying to see if it's quite heavy.
What? Sorry. Why you are doing that? Just
mm,
why you are trying to get that video? I'm just trying to kind of reflect and see what happened 2023. And I think I put in the chat that maybe we're expecting the wrong thing from the wrong person because Tinubu never promised us anything. We all knew what happened during that campaign. We all knew about blue, blah, blue, run away with it, grab it. Why are we expecting him to kind of come to our rescue? It's like we knew this is going to happen. He inherited 8 years of Buhari. Buhari, everybody were praying for Buhari to leave. Then he said, "Oh, it's going to continue." So as if we know what is, coming our way. And for a reason, I just thought, is Nigeria that complacent, or they just forget so soon, Or are they expecting somebody with, everything we knew about him to just turn around and become an angel? So this, to me, I'm not surprised, and I'm not even expecting anything good to come out of them. Is it not this man that was in Buhari? I mean, almost all of them in Buhari regime. Are they not the same person? Are they not the same people? So what are we expecting? You cannot continue to put a old wine in the, new wine in the old bottle, and it's until these people are flushed out. Honestly, nothing is going to change. We haven't even seen Shege, maybe Shege Pro Max or whatever they call it. So how Nigerians going to, you know, rescue themselves? But the only problem I have with Nigerian is, I think I mentioned this a few weeks back, that if you have the power to rescue, you rescue 100 slaves. You could have rescued more only if those slaves know that they are slaves. Sometimes Nigerians don't really believe or know that they are suffering. Everybody just wants to be like, I'm better than you, until it get done on them and say, you know what, I'm a millionaire today. I have my house, I have my cars, I have everything. You wait until that business or somebody get kidnapped in the family and all the money you think you have gone. Before now, you are now saying, oh, this Nigeria is not good. While you have the opportunity, you didn't do anything. So it's that mentality that I don't know how we're going to get it changed, or how we're going to let people know that you are just a victim. I mean, somebody who happened to be a victim today was once, a free person yesterday. So you that you are free today, you never can tell tomorrow you'll be the next victim. So at what point are we going to be, aware that what is happening to my neighbor yesterday is going to happen to me today if nothing is done? So until probably Nigeria wake up to that and say, simply because I'm a survivor today doesn't guarantee that tomorrow I won't be the victim. So let me leave it that way. Sorry.
Okay, so let me use the opportunity first and foremost to welcome Uyi and Man of Prestige back. Man of Prestige, can you confirm that your sound system is okay now?
Yeah, is it better?
Okay, all right, good. Uyi, welcome to today's show. Any initial comments? So you've seen the outline for today's conversation.
Yeah,
Do you think there's anything we're missing or something of interest you believe we should add to today's conversation? The floor is yours.
yeah. I just think we should all be honest to ourselves in a lot of ways. Um, I've been watching all the programs. Most of the time, I just prefer to stay in the background and just listen. I would listen to the part regarding the a few weeks ago talking about moving of parastatals from Abuja to Lagos. That should never have been, that should never have been a discussion. We should have even talked about it. It's not like they're moving into a country called Lagos. You know, they're moving to a city within the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And this nonsense. Look, I listened to Femi Falana the other day talking about principalities and powers. Well, all of us are the principalities and powers. There's no special person that is sitting in one room with a cauldron and is mixing up a in concoction and say, yes, Nigeria, this will happen to Nigeria. It's all of us. I saw today on the Twitter where the head of the Redeemed Church was praying about people who are killing Yoruba kings. Is it now he's talking? Nobody wants to be killing since. So look, we are getting what we deserve. I'm ashamed that an individual who just played this video is being described as my vice president of my country. I'm ashamed of it. It's better we just go and resurrect Lawrence Anini and let him run for Nigerian presidency under APC. It's the best way to go. That's just the best way to go for us right now. Look at the characters that we are all talking about every single day. I'm ashamed. I'm very ashamed. The country where you have people like Donald Duke, you have people like Patutomi, a country where you have elder statesmen like Padi Banjo, a country that boasted about Femi Awolowo, for Christ's sake. Country that you have, you had, I mean, we can keep on mentioning names and names and names. And we are here and we are playing the video of an individual who is not even fit, to be a bank manager. And that's the person who is our vice president. I'm talking about the Nigerian president.
Sorry, no intention
it's pitiful.
Sorry, if I may, no, I hear you, I understand your sentiments, but Shatima is well read. Shatima used to be a banker with one of the I'm not sure what level he exited the banking sector before going into politics, but don't you think that he's well schooled enough to be the vice president of the country? Because I heard you just say
it's not education that matters for me for leadership. It's the compassion. It's the compassion. If you lack human empathy, you can't be a leader. Leadership is not being about arrogance and talking like a 5-year-old child. Leadership is able to deliver for people in a manner that they will respect and love you for it. Let's be honest about it now. This is the same man I was dancing with Bugai a few days ago. People are dying in the Middle Belt. People are suffering. My brother, we get problems. I hear somebody just now talking, saying that we're sitting on a keg wall. I'm just praying to God Almighty that keg bomb, or whatever I call it, it never explodes. And I keep saying the same thing. Who are you going to fight? Who? I keep asking. I asked this question last time. Remember I mentioned it. Who are you going to fight? Who? People you want to fight are in the forests. You can't identify them. So who are you going to fight? I mean, it's not going to be as easy as people think it is. It's going to be messy. And at some point, we're talking about NSAS and demonstration. Okay, fine. Let's go into the streets and march. They'll kill all of us. Nothing will happen.
Okay,
nothing.
So let me pause you there. Let me pause you there for
the
time being. Don't go away because we still need you here.
I'm here. I'm sure.
Okay. All right. So welcome Ferrari. Welcome once again, Man of Prestige. Welcome Electricity, and welcome Cool. So I'm sure you've all have seen today's lineup. I'll just like to go around to the 3 of you, or 4 of you rather, because CJ and Wale and Yuyi have spoken a little bit. But I just want to hear from the 4 of you. Is there anything in addition to what we already have today as outlined that you think we are missing something? So in 1 minute for each of you, just tell us what you think, and then we proceed from there. So I'll start with from Man of Prestige and then go the other way around.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning and good evening, everybody, wherever you are. Yeah, the topic is very interesting. I think it has a correlation to what I was going to say in regard to the insecurity. The EFC just came out and said that the churches and the mosque, they are responsible for the insecurity going on because of the money laundering they just discovered. So we should add that to the insecurity. If I may add one more thing before we begin narrating our topic today, maybe something about what Nigeria has done to most Nigerians. It's about the lady name, I think her name is Tanya Opala or something like that, that was discovered wandering in the city of Oka or something like that. So Soludo has put him in his custody. But the story is very muggy right now because I need to get more transparent about what's going on. Some of the stories said that, she was a lawyer in USA. And they gave her name as Jacqueline Okwes or something like that, a renowned lawyer. So I'm trying to understand if there's a conflict story in that. But definitely, she was one of the tennis champion in Nigeria. That one is definite. So maybe we can add that to our topic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Man of Prestige. Ferrari. So Ferrari, can you help me? Am I pronouncing that name correctly?
It's
It's Ferreira, but people call me
Ferreira.
Ferrari
Okay.
just to remember. It's Ferreira.
I'm used to the car, so and
Yeah,
Ferreira. All right,
yeah.
good. Nice to see you again.
Yeah,
So
the
yes,
car is the way I tell my students here to remember me. It's like, guys, that's the car I'm going to drive one day.
okay. That's all of us have that dream. Yes, the floor is yours, sir.
I don't think we can ever finish discussing Nigerian problem. I think it's like a never ending ocean. It just keep pouring every week, every day, something new. The one you talked last week, by the time next week comes, a bigger one would have come. Last week we talked, this week they've killed more Obas, they've more drama, more. But thank God we have football, our distraction. Football distract the people from their problem. It gives them temporary happiness. That helps us. That keeps going along. I missed all the highlights because I just walked into the room now. I said, let me quickly join. But the same problem are the same problem. The whole headline we've had in the week, I know them. You don't need to re-enlighten them for me. But I'm still saying we should focus more on the problem, on the solution, not the problem. It's so amazing how we have all those intelligent people on this forum in that country. People like Tommy Kimi, I believe he's very intelligent. Patty Kimi, is it Patty Kimi? I'll be messing up names. People like Utomi, yeah. Dele Pharaoh to me, a lot of intelligent Nigerians, people we don't even heard their names, and yet we're not meeting, we're not all talking. At least people of like minds. I'm not talking about distractors, people who think the status quo should continue, because there are some of us among us who just think there's nothing wrong with the status quo because they are gaining, and but they're all making a mistake, because today they come for the communists, you say nothing. Tomorrow they come for the Jews, you say nothing. And when they now come for you, there will be no one left to say anything because you didn't say something. That is the Nigerian story. A few years ago, it was the people in Benue or some states that were being killed. Today is the Yoruba Obas. Tomorrow, we don't know whose turn it will be. This thing is coming to touch everybody. It's going to touch everybody. So it's either we react, and we react while it hasn't touched us, or we don't react. All of us should be talking. The show will rest, the Daily Pharaoh to me, the Gnam Dikano, those of us on the panel, those who have a medium. Then, apart from that, now that the country is in crisis, just like we used to have back in the days of Babangida, where in the church, in the Catholic Church, they will always say a prayer for Nigeria in distress every week. I think now we need to have a collection of emails, at least about 10 million emails. I don't know who's going to start collecting these. If all the emails does is send newsletter every week to Nigerians, they might not read it, but at least you're networking, you're sensitizing them. And that number of emails or phone number should grow. It should be growing every week. If you have, maybe each one of us here, if we have 100, 200 people on our emails, everybody that has Nigerian connection should be getting an email. It might not be an email of solution, but it might be an email of current problems and the way forward, and just a mere statement that we cannot continue like this. Particularly those of us abroad, we have to start this. We have to do more. We have to do more than just talking about the problem. We have to start collecting data, start sensitizing people. Whether they read it or not doesn't matter. I get emails from people I'm not connected to telling me to come vote for Trump, come vote for Biden. I'm not interested. Why can't I be getting email from Nigeria saying, okay, they killed 5 Obas today. How do we make this stop? Why can't we? We need somebody to start that. All of us should be meeting. Showore, Nnamdi Kanu, Dele Farontimi, Pat Utomi, all of us should be meeting. We cannot continue like this. I mean, we talking. We need to do more. Let me let others talk.
All right. Thank you very much, Ferrara. I will go to. So cool. I'm going to have to take you off. You keep coming in and going out. Now I have two cool accounts sitting here. I'm not sure why. It's either you want to join the program or I don't know. So please, I will take you off. I close the other one and then you open another one and you're not making any contributions. All right. Let me go to electricity. Electricity, welcome. I sent you a chat. If you could have seen it and see if you can help with that. There's a video that is very necessary for today's conversation. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how to upload it because I'm unable to send it through my email into the show proper. So if you could, after you've made your little contribution, help with that, I would really appreciate that.
Okay,
so,
you want me to? Do you want me to upload it?
Yeah, after you've made your initial contributions, you can help us with that. Then later on in the course of the show, I can play it. It's something that I would like all of us to see.
Okay. Is it on the topic? Sorry, I apologize for being away. So apologies for that.
Yeah, if you could just hold on a second, please give me a second. So cool. I'm seeing you have two accounts here. Can you close
my network
one?
Is fluctuating. All right.
Okay, let me see.
I'm going to go out. I'm going to upload the video, then I will come back again. Okay.
No, but before you go, do you want to say anything, initial comment before you go and upload the video?
So I will go out, upload the video, and come back. If you are hearing me.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. So, Mazi Prince, I guess the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chim. Good morning, Electricity. Good morning, Alaba. Good morning, CJ. Good morning, Wale, and good morning, Man of Prestige. Pretty much. I think I kind of like love what Alaba said. However, it's gotten where things happen so much time that you like, what is it again? What do I mean by that? This insecurity that we're talking about did not just start today. This thing has been brewing right from, I would say, from 1999, because I watched an interview where Aisha Yusuf and Showore was being asked some questions. I love their submission, though Showore was trying to, at some point, he would try to hit it on the fact that, the obedience are supposed to have, after the election, are supposed to have protested and all that kind of a thing. But that is not the solution. That is not the solution. But the good thing about it too is that they all agreed. Every one of them, when I mean every one of them, Showore, Yusuf, and the man interviewing them, agreed that Nigeria is done. It's pretty much done. And it's so sad that all these things are happening, and the president that they said, the so-called president, because I still maintain he is not my president. I'm sorry to say, whoever gets angry with it can go to hell. As much as the person, I don't care. He's still not my president. He's in France. What is he doing in France? I can't think about Joe Biden going to Canada or going to any other place when things are happening. Only 3 Americans were killed. Was it on Sunday? And look at the response. US is giving back to Iran. They are giving it to them swiftly. And if there's not taking, they will even give them more. That is what they call commander in chief. You do things because we could be laughing or we could say, oh, it never happened to me. I'm so concerned about the villages, the communities, the obas. As a matter of fact, my village people, we have to call a meeting because it looks like obas and the kings are much more vulnerable and accessible to these people. What is going on? And instead of people addressing it, I thought Shetima said he was going to handle security, but he was on TV yesterday or whatever it is, talking about the fact that some people tweeted on, on Twitter, and that they are clowns. And you say this person is a leader because people tweeted about the dollar, and which is true. And all these things they keep doing. The problem is that you can do whatever you want to do when you don't follow the right process, when you don't produce, and you keep devaluing your money. And then not only are you devaluing your money, the customs have just raised the tariffs. And I'm like, what is these people doing? Did they realize that these things are the end users that will have to pay for all this? And then I start seeing all these other people talk, oh, I supported Tinubu, and then this and this. I don't wanna hear it. It's too early to start lamenting. They should wait more. One
Okay.
and others. Well, let me rest my case for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. But so you said something about uh, um, the American response to the killing of 3 of their military men in the Middle East. So I was watching something over the course of the week in response to that, and did they really hit Iran, or they hit the fringes around Iran? Because his argument is that they did not touch Iran exactly.
Well, they got intels, and the thing is, it is an Iranian kind of like an Iranian sponsored military, whatever it is, in Syria. And they went after them in Syria. They struck them. They were able to get the guts, you know. I don't know if you listened to the news last night. Yeah. And
Okay.
they're still gonna do more.
Okay. All right. No problem. So, cool.
Can I say something, Chima?
If you okay.
In conjunction to what Prince was saying about the, I'm gonna have a little bit more information.
All right, go ahead.
I think they hit Iraq, and they hit in Syria. So that's their main target. They don't want to target Iran right now. That's what happened.
Okay. All right. So, cool. Welcome to the today's show. You've seen today's outline. The core thing we're talking about is insecurity in Nigeria. You must have heard that I think in total now about 3 Obas, 2 in Ekiti and 1 in Kwara. In addition to giving us your perspective, we would also be open to hear if you think there is any other item of conversation or discussion that we have left out in the course of trying to add your voice to the conversation today. You could please tell us. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, my fellow panelists. It's been a while. I actually have kept away from, from Nigeria issue on a platform like this for a while now, because it's like figure out that many of us, even that come out on platforms like this, some of us are not sincere about what we want. and also we are not sincere about the things we we say and do. And I say it and I keep saying it until regarding the insecurity and the progress of that country, until we begin to not to regard our own thieves. I don't know, maybe let me put it this way. Nigeria has become a country where people protect their own thieves and vilify the thieves of another person who is not from their tribe. And that has been some of the undoing of our country.
Sorry, hold on. Cool. Hold on. Sorry. So are you saying that each of us owns a thief? I don't know. I'm not sure if I own a thief. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Can you explain
okay.
Can you explain a little bit better? Because last time I
For
checked,
instance,
I'm not sure I have a
I
thief.
was on a platform. Actually, is it two platforms I have been kicked out? You know why? I was on a platform where the platform has to do with a particular place in Delta. Okay, where they were talking about MFU, that thief, that former CBN criminal, and also the former chief of army staff, that criminal army chief of army staff. I don't know what they call his name again. I've forgotten his. Is it
Irabo?
Irabo, criminal.
Irabo was chief of defense staff, actually.
Chief of defense staff, that criminal. So I was in a platform where they were showering accolade and all those things. I told them, are you kidding me? Is it a different person you are showering this accolade or somebody else? That is it because this man is an Agbo man that is why you people in this platform that are mainly Agbo people showering praise on him? Tell me, what has this man done? Is he not the same this man that has supervised the killing of many Nigerians, even many Agbo people? Okay, by the Hausa Fulani, by the Buhari and Shibanjo sponsored terrorism in Nigeria. Was that man not among the people killing and sponsoring the terrorism and overseeing terrorism in Nigeria? It's MFU, the CBN governor. Didn't he supervise the ruining of Nigerian economy? And how he made so many people multi-billionaires even while they are sleeping on their beds through round tripping and everything. How he made single-handedly handed our Nigerian money to Dangote. Are we protecting this man because it's now our own person? I know that kind of attitude is one of the things that is killing Nigeria. Until we begin to shame, even if it's my father. If my father today, let's assume my father is a governor of a state or any place, is handling any political position and is doing something wrong, I will be the first person to come and that is the way I'm built. I'll be the first person to come and say, Papa, if you don't stop this thing, not only that I will disown you as my father, I will go public and tell them what you are doing because you don't have the common interest of the people at heart. But how many of us have this kind of weak mind? People that know me right from my primary school, I've always fought the authority. I've never been in the good record of any authority throughout the time I have been growing, even up till now. I have always been an odd man out because I hate injustice. I hate to join the bandwagon. Like they say, if you can't beat them, you join them. I hate it. When I was in Lagos, I fought Nigerian police on that extort money from people at my own level. I know what I went through. I know how many hours I have to be detained in Nigerian police station in several places in Lagos because I refuse to give them bribe, because I refuse to do what other people are doing. So insecurity in Nigeria and Nigeria moving forward until we all come out. Look at when Buhari and Uzodinjo, hopeless Uzodinjo, were killing the Igbos. Even up till now, they're still massacring the Igbos. People were telling it's IPOB, it's IPOB. They were liking everything that was happening, throwing that it's IPOB, it's Nnamdi Kanu, it's an ESN, that they should kill them. They deserve it. Now, is everybody not enjoying it? All over Nigeria, who is being spared? We are not talking because it affects us personally. But when they were killing the Igbos, many of my Yoruba brothers and sisters were happy. Let them kill them. These people self, They don't, they think that they own Nigeria. That is the truth. That was what many of my Yoruba brothers and sisters were saying. Not all of them, some of them. Okay, even on this platform, I see how some people come and read some comment and make some comments on pronunciation. You begin to wonder, how are we going to unite to know that our common enemies are these politicians who cut across every ethnic groups in Nigeria? How are we going to unite to know that, yes, this is our common enemy, not my brother, my Igbo brother, or my Hausa brother and sister that are suffering the same thing that I am suffering in the East or in the South? When are we going to realize this and focus on our enemies, which is this wicked, heartless, ruthless politicians that is ready to sell Nigeria for a penny to Western world, and as long as it benefits their interests? Shetima, we are talking about, okay, we talk about insecurity. How on earth, when this election was going on, we were talking about Tinubu and Shetima, APC is going to be an undoing of Nigeria if these people ever get to power again. I know some of us on this platform that come to defend them, but today, how far? How can you elect a terrorist? Shetima is a known terrorist. The problem again with Nigeria is that we see things and pretend that it's not what it is, and hope that, okay, it might be a different thing, and overlook it. Many of us here know that Shetima is a terrorist. How can you elect a terrorist as a vice president and expect terrorism to cease in Nigeria? It's not possible now. Come on now. Let's just face the fact. It's not possible. And believe that insecurity one day will disappear. It's not possible. How can you elect an international criminal, a drug lord, who all his life he built his life in criminality? Not just in fact, one of the worst criminals on earth, and elect him as your president, and you think that things will go well. It's not possible. It's not possible. And how will you elect such a man and expect him to surround himself in his cabinet with people with honest intention that will be able to move Nigeria forward, that will be able to curb insecurity, that will be able to curb corruption in Nigeria, which is one of the major problems of Nigeria? How would you expect such a thing to happen? Look at all the people Tinubu surrounds himself with. They are all criminals, high-level criminals. They are going around arresting your young people that are victims of their criminality, that are stealing to survive, to eat, to put food in their mouth. They are going around arresting them, forgetting that how much billions have they borrowed in this space of how many months they have been in power? All those billions, have they not shared it into their pocket? What have they done that have impacted on the Nigerians on the street? Absolutely nothing. Rather, it has added more hardship, more pain, more suffering on our people. And we come here, many of us come here and pretend that it's okay. And some will say, give them time. How many time will you give them? How can you give a criminal something to hold for you and expect that thing will be safe? It's not possible.
Right. Thank you,
It's not possible. Let's call a spade a spade. And let's not begin to be politically correct until we refuse to be politically correct and call it what it is. Okay? Shetima is a terrorist, just like Oshibanjo and Buhari was a terrorist. They terrorized Nigeria. That is a fact.
Thank you,
believe it or not.
Thank you very much, Cool. Thank you. I can see that
Sorry,
the
Jimmy,
issues.
allow me to quickly say one
Yeah,
thing.
hold on a second, please, Wale.
Sorry.
Hold on a second. Thank you very much.
I just want to ask Cool something.
Yes, hold on a second. Thank you very much, Cool. But I see you almost lost your cool also this morning.
No, Nigerian situation will make you lose your cool. That is the truth. Except you are not a human being that have a heart. Look at the suffering. A bag of rice now is almost 80,000 naira. How many people can afford it? Look at the hunger on the land. And yet we have so many. We have so much. And yet our people are living in abject penury, dying, being killed every day, being massacred every day. Up to today, Nigeria cannot call governors and prosecute them for hiding palliative, in hiding it out in warehouses. And our people were suffering at that time. Come on,
all right.
Many things that are unthinkable that happen in Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Cool. So it looks like Wale has a question for you. But Wale, before I allow you, I hope it's not something that will linger for too long, because I have John Abba here who hasn't spoken
No. I understand. Please, John Abba, I'm sorry. Mr. Cool, you said a lot of things that, I completely agree with you. But the question I was going to ask you, please, I don't want you to go on and on, which I know the answer anyway. But this apply to every single one of us. Have you ever wondered why you trying to, you know, be just? You try as much as you can to do everything, with humanity, with justice, and then the people you are doing it for, they are the ones stabbing you at the back, or they just look at you like, what is doing this man? Is it only him? Have you has it ever put has it ever kind of make you feel like, why am I even trying to rescue these people?
My brother, I understand you. What you're saying is perfectly correct because almost every day, even if I don't appear on the platform anymore, I engage with Nigerians in conversation, trying to raise awareness and make them think hard. But the more you talk, the more they continue to resent you. They'll tell, I beg, I don't want to hear about that. I beg this. It seems as if you are their enemy. I say, Jesus Christ. You that is trying to help them, not only talking to them, but you have been using your resources in the little way you can. That if Nigerian government have been helping them as individuals like us have been reaching out and helping our people in the little way we can, Nigeria will be a better place. But these same people will come after you. They don't want to hear you. They feel, oh, you are bothering them. Come back and join us. Come back and protest. What can we do now? I say, no, you have a lot of things to do. It's just that you don't have the willpower. You have been captured. You fear. They have used fear to cage you.
All right, cool. Let's hedge it there for now. There will still be ample time for us to say further things. So, John Abba, welcome to today's show. I'm sure you've seen the outline. I think the core focus for us today is on the unfortunate incidents that happened in Ekiti and Kwara State, where there's a background noise. Is that from
Mr.
you?
Cole is not me.
Please, if you could, yeah. So the unfortunate killings of two Obas in Ekiti and then the other one in Kwara State. So that's where we have started from. And then if you think there is any other item of worthy of our conversation, then you might as well add it for us. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me. I'm not always agree with Ferrari, but he says something that is true here today, that when your neighbor house is on fire, you should try every means to quench it. If not, your house will be the next one. That is the way I would summarize his talk on the insecurity. And of course, we all have to take responsibility in one way or the other, whether action or inaction, and awareness that we all matter and we all can speak truth to the power based on our understanding. But when things are presented very shallow, then it becomes difficult for the listeners to understand the direction we are going. And in that case, that creates more confusion than what we are trying to accomplish. So the Nigerian insecurity issue is every society contributed, every tribe. But when they started and created that talking point, when they will kidnap their people and go and give it to those henchmen in the bush, because they are the ones that understand the forest, we refuse to admit it, and we zero it on Hausa Fulani or Fulani henchmen.
Sorry, say that. Did you say people kidnap people and hand them over to Fulani
Yes.
herdsmen?
Yes.
Do you want to explain a little better? Because I'm trying to understand.
I'm coming. Yeah.
Okay.
And recently there was arrest. I can be very particular of the one that I know from our own place, and even overnight I follow it up. There are the Idomas, there are thieves, there are Igbos, there are Igalas among these people who kidnap their local person and give it to Hausa Fulani for them to hide them because they are the one in the forest. And when they settle, then they'll go there and bring them out. And this happened all over Nigeria. And we all understand that from the beginning, before the case got to this point, that is not what Hausa or Fulani henchmen does. And we all can believe that maybe they get empowered based on your own view. How did this empower them from carrying a stick to be carrying rifle in the with their animal? So the point is that let us be honest and let us speak truth to it. That these are our people. These people do not come to town. The operation in the Middle Belt is different. That one, they will attack village. But all the other kidnapping and all of the one you see, the West and the East, is the citizens that give it to them. So everybody should speak to it instead of focusing on, oh, is this, and when it's your own, it's a thief that is close to you, it's not thief enough, it's armed robber that is close to you, it's not armed robber enough, instead of calling it the way it is. Even if it is your own brother. So this is not right. I always tell people, if I do something based on my understanding of my own little house here, and FBI is looking for me, my children will kiss me and say, Dad, we saw you, and we will call 911, or we will call them to come and pick you. Because that is the value we all can change Nigeria. All the issue, and another thing that it may not be to insecurity, because I'm going to come out now and do some run and join later. We forget that the little people that suffer for us, when they come on this platform, and even so many of us here in one way or the other, we condemn them when we have not even got to that point. To live in Nigeria for 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks is a problem. So let us use this platform to say, okay, I give you credit here. I may not agree fully with you on this issue, but not to use the entire life of people and just condemn it for one appearance. And I don't think we can never have a hero like that. And that's the reason why so many people in the local area died and they're never been remembered. We never reward the good work. When people, and those that fight for us, instead of cheering them, if we cannot join them in one way or the other, whether for political affiliation or for religion or for tribal or for whatever reason the case may be, then we quickly make that decision. Nobody is always right and nobody is always wrong. But when we can give and take the best in us, then we can take out the bad element in the society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John Abba, for that. I know you have to run. So here's what I want to do. I want to rephrase our. Sorry, hold on a second. I'm trying to. I'm not sure why I'm not able to bring in. Okay. Anyways, so I want to rephrase, because the insecurity matter is quite important, and I think it's something that we need to extensively review. So the week when we had the killing in Plateau State, the president of the country was still in the country, but he left and went to France a few days after. Now he's been in France now for 2 weeks, if I'm correct. Please, if I stand to be corrected. If anybody has the accurate listing, I am open to receiving it. I know he's been out for more than a week. Now, while he was there, we've had the killings in Ekiti, the two Obas. There was a video making the rounds that one of the Obas that was killed on election day last year, which is this February makes it almost a year that election held, that the Oba particularly was out influencing people to vote a certain party, specifically APC. Now, a few days after, we had another incident of another Oba being killed in Kwara State. So the question is this: our president is out of the country. Who is responsible for managing the insecurity? Is it okay? Some people are defending the president that he's out on a good cause, that although we're told he traveled for a private reason, but we're also hearing that he's there to attract foreign investment and all those kinds of things. So my question is this: who is responsible for the insecurity, managing the insecurity? Is it okay with all that is going on in the country that the president of Nigeria is away in France? He hasn't made any comments. Shouldn't he have come back home? And I'm going to go in order. I want us to go in sequence, but I'm going to start with the last two people who just joined in, and then I'll go back up from Wale and come back in the other way. So I will start with Dan, and then I move to CM. So we're talking of insecurity. The president of Nigeria has been away in France for 2 weeks. Who should be? Do you think it's proper for him to be away in France while the country is burning? Or, okay, he's there. He has his vice. He has his national security advisor. He has no immediate role to play. He has constituted his government, so he can be anywhere. Dan, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening to everybody. Chim, respect. That question is very good. You asked it while you introduced me into the place, because that a carpenter is using a tool, no, like that a butcher is using a tool, knife, to cut an animal, will not make him say he want to conduct a surgery on a human being. You understand me? Tinubu has nothing to offer Nigerians. You understand? Nobody voted him in. He told us Emiloko, and he used their power to get in there. So sometimes I imagine, what do you expect from somebody like that? This is a man who doesn't care. All for him now is the president of Nigeria, Emiloko. That's all. And he made it very clear. I've served them. I've been waiting for my turn. This man doesn't know what he's just Mr. President. That's all. You saw what he said in Berlin the other day, that they should put his name in the Guinness Book of Records. People were laughing at him. For doing what? This is what you people should take into consideration sometimes. This man is not, nobody voted him in. He has nothing to offer. These are criminals. Like the other brother have said, cool. These are criminals.
But Dan, sorry, my apologies, please. So, but he has constituted, government is not one person. He is the president, yes. But he has a vice that is around. He has a national security advisor. He has a minister of defense. He has a chief of army staff. He has a chief of defense staff. He has an inspector general of police. So what else do you want him to do?
Jim, it seems you are forgetting that the power of Nigerian president, how powerful he is. You understand? All these people you are mentioning now has no say as far as Nigeria is concerned. He will just tell them, don't do anything till I come back. I don't want... You remember when Buhari left and Osibanjo was trying to repair Nigeria? Did you remember when he came back? Buhari came back. You saw how he put Osibanjo inside the cupboard and locked him up there for trying to even say anything while he was away. Bro, this is Nigeria, man. This man you are calling, all these people you are calling, they are known criminals. They've committed atrocities in Nigeria. If people like Shore come into power, all these people will die in prison. All these names you are mentioning, they will all die in prison. So I don't think Tinubu in Nigeria or outside Nigeria has anything to do for Nigeria. You understand? Sorry to say, me as I am, if you saw the interview our sister gave with Shore on one of these platforms, Aisha Yusuf and Shore, I don't know whether you've seen that this thing. They told you Nigeria is finished. And they gave us a lot of reasons to tell you that, and I believe 100% in what they say. People are dying. Obi, the only thing I have against Obi, he should have allowed us to fight these people when that chance came. He said, okay, June, don't worry, it will be good. They have been here for a long time. It will take time. That's the only thing I have with him. But you see him going around. All these places they were having problems. He was going around to communicate with them. We played football yesterday. He was there. All these are people who have presidential qualities, not Tinubu. Let me just stop here, bro.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan. You spoke quite a lot. So Pansat, please, if you have anything to respond to, you can, come in and then we'll let you respond to that. I will come to CM. CM, you're welcome to the show. So there are a lot of things we're discussing today, but of utmost importance is insecurity. Let me reiterate it again. We had some killings in the past week. 2 weeks ago, we had the just crisis, the just killings. I beg your pardon. Then just this past week, that today is the last day of the week, we had two Obas in Ekiti that were murdered, and then we had another one, I think, yesterday that happened in Kwara. So the question is this: insecurity, whose responsibility is it? The president is in France. Should the president leave his important activities in France and run back to Nigeria when he has a vice president? He has a security command structure. He has a national security advisor and all whatnot. So, what's your take on this particular matter? CM, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, you see me. Um, Thank you, Chim, and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the platform. When you started, you normally highlight issues that you must have left out before I come to the question. I think these 2 points I'm going to raise, you may consider them. There's a letter flying around written by the Minister for Women Affairs as a memo, as an invitation to those she was sending it to for the birthday of her husband. My interest is that it was written on an official letterhead paper of Federal Ministry of Women Affairs or something. Then the next one is the letter written by the Fulani Nationalist Movement giving 72 hours ultimatum for the people of the Middle Belt, mainly Benue Plateau, all this, to vacate their place. For them, or else Nigeria will something like that. He said that their leader is being held by the federal government of Nigeria. So I feel such things also deserve our attention to be discussed in the light of the security you are talking about. Now, whose duty is it to take charge? It's the CNC now. Everything rises and stops with the CNC, Commander in Chief. People tend to pay attention to president. You prepare budget. Oh, he signed budget into law. President has given you national honor. All those ones are civilian. The number one function of the president is protection of life and property. Short, to preserve the constitution. It can never. And what we are talking about is defense, to defend the country. An individual can give you electricity, an individual can tar road, like they're doing in Anambra State everywhere now. Individuals are tarring 10-kilometer road free of charge for their community everywhere. An individual can train you in education, give you scholarship to go and study. An individual can establish a university. I mean, everything. But that of defending the country, the whole, no, it should not, no individual could do that. It's the function of the government. So the direct answer is the CNC. Now, the CNC is in France. It's not official. His visit was not official because if it were, maybe he's attending something we know. But they say it's a private visit. That's what I heard. I stand to be corrected. And because it's private and this type of thing is happening, if I were him, I cut short what I'm doing. Unless maybe it pertains to his health. I don't know. Because we know that, or what I know is that he normally goes there for medical treatment and then secretly. So as it is, just putting everything together, what has happened recently, apart from Christmas attack on the plateau, and then I think yes, in the plateau state and some part of Benue or Nasarawa, what happened for two traditional rulers in Ekiti state to be murdered? In the past, if something like that happens, they may say, "Why did you join a late train? Why not? Why did you take that road with your car in the night? Why did you? But this one, you are in your throne. You should be in your house. That should be the safest place for any human being. When you are in your house, that is the safest place you can be in the world. In your own house. Where else do they want him to be? Where they want them to be? but they were deleted. And as they will have it, I now learned that Ekiti State shares border with Kwara State, and the adjoining local government from Kwara is called Ekiti local government. That happens to be where another traditional ruler was also pied. So, in other words, what is trying to say, if by way of intelligence, is that that axis, there should have been an intelligence sort of, combing of that area to know what is happening. Because when I looked at it, they said it's Ekiti North, some part of Ekiti, and then the local government in Kwara, where this happened, is also a Koro town in Ekiti local government. So that says a lot. And then if we take it back, weeks or a week before then, something happened there. There was an explosion at Ibadan. Why that Ibadan is particularly instructive is that the area it happened, it's like a GRA. It says Bodija. It's like somebody told me it's like Ikoyi of Ibadan. So if you don't have cash, if you are not well off, you can't own a property there. I understand. Somebody can correct me. Those of you who know Ibadan very well, that Bola
You
Ige,
are correct. Yeah.
thank you, that Bola Ige owns a house or once lived there or something like that, even deputy or so. So it's like an area that no matter what, this is a type of area in those days that if you are even entering the street, you will see some people parading, say, who is this, suspecting you, telling you that you are entering a high class area, not because they are billionaires, but these are the intelligentsia or people that are really either retired civil servants or retired military people or people that up, is for if you could live in Ibadan, you get to Bodija, it means there's no other place unless you want to go and live outside Ibadan. If you are starting from all those Mokola or somewhere, later you end up at Bodija. They say yes. And moreover, Bodija is the first place they built a housing estate in Nigeria by Obafemi Awolowo. So it's historical. Now, something like that happening, and the governor is saying it's a illegal mine. Which kind of illegal? Let them tell us the truth. Before then, safe, when he's saying illegal mining, Sheyi Makinde, the governor, with all due respect, he was saying they are still investigation is on. But you've already told us it's illegal mine something. But you say investigation is on. So there's a cover up somewhere. I know, if I'm to say this, Lagbaja is from the southwest, the head of the army. Egbetoku or so the head of the police, IGP, is from the southwest. I think intelligence again, something like that. They have all these things. Somebody would have thought that that should be the most secured area for this type of thing to be happening, but it is not. And it says one thing: they have to put their ears to the ground. To me, I believe in intelligence much more than because when you do it physical, you can scare people. Or but use it. I mean, why? To me,
So
Yoruba
CM, if I
land is
may,
under attack
CM, if I
in one form or the other.
Yeah, sorry, hold on a
Yes.
second. You said something. So it's part of this whole managing the security, and it ties back to our conversation somehow. And because I want us to look at it in the light of when Cool spoke, he made mention of some ethnic issues. I'm not sure there was someone else who spoke and then spoke about some, brought in some ethnic this thing. Now, my question is this: you've spoken now and you've said that because the chief of army staff, Lagbaja, is from the southwest, the chief inspector general of police is from the southwest, the defense and military something, I know who you're talking about, is also from the southwest. Now, my question is this: should it be that because I am an Igbo man, therefore, if I am the head of the national security apparatus, then therefore my region should not be under threat? Is
No,
that logical,
no,
or should it be that irrespective of where I come from, I am working to ensure that the entire country is at peace? You know where I'm coming from with that question. Please go ahead, Sian.
yeah, yes, I do, but that doesn't. Why I'm saying this is that if there is anything close to it, what I will say is this. I mentioned Funam letter, the Fulani nationality. I know that I'm not trying to, put a finger on them or this, but what is happening in Nigeria. It's not like one type of Sierra Leone declared war on Nigeria, in which we know that Liberia or maybe Egypt. But this is happening internally, and the way it happens is just like civilian target they're after. So why I pointed this people out is that is there no way, at least whatever it is, there must be that area because of the high profile of people from there. It's not that they will be a little bit biased in protecting their no, it doesn't necessarily mean. But I'm feeling that somehow, because they are from the root, it will occur to them that because if it happens, Lagbaja might say, this is happening in Cross River. But Lagbaja will just say, I'm a Yoruba man. What really happened? Because it have to do with anthropology. No matter what. It will touch him. He will say,
Okay, you know
why
what?
should this
See, I'm going to beg you to. I'm going to beg you. Okay, yeah. When you finish your thought, I'm going to beg you. There's a video I want to play. It kind of somehow goes into this. So, but finish your thought, then we go to the video.
Then is it the IGP? Let me not mispronounce his name. That will always say, because you will know when it happens, you somehow, because there's what they call at your level. There must be some intelligence you are getting every day in which you discount this, you discount that. Something must be happening for you to be chief of army staff. There must be a channel of communication, irrespective of the official one you are having. You must have your own selfish way of getting some information. Again, even an ear to the ground. So the same thing with the police. So somehow you'll be putting heads and say, no, this cannot be. Why should it just be happening? Two Obas at the same time. Then the other one, the next local government joining Ekiti from Kwara State, and this incidentally it's called the Ekiti local government, and something like that happened. No, it's like it's a link, and because of that link, they should switch into action. They may not even tell the public, but what they should do is that the chief of army or even the IGP of police might even disguise and carry out his own sort of a field exploration that area and say, look, because he can move with a gun in his pocket, dress like a civilian, carry 2 or 3 people, and they move. You wouldn't know. So why I'm saying this is that it's an attack. And probably those people are waiting. Before you know it, something will happen somewhere. I'm not wishing it on them because Nigeria is already tensed. So my point is they should look inwards, because if it could happen in that area and then we thought, because I know they must be very, very formidable, particularly the one that happened at Ibadan. I'm so pissed off with that. In a very high bro area, something like that with explosion. It can never be. It's a premeditated also. Okay.
All right. Thank you, CM. So now here's what I want to do. We're talking security. And now I want to play a video. Please pardon me if the video is in Yoruba. So I don't know, for those of us who don't understand Yoruba, I would break it down, summarize eventually. But I believe that majority of the people on this platform right now, I don't know, perhaps with the exception of Mazi Prince, I know CM understands Yoruba, so he will be able to grasp a few things.
No. Chima understands more than you.
Okay.
I understand.
You get Wale to translate it for us.
Okay, maybe Wale, beautiful. So it's pretty long, but please,
you have Mr. Lavadeo.
Don't worry. There's a reason why I want to play it. Some of you may have seen it, but please. Okay, so that being said, everybody mute yourself and watch this.
Your Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, PBAT. Baba, ó jọ bí ẹni pé a ti ń fẹ́ máa tẹ́ bọ̀. Ó jọ bí ẹni pé a ti ń fẹ́ máa tẹ́, ẹ̀tẹ́ ti fẹ́ máa wọ inú ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó wà ńlẹ̀ yìí. Tẹ́ bá fi etí sílẹ̀ tí ẹ gbọ́ orin tí àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ń kọ ní ẹnu. Ebi òun ni orin tí ó ń jáde ní ẹnu àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà. Ṣẹ́rí sà, èmi ò ní pa irọ́ fún yín. Gbogbo àwọn ball boys tí ẹ kó tira ní Àbújá, wọn ò ní òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n lè bá yín sọ. Torí gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n ń dúró láti fẹ́ gba ọ̀pá ní ọwọ́ arúgbó. Ṣùgbọ́n ṣẹ́rí, kí nǹkan tó bàjẹ́ jù báyìí lọ, ẹ jẹ́ kẹ́mi sọ fún yín sà, pé ìjọba tí ẹ ń ṣe yìí, ó ti look like ìjọba ìsọ ní ẹnu, pé ẹ fẹ́ fi sọ wá ní ẹnu ni. Torí ìgbà tí ẹ ń sọ èmi ló kàn, ẹ sọ fún wa pé bóyá ẹ̀yin ló kàn láti tú ìlú ṣe ni, àbí ẹ̀yin ló kàn láti fi ìyà jẹ wá. Ṣé rántí pé ẹ bẹ̀bẹ̀ ẹ dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún iṣẹ́ yìí ni. Ìgbà tí ẹ lọ sí Ogun State níbi tí ẹ ti fi Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún tẹ́ ti fún ní oyè eléyìí of Ogun State, ṣe rántí pé ẹ ní kọ́ gbé kínní wa ẹ̀yin ló kàn pé ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ yìí rèé. So ẹ bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún iṣẹ́ yìí ni bàbá, ẹ ṣe iṣẹ́ ibi, ẹ ṣe promise àwa ọmọ Nàìjíríà, bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ pé Yorùbá ló kàn, ẹ má sọ Yorùbá lẹ́nu. Ebi ń pa àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ ń sọ, wọ́n ní ìjọba tẹ́ ń ṣe yìí ó jọ pé ìjọba winner take all ni, pé gbogbo ilé lẹ kó lọ sí Aso Rock, ìyẹn gbogbo àwọn loyalist yín wọn kì í ṣe best of our brains ní inú Nàìjíríà. Torí ní ilé ayé láti rí kí èèyàn méjì du nǹkan kó dẹ̀ bọ́ sí èèyàn kan lọ́wọ́, kò mí pé àwọn opposition náà ò ní ọlọ́pọlọ ní orí, kò mí pé àwọn aráàlú náà wọn á ní èèyàn tí ó ní ọpọlọ ní orí. Ṣùgbọ́n in just 8 months ẹni kọ́ ní sùúrù, insecurity ní inú ìlú, ebi ń pa àwọn èèyàn ní oríṣiríṣi. Ṣẹ́rí wọ́n pass messages fún yín, wọ́n dẹ̀ pass message sí àwa ọmọ Yorùbá. Ẹni bí wọ́n ṣe kidnap tí wọ́n dẹ̀ pa ọba méjì ní Èkìtì, wọ́n dẹ̀ tún kidnap àwọn ọmọ kan ní Lagos Ìbàdàn express road. Òwe ló ń pa fún wa o pé up north la lérò pé ó ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ó ti ń bọ̀ ní south west. Wọ́n dí ẹ̀yin pé kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ fẹ́ ṣe. So èmi á rọ̀ yín sà pé kí ẹ sún ṣòkòtò, kí ẹ dìde kẹ bọ́kùlọ̀ bí ṣe advice yín, pé kẹ pé gbogbo àwọn service chiefs, ẹ wá àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ní ọpọlọ ní orí. Gbogbo àwọn boys tẹ kó tira yẹn, àwọn boys yẹn, they are hungry for wealth, they are hungry for money, they are hungry for power. Wọ́n ti ń sá eré 2027 kalẹ̀ mọ́ yín ní ara tí ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n tẹ bá fi ara sílẹ̀ tí wọ́n gba ọ̀pá ní ọwọ́ arúgbó yín, ìsọlẹ́nu ló máa jẹ́ o. Wọ́n á ní Yorùbá ṣáà ti ṣe, àdẹ̀bàjẹ́ náà ni. So èmi ń rọ̀ yín sà, your excellency, pé kẹ́ jọ ẹ túrò, kẹ́ reshuffle, kẹ́ wá àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n lè tú ìlú ṣe, tí wọ́n ní ọpọlọ, tí wọ́n ní capacity. Èmi personally màá wish pé ẹ wà 20 years old younger ní ìgbà tẹ́ ń jẹ́ Jagaban. Ṣùgbọ́n kí la fẹ́ ṣe, èjì máa tẹ́ ọ̀ lára èèyàn. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ sọ fún wa ẹlẹ́ ní ọpọlọ, ẹ dẹ̀ ní àwọn best brain. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọjà kó tira yẹn o, èmi ò rí wọn bí ẹni tó ní ọpọlọ. Wọ́n kàn fẹ́ kó owó jẹ ni. In just 8 months ẹ wo bí ìlú ṣe rí. Ebi òun ni wọ́n pariwo ní ọ̀tún, ni wọ́n pariwo ní òsì. Ọlọ́run bá fún wa ṣe o, nǹkan ò ní ṣe gbogbo wa. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu.
Okay, so is there anybody who did not understand what the man was saying? Please, if you don't, I'm asking so that I can. Okay, so
No, I don't understand you.
all right, fine. So, Wale, do you want to help us explain a little bit for Dr. DJ?
I'll try my best. Mr. Lava can help me as well. So he started by saying this is getting to a point of disgrace for Tinubu because the result of as a result of hunger in the land, insecurity, and he surrounded himself with a lot of thieves, criminals. And when he was campaigning, I don't believe that is campaigning anyway. What he said was a milocon, that it is my turn. They should bring this thing, and that's what he said to the governor of Ogun State when he went to Ogun State to declare that a milocon. And is it a milocon to punish you? That's what it is. Is it my turn to punish you people after Buhari? I mean, I'm just summarizing it. That it's my turn to punish you people. So, and he prostrate then to beg for the job, which I don't know if he prostrate to beg for the job, but he said his government is a winner takes all kind of a government, and it doesn't really surround himself with the best, apart from the boys who are looking for what to eat and how they're going to get into power in 2027 or kind of something like that. And also he said his government was begging people to be patient for insecurity, for hunger. It shouldn't be that way. For how long people going to remain patient in the midst of insecurity and hunger? killing people
I think
left and
I think
right.
I can summarize. I can summarize the rest from there.
No,
Okay.
he also said that
And the
the
message,
killing of the Obas is sending
yeah,
subliminal messages to the Yorubas.
proverbial message, yeah. And
Okay.
maybe it's high time for him to reshuffle his cabinet. It's not getting younger anymore. If it was 20 years ago, maybe people could believe that he still has the brain, but old age is telling, and 8 months
Okay.
into all
Wale,
this is not really
don't
helping.
worry. Thank you very much for that fantastic job because of time.
Thank
So
thank you.
I'm going to start from Dr. DJ because Dr. DJ hasn't spoken. So in the light, we're
James,
still
sorry,
staying on
the
this.
man said whether he frustrated. He frustrated. They say we saw it.
So yes, so I understood what he was saying when he said that. So Dr. DJ, in the light of our conversation, we're still on this insecurity matter. The man in question that the speaker was talking to is not in Nigeria. Does he have to be in Nigeria for governance to go on? Or should this be an issue of optics that his nation is in turmoil? He shouldn't be far away. So I don't know, whatever angle you want to come at it, the floor is yours. And henceforth from here, I'm going to give each and every one of us 4 minutes to talk. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, guys. This is my first time. I've always listened to you guys on the show. I think for about 2 years now. I've been a fan of this show, but I've never really spoken. Nice meeting you guys. So about the president, I'm not really surprised with his performances because immediately during his appointment, I don't want to talk about his campaign because he did not campaign like somebody else earlier mentioned. He
Did you
went to
say during his
Chatham House.
appointment or during his
No,
election?
the campaign. During the campaigns, he did not campaign. So there was nothing to write home about. Even when he appeared in Chatham House, the first question he was asked about insecurity, he asked Nasiru El-Rufai to answer the question, and today Nasiru El-Rufai is not in the cabinet. The questions on education, on health, he delegated to Dr. Betta Edu. She ended up in humanitarian ministry, and now she's out of the government. So most of the people that spoke that day on the different sectors of the economy, none of them manned that particular sector in the appointment. And then again, secondly, he came back with all the past governors from the Northeast. These are the same set of people who supervise over insecurity at the peak of it. They were all governors between Goodluck government and Buhari's government. All of the ministers from that region were past governors, especially the current Minister of Police Affairs. That same man was there when Zamfara became hotbed of insecurity. He was there. I remember at some point there was outbreak of meningitis in the state, and he shamedly came out to say the reason why it's the work of God that the God was punishing the people in the 21st century. And so these are the kind of people you now bring to come and run your government. I mean, what do you expect from this set of people? People who cannot manage their state as governors. So you asked me if governance should continue.
So, Dr. DJ, I mean, he
Yes.
said to us he was going to run on an unbreakable teamship. He has empowered his ministers. What else do you want him to do?
Yeah, my point is you cannot empower people without ideas. So if these persons have been governors, chief executive officers of their state, they couldn't run their state. What do you expect from them? If you leave governors of Nigeria without federal allocation, I can assure you that more than 70% of the state will crumble because they just come into office, they live on monthly federal allocation. Some of them don't even pay salaries. So they use this money to buy properties abroad. And after 8 years, they leave. So you're bringing this set of people to come and manage the economy. Even if you give them all the free hand, they don't know what to do. They can't do anything. That's the point. So we have to look for a different way of recruiting people into some of these offices if you really want to get the best from people. But I just want to talk about the insecurity, which is what we are talking about today. You asked me if governance should stop if the president is not in the country. No, I don't think so. And as a matter of optics, I also agree that with the way things are, the president ought to be in the country. But of course, we do not know the state of his health. We all know that every 3 months he travels to France. So I don't know what he's going there for. There were rumors at the time that he goes for dialysis every now and then. Who knows if it's true? So we don't know why the president is in France, but I believe it has to do with his health. So if his health is in jeopardy, of course, you don't expect him to leave and then come back to the country because there are going to be questions. So that's why he's going to stay there for as long as it takes for him to get himself fixed in order to return to the country. And then, we can't talk about this problem of insecurity in Nigeria without handling the root cause of insecurity. I spent a chunk of my life in Jos. I schooled in Jos, and then I worked briefly in Kaduna State. So I've lived and interacted with these people, and I can tell you for a fact that what is happening in Nigeria is just the beginning. Honestly, I'm not prophesying doom for the country, but honestly speaking, this thing has been brewing for a very, very long time. Because we have a pool of uneducated children, the one they call the Almajiris. These are the pool of people that they recruit into any form of crime you want to perpetrate in the country. It is easy to brainwash them because how can you tell me that you give birth to a child at the age of 4, you let that child roam the street, no education, no food, they live and grow up in the street. They result into drugs. I didn't know how bad drug abuse was in Nigeria until I went to work in Zaria briefly. These people are so addicted. And right now, they simply cannot think for themselves. So they are under the influence of drugs. And these are the set of people that are recruited by Boko Haram. And then banditry, which originated partly as a branch of Boko Haram and some of them from illegal mining from Zamfara and other places. These were the set of people that were recruited. So these people are heartless. You can't talk to them. You can't rehabilitate them. How do you want to start? They've been homeless their entire lives. So you can't just tell me that it's okay for you to just arrest people and talk to them. They don't understand your language. So if we do not go back to the basis, we have to start by educating our children. It has to be mandatory. Any governor who cannot educate the people should be thrown out. There has to be a law to that effect. Goodluck Jonathan, I knew he saw this problem. That is why he tried to incorporate the Almajiri system of education with civil education. He came in, but he was too scared and too soft to actually implement it. And I remember vividly that most of these ministers now completely kicked against it. They all kicked against it. They said, no, is that my
Go
time?
ahead. I'll give you an extra 30
Yes.
seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. So they kicked against it. And the borders, Niger Republic is the only currency aside Nigeria where Naira is a legal tender. So the people from North consider Niger Republic an annex of Northern Nigeria. That is why you know what happened with ECOWAS. A lot of them were protesting. So that border is completely open. So those people can come in and go whenever they please. And so because I speak Hausa, and so there was a time I interacted with a lot of these persons. I realized that most of those people their Hausa is different from the one spoken in Nigeria. So you can easily identify them when they speak. A lot of these Fulanis come from Niger and go in as the police. They used them during election, and they recruited a lot of them prior to 2015 election. So our problem is so deeply rooted that you cannot just have a chief of army staff to just solve this problem. Because again, they recruited these people into the army. I worked with Nigerian Army briefly for about 2 years. So I'm very close to some of the senior military officers, and I can tell you for a fact that I had very deep conversation with some of these people, and they will tell you how terrible the situation is. They are all over the Nigerian army. And so it's very difficult. You can give your order in Abuja, but they'll still do what they want to do.
All right. Thank you, Dr. DJ, for all of that. Very insightful. I will come back to you later on because there was something you said I would like to address. But we have electricity. Electricity has not said anything since he came in. Let's thank him for helping us upload that video. I was struggling with it. I felt it was something we needed to listen to. So thank you. So electricity, in the light of the conversation, you know the direction we're going. And in the light of the video we have just played and listened to, what is your own take? I've asked this question. The man told you he was going to set up a team to help him. The president cannot be everywhere. He's out of the country. Should he necessarily be back in the country for matters pertaining to security to start having a headway? Or is it just for the optics? The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone and in the panel. Firstly, Chim, if I know the direction you are going, I won't be where I am today. God knows where I will be. So I'm just going with the flow. Listen, Chim, let me use you as an example. If you are a chief executive of a firm, except you are an incompetent chief executive, you will care less what your subordinates do. Correct?
Correct.
So, if you're a competent chief executive and you find out that other sector department is not meeting up to par or functioning, then it is your responsibility to find out why they are not functioning, is not functioning up to par. If they need training, you give them training. But if indeed is outright incompetency, then it is your responsibility either to recommend to the board to have them replaced or do one thing or the other to make that firm function. Would that be correct?
You're correct, sir.
Yeah. Without taking anything away from the president, okay, clearly it clearly appears that it's incompetent of running the country. And due to this incompetency, it can hardly see the flaws or the incompetency of the ministers he appointed. So it can't do anything. So I'm not going to say much about him because I've not said much from day one, because I believe the only thing he can do to salvage anything, even though we may not agree that if he steps down, Shettima will be the president, so be it. To me, he just have to step down because he surrounded himself with so much controversy. His health also is not good as well too. So nothing will come out. So I'm not gonna. It's like flogging a dead horse. So to me, it's nothing, and it's unfortunate the way we are going. And in the broadcast I did yesterday, particularly, it's my son. I spoke to my son. He said, "Dad, for the first time, I listened to your broadcast. I mean, he's been listening to the broadcast, and he said he enjoyed it because I said we must start to tell each other the truth and stand by the truth." He's 10 years old, so it's time we tell ourselves the truth and stand by the truth. So, in terms of insecurity, yes, he's the chief president and chief in command. So what do you expect? Again, he can't do anything. And it's sad because...
And so what are some of the do anythings you think he can do in this instance?
Like I said, if I'm incompetent and I appoint you as the chief of defense or chief of army or chief of police, whatever it is, and I can't see your incompetence here as well too, because I am incompetent. So what do I do? Though it is everyone's responsibility, citizens' responsibility as well too, to also look out for each other. But the way things are, it's very difficult for people now to say, oh, let me look out for you, look out for you, look out, because remember, it's vigilante we use back at home now to protect ourselves. The street, how do they call it? Besides vigilante, there's another one. There's another name they call it as well too. that we pay for security, which shouldn't be because...
Neighborhood watch.
Come again?
Neighborhood watch?
No. That neighborhood watch is a broad language. It's not neighborhood. We're talking about Nigeria. It's
Amotekun.
another word they use.
You see that Amotekun?
Huh? No. I forgot him, but don't worry.
Vigilante.
Neighborhood watch is a broad. That's a broad language.
You're using vigilante.
Are you talking about OPC? Are you talking about OPC?
Yeah, let me continue. The unfortunate thing is that the government that is responsible for security, they've failed woefully because why? The police are not being paid. So what do you expect? They don't even have electricity, even stationaries they don't have. You have to buy stationaries for the police when you go to the police station, or you pay for it. You pay for biro and paper. They don't use that biro and paper. If they use, they tell you pay for the ink. So it's the situation is that I believe that the change must start from us as well too. Let's take some responsibilities as well. Let me cite an example here. Yes, I'm not denying that our leaders has the highest share of responsibility. I'm establishing that. I am not going to deny that. But from us here, I asked a friend of mine a question based on the broadcast that was done yesterday, that we should stop giving and taking bribe. And I asked her a question. I said, when you are traveling to Nigeria and you pack your luggage, do you think that when you get to airport, you are going to bribe the airline agent there because you have 26 kg? She said no. She said she has to weigh it first and be sure that it's 23 kg. I said, so you don't think about it? I said, but the last time you went to Nigeria, when you were coming, when you pack your baggage and it was 26 kg, what came through your mind? Don't worry, we'll bribe them at the airport there. They'll collect the money. This and that. I said, you see, I said, we have our own part to play. If we start that way, I believe it will bring that revolution. I also set an example. If every motorist decide that today we are not going to give these police people bribe, every motorist, today, no more bribe again. The police in turn will go to what? We go to the government and say, you know what? We are not being paid salary. And that's how the revolution will start. We are all in this. And I told myself, this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm not going to be carrying more than 23 kg henceforth. If we are going to bring this change about, we can't continue to criticize our leaders, even though they deserve to be criticized. And we also are doing the same thing. And that little thing matters a lot. So if we can bring this change into it, then it will go a long way. Those who voted for Tinubu, I did say this. Some have come here to defend their right to vote for wherever you want to vote. Of course, it is your right to vote for wherever you want to vote for, but it also has consequences as well too. Because we are not blind. You are not blind. The person you are voting for, it has history. It didn't fall from the sky to say, well, Alaba just fell from the sky. We know nothing about him. We don't know anything about him. He's an angel. He has no past. He has nothing. So
electricity. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude at all. So, I hear this conversation. Buhari was a military officer, retired military officer. Supposedly was supposed to be more abreast with how to resolve insecurity issues. They sold his role in trying to quash the Maitasani insurrection in 1982, 83. Now, yes, exactly. Thank you very much. Now, are you saying that if Peter Obi had been the president, we would not have had this killing, or he would have had a magic wand to solving this insecurity?
I'm not saying Peter Obi has a magic wand, and I will not hold that view at all. In respect to Peter Obi, I've said it several times. I voted for him for a reason. I voted for him that, to an extent, he has common sense. Okay, he has some common sense. So him being there will help to what will bring this, the way the people voted for him, the way the crowd came out. And because of that, the crowd will, if it starts to operate, okay, it can't solve the problem, but it will help to kickstart solving the problem based on his
Body language.
campaign of transparency, accountability, and everything. Some people, it will kick a little bit of that resetting. That when you press that reset button and it resets it may not wipe everything off, but it will help to because we need somebody up there to bring sanity into the system. Then things will flow. It's not going to be easy to have this change. But when we bring him, when we have somebody up there, we have that direction to say, okay, let's go this direction. If this direction doesn't work, but one of the greatest thing is if we don't hold each other accountable and apply the rule of law, then we will still be running in circle. That is why I voted for him. I have my issues with him. I won't dispute that. However, but because he campaigned on that basis of transparency, accountability, and people now want a change. Like I said, I was on ground that day, and I saw the hunger in Nigerians who really want a change. And if he made it, fine. Unfortunately, it's not there. We have to wait for 2027 again to see how we'll give it a shot. But before then, we in diaspora in particular, that we sit down here every day, myself inclusive, we need to kickstart that change in that little thing we do, which is stop taking bribe and stop giving bribe. If we stop giving bribe, you see the change will start. Let's just stop giving bribe. That's just my position. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Electricity, for that insightful analysis. Now, there are people, I want all of us to weigh in, but if you guys would permit me, let me give Tone and Jago a chance. Then I'll come back from Ferrara and go back that way if that works for us. So, Tone, you watched the video we played.
I've got the video, as a matter of fact.
Okay. So we've been discussing insecurity. We've been talking about the killings in the
I know. I've been watching the background. I know how it's been going on.
Okay. So
okay, let me just quickly. How many minutes have I got?
You got 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Just 4. Okay, that's fine. Okay. First of all, I've always said it, and I've always been saying it. I've been maintaining this platform that the problem we have in Nigeria is tribalism, bigotry. Now, I'm not surprised that John Abba came and he somehow he found a way of stringing the Igbo people into this. That is the Igbos and all the sort of people that are kidnapped. What a load of rubbish! And I want to tell him right now, he should just take the Igbo people out of his mouth. If he cannot deal with the problem with his own people and say the truth and all that, he should just take the Igbo people out of his mouth. And every time I see him trying to rope Igbo people into one vice or the other, what kind of rubbish is that? Now, going to Tinubu, everybody knows that this thing is going to end up in tears. It's just going to end up in tears. The man has no clue. He's probably gone to proclaim himself so that he'll tell people that he's fit enough for the job. He has no clue. We're talking about you questioning people. How about his vice? I mean, what do you expect? He's got a Boko Haram apologist as his vice president. In a normal, legitimate government that knows what they are doing, the vice president should be in charge. He has not made any statements. I mean, you saw the video I sent you. It's so gruesome to show here. And by the way, there's another one. I'm going to shoot it to you when I finish talking. those people that kidnapped those children have been caught, and they've all been killed. They were captured by the hunters, the Amotekun, that the government doesn't want the people in that region to have. What does that tell you? We do not have a government any longer. It's time that people should start getting their fitness taking their fitness very, very seriously and start arming themselves, or else you're doomed. At least let me fight. And even if 10 people should come to want to take me out, by the time I take out 5, if they take me out, fine. And then we'll meet on the other side and we'll continue our fight if there's going to be any fight on the other side. So for people to tell me that it's all about irresponsible, but listen, Nigeria, we just don't understand the level of a mess that we are. Nigeria is messed up. It has been run aground, so to say. The currency is rubbish. It's getting rubbish and more rubbish. The politicians are buying dollars and they're storing in their secret safes at home. So what do you expect? Tinubu, the only thing is he needs to be removed by force. And I'm saying it, he needs to be removed by force. And all the criminals he surrendered himself with, like from what that guy was, the guy that was addressing him in Yoruba and all that, they all need to go. They're all criminals from top to bottom. They're all career criminals. Tinubu is a career criminal. They all need to go. Unfortunately, the army, the people the hierarchy of the army right now are the people that are loyal to him. That's just the sad thing. The people that are loyal to him. But a time will come, something will click, and revolution will start from the most unexpected source. It is going to happen. But unfortunately, this killing have not stopped. It's only just started. And I believe the Southeast have learned a bit and all that. I believe they are ready. Let the Fulani kidnappers, let them come. I believe the Southeast are ready and they are waiting for them. Let them come. The Southwest they're still going to see more bloodshed. This is just a start. So until they stand up and do the needful thing, they will be slaughtering them like goats and fowls. That's just grim reality. So all this big English that we come and speak here and all that, it's just a waste of time.
All
it's
right.
just complete waste of time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tone, for that. So, Jago, before excuse me, before I come to you, let us see what our Vice President said recently, and then you take it up from there. I'm sure you already know the angle of our conversation for today. So, just hold your mic, and we'll be back to you shortly.
An incident that happened to my friend. His wife and driver were driving through Kano City, and some young men came out and broke the windscreen of the car and told them in Hausa that Shogokuna Jindari Mumuna Wahala. Bastards, you are enjoying, we are suffering. And those young men did not run away. It was my friend's wife and driver that scampered away. And very soon, we'll reach that boiling point unless we wear our thinking caps and work for the people. And the most important yardstick has to do with the quality of governance. There is more to leadership than primitive capital accumulation. No matter how much you steal, beyond a certain point, it's just a number. The lifestyle of somebody with 20 million naira is virtually the same with the lifestyle of somebody with 100 million naira.
Okay, so we've heard from our Vice President. The President is not around, but the Vice President obviously is around and he's speaking. So I don't know why this whole hula bula about that the President is in France. I mean, it's supposed to be a government and a team. And if the President is on a private visit, the Vice President is currently on official activity. So, Jago, in the light of all we're discussing and the videos, I'm sure you also watched the Emilocon video, the one where the guy was talking to the President. So, in the light of all we're discussing, what is your take? The floor is yours, sir. Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Evening, everybody on the panel and the listeners and the viewers. We come to another weekend when we are discussing the paralysis of the Nigerian constitution and all within. Now, I learned a new word this week. That word is kakistocracy. I'm not sure if any one of you have come across that word before or its meaning. Its meaning for me is very deep. It's almost like they've brought a new word to discuss, in particular, the Nigerian political space. Kakistocracy is to say that a nation or a peoples who are led by its worst examples. And that is where we seem to be in Nigeria. And we've been there for an awfully long time. Electricity was saying many things that I tend to agree with. It's about the look in the mirror and to be that example, because we are all just like our leaders. We can't pretend about it. If you're in Nigeria, you're functioning like a Nigerian in order to move on, in order to get things done, in order to make sure that whatever you're trying to achieve is going to be achieved. And a lot of the times it's very, very difficult to be a person of integrity in this kind of climate. Now, here, listening to our politicians in Maine, listening to our politicians, it really bears no significance. The way we listen to them is abhorrent to me. Tinubu's campaign, as said by many, was not a campaign. Emilokon, that was what was being suggested, and that was what people bought into. That was what people voted for, apparently. You know, these aren't men who are providing solutions for the many problems that are in Nigeria. The security in Nigeria, although it be a problem, we all know here, sat down around, that it's a completely achievable end. You can end the insecurity in Nigeria, because Nigeria of years ago, during military rule or civilian rule, was serious. You just can't get away with anything. You get away with it for a while, but you're going to get caught up, and more than likely you're going to be put to death for some of these levels that we are seeing, atrocious levels that we are seeing on a daily basis now. I don't know when we as a people are going to be fed up, because it seems to me that largely we condone a lot of the nonsense that we go through in that country. We condone it. We are part of it. We are applicable to it. So the look in the mirror scenario, what electricity has underlined is just, there are ways of curbing this thing from our own level of the politics. Because what we have to always understand is we as the people are involved in this thing called politics. We are involved, whether we like it or not, whether we vote or not, whatever it is that we are doing, we are involved in this politics. So it really does depend on the kind of involvement that we ourselves as individuals or as groups see fit to assist in to fix the nonsense that we are being fed in Nigeria. It needs to come to an abrupt end, and it needs to come to an end quickly. I thank you. You're muted now, Chim.
Sorry, I was going to say that you were exactly very much on time. Just before your time was up, you stopped. So yes, haven't heard from literally everybody. I want to return back to people who haven't spoken, and so I'm going to start with Ferreira, and then go back go back clockwise, and then come down to those who have not spoken. So Ferreira, in the light of where we are currently in our conversation. The floor is yours. What do you have to say? You watched the video. You've seen the conversation about whether the president being in France is okay or he should be home. I mean, what's your take?
Yes, it's unfortunate that we have people in government, instead of addressing the problem we have, are busy. Their concern are the people on the internet laughing at them. That was what the vice president was more concerned about. You know, I don't know whether he's trying to seek support of people to support them, why he's saying people are not joining hands with them, but they are laughing that the Naira is going up on the internet. I find that very ludicrous for someone in his position to be making those kind of comments. But that is for when you expect anything from these people. I don't. And I don't like to discuss them much. I don't like to discuss these negative people. I want us to be more to discuss more on solution, on mobilization. I understand the people, our people support all this evil. They tolerate it. Jagun was right. And I disagree with Tone on some of his assertion, you know, on that miraculously there's going to be a change or a revolution. I keep telling people hope is not a plan. You all can have hope all you want. We have had all the various perfect storm in this world. It has not moved Nigerians. It will not move Nigerians because as much as we have the perfect storm for a reaction, we also have the perfect storm for inaction. Our diversity in itself holds us back. Religion, tribe, you know, class, particularly class now, because this is a more fight of class, although the people don't see it. So the class that are holding us down are this small little minute group, and the class that are constantly talking about it or cooperating are this small little minute group, which is us. What is going to happen is that until one of these two classes, I'm not talking of the poor class now, those ones will just continue to suffer and find reason why they are suffering and justify their suffering and continue to die. Those of us who keep complaining, who keep whining, we have to move from the state of talk to a state of action. I keep repeating it. You know, hope is not a plan. You can hope all you want that a change will come. It's not going to come. We will move from one tragedy to the next. We will adjust to the next strategy as fast as we can. This is a fact. These are human factors. These are human biological factors. And we will continue to complain. So we need to start networking. It's important to start networking. This, what we do here every week, is part of networking, but we're not gathering momentum. We're still at a 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 number. By now, our numbers should be in the millions. We're talking of a 200 million population, less than 10 million with possible computer or phone access. At least out of that 10 million, I'm triggering numbers out from my head. I don't have any statistical basis for these numbers, but I believe I could be close to it or not too far of it. Out of these 10 million that probably have phone access or internet access, if we who are aware of the problem don't have a followership of at least 1 million, we're wasting time. We're not doing the right thing. We are wasting time. Guys, look at the numbers. Sit down, work with numbers. If those of us who are aware of the problem don't have a followership, all these bloggers doing great job, Dr. Damages, Mayegun, and all, but they don't have 1 million. So we're not dealing with issues. By now, Dr. Damages should have at least 5 million, if not followership, that people that he has their email with him.
So Ferrara, sorry, I wanted to just quickly ask a question, and in the light of what you just said.
Yeah.
Are you saying that, okay, so we have this platform, it's been created.
Yeah.
And are we saying we have to wait until we have 1 million people that
We
gather
don't wait.
here.
We don't wait. Let's say we don't wait. There's no time to wait. The tragedies will continue. The people we touch or sensitize or knows of our existence needs to be increasing. So let me put it this way. This is how this should have worked, or this should have been. Ferreira, go into your email. How many people do you have on your email? Private email, not work email. Maybe I have maybe 300 people. How many of them are Nigerians? Maybe 200. Can you give me those 200 people you have as your email? I give it to Dr. Damages. He had it to his own list. Electricity gives him the same. Tone gives him the same. Chim gives him. That's 1,000 email in 1 week. Dr. Damage has moved from whatever email list he has, from 100, he has just moved to 1,100. The following week, that email list would increase. Now, not everybody that he shoots that email to will read it, I know. But he has a connection somewhere with one Nigerian somewhere. If we coordinate this thing properly and we get the diasporan emails together better, we should have at least 5 million emails and 2 million phone numbers. That's networking. These are people we're planning to reach. It doesn't mean we will reach them, but it means we're planning to reach. These are just the abroadians. And then after we've conquered the abroad, we don't say we stop, we do it simultaneously for those at home also. How many people at home have access to email or have access to WhatsApp? Basic technological tools. If it's just one editorial report per week you shoot these people. This week, 3 Obas were killed in the southwest. The Nigerian security situation is getting worse. Nigerian president is in abroad, France. The Eagles won their match against Angola. That's all. We cannot continue like this. We need a way forward. You are sensitizing people.
Well said,
They might
Ferreira.
not read it. Huh?
Well said, Ferreira.
They might not read it, but that number should increase until you get to a critical mass. You see, revolution is not just going to happen because you wish it. And I'm talking revolution of the mind. They're based on action. We here, we know. A lot of people don't know. We want to touch those who don't know. That's why we come here and speak all those big grammars. And we have to make effort rather than just speaking to touch those who don't know. It's because whether you like it or not, you are not going to make that change. It is the same people we cannot reach that will make the change. And how is the change going to come if you don't reach them?
All right.
Just think about that question. How is the change going? It's not you or me. It's not the 2% or the 10% that knows that's going to make the change. It's the 90% that don't know that will make the change. But if the information or the contact or the network or whatever it is you guys are talking about don't reach them, how do you think that change is going to come? The last guy that was talking and whining about Tinubu, he was the one to show this video. He was one of his strong supporters, and he still is a strong supporter. Even him, we need to conscientize him because he is conscientized in the wrong direction. Now he's feeling the pain. He's talking to his master, but he still loves his master. Talk about the slave loving the slave master. So even him, we still need to reach him. If we don't, guys, hope is not a plan. Change just doesn't happen. Nnamdi Kanu didn't just have iPod. He did something with the radio. He went down. People heard him. Now those people, now the government are afraid of him. They lock him up. If you want them to be scared of you, you got to do the groundwork. Networking, people. That's all I got to say.
Right.
I don't talk about those irrelevant people.
Okay. Thank you, Ferrer. But just before I move on to the next person, you said So I was reading something in the course of the week, and this is in the line with the angle you took it to, and it said that there's what they call provocative movement, and there is what they call provocative or process or operation. So meaning that most of the inventions we have in the world arise as a result of a provocation. Provocation meaning something that you did not plan. In
Yeah,
other
something
words,
out
there
of the
was
box.
something exactly that triggered it. Now, I have looked at other nations and I have seen that most people come to that provocative period. And that is when you have a change, you force, whether it be a system shift, you force, whether it be a transformation in the laws of the land or whatever. I would argue that Nigeria has had these provocative opportunities many times. Like Dr. Damages will say that we should not waste a good
Opportunity.
battle or a good opportunity, or there's a negative word he usually puts in there that shows that there's a crisis, a good crisis. When there's a crisis, there's an opportunity for that's the provocation for change. Now, we've had this several times in Nigeria. Nigeria has had opportunities, but we just have
Yeah, Jim, we have. I don't mean to cut you off, but we also have it's physics. For every equal action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. It's physics. Now, it's true we've had those opportunities. We also have an equally powerful opposing force that quench it. You understand? We have reasons to be mad. We also have reasons not to. I cannot come and die for somebody else is dead. So these are balancing forces. It's a battle of opposed forces. Yes, we have those provocative situations that needs the matchstick to strike. At the same time, we have that opposing powerful force that is also quenching the matchstick, blowing it off. So it's like you want to start a fire. You have to have the right elements in place because we already have things covering it. It's like you're trying to strike a fire underwater. That would be interesting to do.
Okay.
You understand? That's the state Nigeria is, and that's where most of our intellectuals are not focused on. We come and look at the problem from look, all of us, 10 people on this screen right now, none of us would agree on exactly the exact problem Nigeria has, how much more the exact way to move forward. That's how bad our situation is.
All right, thank you, Ferreira. Let's move to
before you go on. Somebody in the comment section said that my suggestion lacks substance. I don't know what that person means, but I want to address it. Now, that suggestion, you might think it lacks substance, but yes, it might lack substance for now because it's in the theoretical state. But listen to a few people who have used this type of technological networking to garner forces. Yes, America is not like Nigeria, but I have a good example with the Barack Obama youth movement. They were able to reach people just from emails, the generation of the typing. That's one. Yes, we shouldn't compare America. I don't like to do that. It's not a fair comparison. That's why I said for us, we need to look at the numbers because we don't have the typing generation, but we have a generation that watch Big Brother. What makes them watch Big Brother? We need to tap into that. You understand? Whatever Big Brother is doing to attract them, we in the intellectual forum, as we like to call ourselves, need to tap into that. Because if Big Brother can attract them, if Tiwa Savage breast can attract them, and Wizkid's shortness can attract them, I don't mean them to insult Mr. I don't mean that real breast.
That means you are going to naked for us, so because that's going
I love that star. I love our stars. If Burna Boy can attract them, there's still some things how we can reach them. We're just not using it enough because issues of politics is boring. It's depressing. It's sad. Nobody wants to be hearing all that Nigerian problem. We just got to find a way around it. At least let's have their email to start with. We know they watch Big Brother. While they are getting their Big Brother message, let them be getting an editorial page from us.
Okay. Thank you very much. We've heard you, and I'm sure people are listening, and we'll be processing all that you've just told us. Mazi Prince, if you're with us, can you hear me, Mazi Prince?
I can hear you clearly.
All right,
Yeah.
so the floor is yours. If you could just make it sharp and straight, there are people waiting. I want to go to Wale because Wale needs to leave. So, Mazi Prince, would you allow me to go to Wale, or you want to speak and then Wale
Sure,
comes back
sure,
later?
sure, sure. Go to Wally. That's fine.
All right, so Wale, the floor is
Uh,
yours.
th- Thank you very much, and I'm keeping my eyes on the time. Right, quickly. I know we all know the problem. We can continue from tomorrow, from today till next year. The problem will never finish. So I'm not going to go into the problem we have. It's in different dimension, but the solution I penned down. I think electricity, Mr. Laba, and others, you've touched on it. I'm just going to quickly summarize it in my own way. You mentioned something around technology. I think this will be the third or fourth time I will mention that we're not tapping into it. If we tap into technology, all these analog heads ruling Nigeria, what do they know? They probably even don't know half of what the new Gen Z can do with technology these days, but we're not tapping into it. And that's one thing I want us to make the best in this platform. I don't want us to come and argue with each other or, yeah, we argue on something, but, kids, they are watching us. So that's one of the solutions that I think could be moving forward. So we know the solution, but the will to do it, like electricity said that if you don't give bribe, you don't take. At what point are you going to be disciplined to tell yourself that no matter what, even if it's my last meal, I'm not going to do this thing? So you have to be disciplined in a way. You if corruption will face you one form or the other. It might even be within your own family. It might even be that the woman you are sleeping with, your wife, will be the one that will be the corruption. How are you going to fight it? So it might even be your own child or your children. So the root cause analysis is what we all know where it comes from. But what do we do after that? And I think with this platform, when we start getting women and young people into this platform, we will see a lot of changes. The number will rise, the orientation, the awareness will even go beyond where we are now. When it goes to Nigeria, with the president being in France, I don't think anybody will leave his house on fire and trying to say you are attracting investors. Which investor is going to come to a war zone where people? I don't know. It's all those bullshit they always give us to eat, and I don't know how many people will continue to eat that bullshit the presidencies always give. If it's his health problem, no, I'm not saying anybody can fall ill, but is it not a shame for you to leave your own country and go to other country? How many times Macron or Boris Johnson or Biden have come to Nigeria to come and seek ABBA solution to their health? Where is your own hospital? Why do you build a hospital that looks like mortuary? That is a question for them to ask, because, like the
But
man said, if they are not ashamed.
You might not know. They probably do come to seek herbal attention.
Well,
It's
if
just
they
that
come, please let me know if they come to our village, so that at least I will know. Maybe the Babalawo or the Oromila will give them some concussion. Let me know. So the worst of us still keep ruling the best of us. How are we going to address that? It might be in my local government or in my family or somewhere. If I know that someone is not capable, I should be able to say, look, call a spade a spade. You are not, you know, an engineer. What are you doing there? Don't go and get a contract that you're just going to kill people with your. Anyway, that's that. And another thing I identified as our problem is there are three people in the country: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the countrymen. How many of us are idiots? How many of us are tribesmen? And how many of us are countrymen? If you know deep down, answer the question, be honest with yourself. If you categorize yourself in any of those.
if the Igbo want to do a good network of transport and they make their region beautiful, so be it. If Alemonjiri want to continue remain Alemonjiri, so be it. I think if everybody can say, look, this is it. Until then, you cannot, like someone said that all these Alemonjiri, that their mentality, their orientation is different from you. What can you do? If their government want to suppress them and give them a what is it called, plastic to be begging for arms, that's it. In as much you don't come anyway. I sound like a tribesman or idiot now, but that is that. Then the Western knowledge. That's why I wrote there earlier on that we have so many educated illiterate. School will go through some people will never go through school. So if we come to Western world, we learn all this technology, we learn a lot of things, we see how things are done, and we can't use that to better our own life or our own country. What is the point? And I rest my case on this junction. I'm going to be at the background and I'll be
Okay.
listening to everybody. But please, like every single one who has spoken before me have said, let us look inward. Let us be disciplined. These people we are blaming or we are criticizing, if we get there, are we going to do worse than them? If the
Okay.
answer is yes, then there's no point we criticizing them. If the answer is no, then we have to be disciplined. Pull the plug in your eyes before you plug someone else. And he who wants to come to equity must come with clean hand. Thank you, Chim, and thank you for gentleman that gave me the chance to talk. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Wale. Without wasting much of time, let me go straight to Mazi Prince, and then I would say one or two things, and then we'll proceed. Mazi Prince, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chim,
Can
once
anyone
again.
hear me? Or have I just spoken and spoken?
We heard you. We heard
Oh,
you.
sorry, I finished now.
Yeah.
I can't hear.
Don't worry, your system is having issues, not us, but we heard you. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mazi Prince.
So pretty much like I said, thank you once again, Chim.
Is it
I
my
want to
system?
bring
I can't hear
I want to
nobody.
bring a
Oh God, I've spoken. All my words are gone into.
Heard you, Wale. We had you. We had you, Wale. We had you. We had you. We
so
had you.
let me cast our mind back to what Oni of Ife said that was on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. And he said it right where they were meeting with the EFCC guy. You know, I'm not a fan of the OWN, but at the same time, it goes a long way to show that the cock is coming home to roost. Um, Pretty much he.
Mazi Prince, there's a bit of noise coming from your end because everybody is muted. It's the only one who's unmuted, and yet that noise is filtering in.
What about now? Is there any noise?
Go ahead, no problem. Nothing now for now.
Okay. So pretty much, oh, I was just monitoring the Cote d'Ivoire and Mali game, but it's okay. Yeah. So pretty much, like I was saying, he said something to the EFCC guy and said that he will keep praying for him because the EFCC man said that that there are cases that 60% of it has to do. I think he has to do with the Yahoo boys, another kind of a thing. And the only was trying to bring the attention and said, okay, if that's Yahoo, that means the youths are going totally astray. And it's because they don't have who to, look up to because of the fact that the politicians have so much misled, decimated, the hopes of the youths. And that if the EFCC guy will not tend to do the wishes of his masters, his pay masters, then it will be good. But knowing what he knows that the EFCC man will definitely do the bidding of his paymasters. And people started laughing. He said, no, he's true, he's serious. After all, there have been people before this particular guy. And that it's the same thing that keeps happening. That keeps happening. The thing is this: we talk, and we talk. But at the same time, I also want to appeal to some of us who have the means. If you can help, please do help those that you can. I know some will say, oh no, don't send anything to Nigeria and other things are very dead right now. Things are very dead. A friend of mine who used to be a classmate of mine who used to be in London relocated to Nigeria. And 2 days ago, he was almost crying for a mere sum of money. A mere sum of money. He was asking me for, to give him that mere sum of money as a loan. And I said, I'm not giving you that as a loan. You need it, you need it. So be it. And it's just that we don't even know when it's not gonna get better. It's gonna get worse. I don't know by this time next week. I don't even know the next thing we're gonna be, talking about Nigeria. It breaks my heart. Yes, some people will say, "Oh, this one's lament, that one lament," and at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, there's a reason why we all came from Nigeria. I have Yoruba friends. I have Hausa friends. I have people from all walks of Nigeria. And when we're here, we're all brothers. Nobody even talks about, oh, I'm Igbo, or I'm this, I'm that. Nobody talks about that. Alaba says something about networking. Sounds great. And I hope some people will not misuse it, because before you know it, some mischievous Nigerians will use that as a way of, trying to see what they can, you know. But let me look at it in the positive side and forget about the negative side. So I implore every one of us, it's heartbreaking. We can't help, but we keep seeking for solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Prince, for not staying too long on this. You were just about close by. Now, I will say this and then I move to the next person. Not for anybody to respond right now, but for us to think about it. So on this whole issue of, because there is theory and there's practice. And I know, yes, we want to be able to crystallize some of the things we're talking about, like Ferrari has said, take the next step beyond just merely talking and bring this. So I would like us to start thinking about some of those things, because a few of us already started meeting behind the scene, but it's also true that because we're in diaspora, sometimes our impact in the sphere where it is needed may not be easily felt. So if anybody has an idea on how to explain how this can happen, when you have the opportunity, you can please tell us so that people will begin to know, so that we can go beyond mere talking. I agree, to doing something and being more actionable. So that being said, I will go to Dan before I come to CM. Dan.
Yeah, greetings one more time to everybody. Yeah, people are saying, what is the solution? Well, because we've spoken a lot. But let me just give you an example of the solution. Like you put us on line here. We are following the line. Suddenly Wale said he was leaving. I didn't know how he got that message to you. And you jumped the queue to Wale. If he wants to leave, he should leave. This is the solution of Nigerian problem. Because when we are talking about Nigerian problem, it's not just finding one type of solution, networking. Yeah, they can. It's a good idea to network. But if we keep, oh, this man is busy, let him go. Now we have to wait for him to finish. And then these are the if you want to leave, you leave.
Okay, so Dan, hold on a second. Hold on a
Yeah.
second. I hear you. So in the private chat, like
Yes.
he said, please, that he has an appointment to run to.
Yes.
That if it's possible, if you read it, you see where he said, if it is possible, he would like to quickly.
It won't be possible. That's
he
because
can
let me tell you something. Last Sunday,
So Dan,
guest.
hold on, Dan, hold on. I'll give you Dan. Don't worry, hold on. So, and I asked the person who it was his turn, Mazi Prince. It's your turn.
Yeah.
However, do you want to? If Mazi Prince had insisted he wanted to go on, then if it is important for Wale, we have to wait. So he allowed him. That's why we did it. So I don't think that should be something for us to waste so much time on. Please.
Should I continue?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
this is exactly what Nigerian problem is. If you allow me to make that point clearly. Last Sunday, the big man was on the hot seat answering questions, and a lot of people were waiting. I was preparing to go to work. If you saw that video, I was putting on my uniform, but I didn't tell Mr. Dr. Dameji to please, I'm leaving. Can somebody wait for me? You know why I bring up this point? That is the problem of Nigeria. Please, can you let me go so that another person will go? Before you know it, another person will say, please. Then we keep waiting for them. And then the rules, that problem to solve Nigerian problem, we keep waiting for giving people priority because he said, please, if you want to go, there's a queue going on. And this is the difference between this Western world we enjoy here every day. When there's a queue, even whoever you are, how busy you are, if you know you can't wait for that queue, my brother, you don't need to even ask, you just disappear. And this is the solution to Nigerian problem. If you know where I'm coming from, because Nigerians, we always have this, oh, my wife want to deliver. I'm hungry. That job I want to go is more important than the queue that everybody's supposed to follow. I just want to mention this because if we're asking for a solution of Nigeria, my brother, this is the solution. If you know you cannot follow the queue, brother, don't even come to the show. Just go to what you want to do and don't bring any please begging somebody, because that's Nigeria. I was in a studio one day. This is my solution. I'm using this for my time now. And I was waiting. I paid like everybody paid. Suddenly, these church people came from nowhere. Do you know the producer told me I should wait for them because he's a pastor? I got mad. I said, who is the pastor? He came and met me here. And if he thinks his own is more important than me, he should explain it. I'm also a human being. I have my own time. That I didn't say that I have something to do doesn't mean that I don't have something to do. Anyway, I just wanted to drag you people to that side because we are talking about solution now. So we put it as a thought for tomorrow and in our own mind. So coming to this problem we have on the floor, because we have to solve Nigerian problem by starting somewhere. All these priorities, this person is better than this. Okay, the Obas were killed in, I couldn't talk on that one, killed in this, people talking Oba. Oba and the slave, whose life, is there a special life? When it comes to VIPs, we start talking about it. But when it comes to the poor man selling ice water on the streets, those people in Plateau State killed every day, nobody talks. They won't put it as a headline. Brother, this is the problem of Nigeria. So if we are talking about solution, we must, when we are networking, taking the emails of everybody, we should also talk of this morality. In schools those days, there was a subject called moral instruction. I don't know if it still exists nowadays. Nigerian problem, I better pass my neighbor. I go school past this, I'm a professor, I'm a graduate. This one is not this. These are the problems of Nigeria. Somebody told us Emilio Okon, and like a joke, Okon, he got there, he's there. And now we are complaining that the man is not doing anything. How can he do anything when he told us it was his turn? Did we ask, is he capable? We didn't ask of that. The Yoruba people, that brother who was complaining today, thank God, Ferreira talked about is complaining. These were the people who were saying, Tiwani, now our own people. Sheboti Debensin, Kilo Le Sefu Nigeria, nothing. Won't then complain. Now he's he's still even putting sir, yes, sir, Emma Binu, sir, Kini sir. Why do you put sir? For somebody who is incompetent, for crying out loud. These are the solutions we should be talking about Nigeria. If you want to solve Nigerian problem, nobody, if you cannot wait for your turn, disappear. Thank you, gentlemen.
So thank you, Dan, for that. So Dan, I get the principle of what you're saying, and I'm not going to belabor the issue. I get the principle of what you're saying. You're totally correct. You're totally right. People should take their turns. However, you would agree with me that as long as we don't abuse it, there is always a period for some measure of latitude. You understand?
Jim, that is the problem of Nigeria, that measure of latitude you are talking about. People use it. So if you want to repair something, put a red line. Don't cross it. If you know you can't wait, Jim, for God's sake, we are living in a Western world. We know why this Western world is what it is today. Even the prime minister comes, I'm talking about the prime minister now, or even the king, where they practice monarchy. He will wait on the line. If he cannot wait on the line, he leaves. And nobody will complain.
No problem.
But if you bring all this laxity, is this, because some people, nobody, it shouldn't be abused or abused. Line is line. Until we get to that point of line is line,
we get you very well done.
Never progress.
We get you very well done. So I'm going to go to the next person. But before I do that, DJ Dr. J, what you're doing right now, we don't accept on the studio, because this is a recorded program that will be aired subsequently on YouTube. So I mean, just imagine yourself on CNN or Fox News or BBC or wherever. All right, so CM, so you know where we've gotten now with the conversation. The floor is yours. I don't want to ramble into anything. Just go ahead.
I think we still somehow talking about insecurity in one way or the other. I think so.
But yeah, so you know, the earlier on, so we've played the video since after your last comment. And
okay,
a lot of dynamics has come into it now. So what is your take?
You know what the man said is what according to the translation, it's not new. It's what everybody is saying. Although not only Yorubas, everybody is sort of, even those that in the north that voted Tinubu, they're all regretting it. You see, the thing is this: some of us, I know, I'm not really into what people will say. I don't bother. I know the man has no plan. Those that are still defending him now, what they should do is to, whatever strategy, let them give it to him. Let him save all of us. The man has no plan. He just quietly left for France to go and rest. The thing is overwhelming to him. The person he chose as number 2 is, he went to Davos the other day and told them that we are not a poor country. And then why are we the poverty capital of the world? So you see, this is like comic relief. Only that people are losing their lives. That's why the system is like this. Ordinarily, it should have been, I would have been at my best, dramatic best, laughing at them. But when you see fellow people dying as a result of government ineptitude, incompetence, I mean, they're not doing anything. Do you know why I'm particularly pissed off? Something happened in the plateau during the Christmas period, and they finished and they wrote a letter. Ordinarily, what you do is that you mop the soldier, even if it's now an afterthought. You send people there so that people will now know that you are reacting, although you are reacting to an impulse instead of motivating an action. But none of those things happened, and now it's like Nigeria is nobody is in charge. To be honest with you, nobody is in charge. That's what it means. But when you say it, some people may think that, oh no, you are not criticizing, even if you may feel that maybe it's not. But look at the free fall of the Naira. It affects everybody. It affects everybody. Even if you say security, you are secured. My household, we are secured. Do you not go to the market? Did you secure that as well? So if it can't affect you in terms of security, what of economy? It's biting hard. Rather, my going forward, what is what I will do? I mean, this is what I will suggest. First, Tinubu should come back home. That is as a starting point. The CNC should get back home. Now, honestly tell Nigerians, if this job is overwhelming to you, you can't do it. You can't. I'm not being critical here. You can't do it. It has shown. Now, nobody is talking about whether you rig election or the Supreme Court decide to do a black market judgment or INEC switch off IREV so that you can get in. We stop because some people may not get. I've had somebody told me, he said, I find it difficult getting a job. I'm nervous during the interview. Now, if you can't get a job because you can't stand the interview, and somebody calls you and say, look, forget about interview. Now, this is the appointment paper. Go and start the job. Why not do it? You rig the election, you stole the mandate, but assuming you are up to the task, people will now say, well, after all, well. But now you rig the election, you stole the mandate, and you've proved everything. Just like Mark Twain said, do not, what is it called? It is better for you to keep quiet, then people will think you are a fool, than for you to open your mouth and supply all the evidence. So this is just a case. That's what we are. That's why he's spending me. He should come back home first. They sit down quietly. Let him just between him. Let him now say how much. What does he know about this economy? He can't. Tinubu built Lagos 20 or 30 to how many years ago? The man, even with his age of 72, we know he's close to 90 or beyond that. He's old. He's taking a toll on him. He can't stand the stress. I'm not trying to be a physician here. He can't stand it. Ordinarily, he should be a pensioner now and retiring and be just enjoying his life, whatever it is. Now he can't shoulder the responsibility. Can he chair security meeting? Say by 2 a.m. you wake him up to chair security meeting. Do you know what it means? Can he interpret intelligence report on Nigeria? Everything has to do about competence now. That's what we are talking about. I'm not being a distant because whether you like it or not, it's affecting you. The economy is in free fall. If you feel that nobody is spying you or your relations, the economy is in free fall. And the way it is in Nigeria, do not think you have money. Your prayer now will be let nobody of your own be kidnapped. Otherwise, that your money will come out by force. So these are what we are saying. Let him come back home, honorably resign. Hand in. I don't think to me, I will be the first people to even celebrate that he handed it because that is part of patriotism. You hand in, say, look, I'm sorry, I can't continue this. It's as simple as that. The nation will continue. Then now look at where we are. Economy in free fall. Nothing is happening. And then people are still pointing a hand. They're pointing this. CBN this. Tinubu contributed this. Who? Everything stops on your table, including if the ship did not land in the seaport, everything stops at your table. You are the commander in chief. It's for you to go and sort it out. The person you appointed in charge of post authority or minister for transportation or whatever it is. If the plane is not flying very well, they have to call you. You call the aviation. So everything. So do you know what it means? Holding meeting with about 10 ministers full of complaints. Do you know what it means? You don't have a time for yourself. That's why when a president is alert, you have to be mentally fit before anything, because everybody will be bringing problem to you. But in this case, you can't even find him. Even if he's around, the man looks weak and it's a spent force. That's what we are saying. When I'm saying this, I'm saying it out of patriotism. The man is a spent force.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Jesse. But I mean, this is not for you to respond, but this is a government. When he was sworn in with his deputy or his vice, as we call him. So I want to believe that when he was traveling on this private business or private trip, they all have assignments. I'm probably sure he runs Zoom meetings, try to find out what is going on. And if you are the CEO of your company and you travel somewhere, you will be in touch. You will do Zoom meeting. If Jago is my CFO, I will call him to find out, Jago, how are the finances doing? Is there anything? The chief marketing officer, I will speak to him and find out where those campaigns are or the new products, and what have you. Are you guys suggesting that Tinubu is not doing
Chim,
all of that?
Chim, let me tell you, if you are away and wherever you are, the news you are receiving is like everything is peaceful or things are going well. It means the people you appointed to help you in doing the job are up to the job. But if you are away, even if for 2 days or 1 week, and all you are hearing is something like uncoordinated, so it means that the people you left behind are incompetent. That's what it means. By the way, who appointed them? Is it not him?
Okay,
Is it not him that appointed him? What made him to choose? Excuse me. What made him to choose Kazin Shetima as number 2? What made him to choose him? That is when you now query the choice. Because part of being a commander in chief, it's not just because you are excellent. You have to think of who, if peradventure I step out for one thing, can this man be able to handle can this man be able to act on my behalf? The deputy and let me say the number 1 and number 2 should be the same type of people. Because if you are not there, the other one should take over. It's as simple as that. Okay, now you are not there, and look at the way the country is, everything is happening. You should be asking yourself, what am I having? Where is the director of military intelligence? Why is the police? Because you have to ask yourself, who did I appoint? That's what it means. Because if you are not if you are away and this type of thing is not happening, first of all, you take credit. You say, yes, I know the people I left behind. That is the meaning. But if they keep bombarding you with phone call, this, you will be worried. They say, so does it mean these people are not up to the job? So you have to know the ass to kick.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Because I mean, the point I was trying to make is that we had a president who was away for 190 days or 150 days thereabout, and we had a vice president that was working that time and things were going on. So I'm just concerned if this is a government, this is not a one-man show. If Mr. Tinubu is away, I mean, we were told that Shetima is going to handle security. Then Shetima should be handling security while the president chills out wherever he wants to go and chill out. And I mean, why do we think that his presence coming back is going to change anything? And besides, this is his turn. Somebody else was once away for 190 days. He hasn't even done 2 weeks fully. And you guys are complaining. But anyway, what do I know? I just want to bring that up. So, man of prestige, you watched the video. You've seen the angle we've started taking this to. You know what happened in Ekiti and in Kwara State. And just to be clear, nobody is saying the life of an Oba is more important than the life of the ordinary Nigerians. When the ordinary Nigerians were killed in Plateau, it was also on air. So, but based on the angle we're taking it into, what's your take? When the ordinary Nigerians were killed in Plateau, it was also on air. So, but based on the angle we're taking it into, what's your take?
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me? I'm having a network issue.
Yeah, but you have another system on. Can you mute that other system so that you
can you hear me?
This one. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm having a network issue. Yeah, but you have another system on.
Hold on. Give me a minute. Let me get my system right. Give me a minute. Okay. Let me proceed. Yeah, so I'm just gonna make my own point of view short. I was on the phone for a long time before, so I missed some of the point, but I was able to deduce something from the people speaking. So having said that, Nigeria has a problem. I mean, we have a lot of problems. I mean, most of them is based on corruption, institutional corruption, and insecurity. I think that's the paramount issue we have. Then it can go to different kind of area whereby we have this inflation problem and something like that. On the point of Tinubu being away for how long? About 10 days or 11 days? Yeah, that's the problem I have with Nigeria, lack of transparency. Because if anybody knows what just transpired in America, I think the Army Chief of Staff was even sick. He didn't tell the president, then he decided to go to the hospital, and there was an uproar in America. When you're somebody in a high office like that, I mean, everything about you should be out. You're supposed to know what's going on, what you are doing, let alone the commander in chief, which is the president of Nigeria. I mean, wherever he's going right now, he's been in France for 10 days or 11 days. I don't know the particular, but I know at least it's more than 10 days. We don't know why he went there. He's supposed to tell us. I'm not saying he's the only one. This transpired during Buhari regime and so on and so forth.
Man of
I mean, we don't
prestige,
know
man
where
of
our
prestige,
president is up to right now.
man of prestige. Can you hear me?
What kind of nonsense is that? It doesn't even make any sense.
Can you
You
hear me,
know,
man of prestige?
I mean, he's supposed to delegate his responsibility to the vice president, Shetima. You know, they're supposed to be
Can
in
you hear
charge
me?
right now. If you go there for medical reason or whatever, yeah, he's good. There's nothing wrong, you know, seeking a Medicare. Of course, we don't have the right institution, to take care of him in Nigeria. Yeah, that should have been the first thing he should have done, build a better hospital for Nigerians, particularly somebody of his own age. It's not like America where there's a structure. Biden is about 80, it's going to be close to 80 years, but there's structure in America. It's not the same thing, when it comes to Nigeria. So they are not transparent, what's going on in Nigeria right now. So that's terrible in Nigeria. I don't know where we find ourselves. So let me go back about what I'm talking about, the problem with this government. I'm just going to make a small point because everybody we come here, we talk about the problem with the government. I'm just going to talk about the way the people handling our government is they're very incompetent, particularly the people in the cabinet. Imagine what's going on in the EFCC right now. I mean, the man came out and told us that there's money laundering. We all know about that. There's money laundering, which is the church and the mosque, they're laundering money. But you didn't give us the name of the people who are laundering the money. What do you want us to make of what you came out with? And you say there's an injunction, that's put by the church or whatever, the mosque. They're not giving us a detail. So the court has stopped you from doing your investigation. Okay, if Nigeria is a working country, this is where the journalists come in. Because the case in the court, according to what he said, if that's even true, we don't even know if it is true. Unless he just just play us like mago like they always do. If the case is in court right now, that's where the journalist has to play a role. They have to go to court and obtain whatever is happening there and give us the name or the people perpetuating this money laundering, like he claimed. We know that it's going on in Nigeria, so it's never something new. you know. So, but anyway, it's all about whataboutism, like Bayo stated, instead of Bayo, I think it's the president's spokesman coming out to tell us, about how to, what's going on in Nigeria. And he's giving an example because he gave an example. He said, Nigeria is not even whatever is going on in Nigeria about insecurity right now is nothing. But that's not the same. It's giving you an example of what's going on in South Africa and some other countries in Africa. They are worse than Nigeria. We know about South Africa. I think about four cities in South Africa are ranked high at the top five when it comes to crime. But that's not the equivalent. It's just a crime. That's not equivalent to what's going on in Nigeria, kidnapping and something like that. So the problem with the people in government like Shetima, give that example to say about what Shetima just came out, make noise. I didn't even understand the point he's trying to make. So that's another problem we have in Nigeria. Just too many problems. Government is not governing. So is that a problem? So, but anyway, when we come here, we need to talk about what we think. If they are listening, I don't know, what we think might be a solution. Um, the Southwest region, they have what they call the OPC. I think it's Odua People Congress, which is a private vigilante. Okay, those kind of things, I don't think, for them to have a gun in order to protect any region or whatever, there has to be a Congress approval. But right now, they don't have anything for people in that part of the country,
Okay,
that's
so
paramount
man
for
of
them to
prestige,
be
it looks to me
activated.
like you're not
What are they going
you're.
to do
Can you
if
hear
they're
us at
activated?
all?
You know, I mean, they don't have a gun or whatever to go by with us. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so I've been asking if you can hear me because it looks like
Yeah,
you
let me
are
let me
using a
finish.
different
Let me land.
system.
But anyway,
I'll give
they
you
don't have
30
a gun
seconds
or
because
whatever to go
I gave
about
you
with,
4 minutes. I
what we
gave you
want to
four
do.
minutes. I'm going to give you
That's the
30
problem.
seconds to
Nothing is
round
going
up.
to come out of that. The insecurity is going to pretty much prevail. Until a solution will come to that. There's no solution. And look at the free fall of dollars right now. I mean, dollar is just falling. When Tinubu came to power, I believe the naira is about 767 naira to a dollar. Right now, what we have as of 2 or 3 days ago, it has gone up to 1,500. So, what is the government, the people here appointed, the central bank and everything, what are they implementing? I don't see what they have implemented, how does that work? Maybe people are still holding dollars. I mean, they know everybody holding dollars, so that's not a secret. Why not make a law say you can't hold a dollar in Nigeria anymore? Because the problem we're having right now, we are short of dollars. I mean, Nigeria is the only country that I can recollect. If I'm wrong, let somebody correct me. That make dollars, the main currency, because it seems like everybody wants Nigeria. So we are short of dollars. That's the problem Nigeria is having, right now. Maybe they should pass a law whereby this holding of dollars should stop, or maybe they can promote what I consider to be a shortcut measure. Make everything in Nigeria right now, every business that I do in Nigeria to be in dollar, just for a few months. So we have enough dollars. Then whatever transaction we're doing right now, we can balance it. Then Nigeria, we start from somewhere. They need about 2 or 3 months. That's just my opinion. I don't know how. I'm not an economist. It's just what I thought. Maybe that will help Nigerian economy right now. But anyway, we are amazed. Hopefully there will be a solution. That we can go from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, man of prestige. It looks like you have to fix your system for going forward, so that when we need to, communicate with you, you'll be able to hear us. Because it looks at some point you were just going on and you were not hearing what we were saying. All right, so I don't want to waste so much time. Tone, I've heard from you on this subject. I've heard from you, Jago. Let me hear from people I haven't listened to, and then I'll come back to you guys in case you have anything to add. So, KG, welcome to the show. Earlier today, we started the show by talking about the insecurity that is pervading the land. The president is away in France. So the question is, who is in charge of the security situation? Then we now have, in addition to the Plateau killings, we've had 2 sets of Obas killed in Ekiti State, and then another one was killed yesterday in Kwara State. Now, people are saying the president is, because the president is away, nobody's in charge. And I'm arguing that he has constituted a government. He has a vice president that is not on a private visit to anywhere. The vice president is around. He has the head of the National Security Advisor. He has the chief of defense staff. He has the chief of army staff. He has the IGP and other government functionaries. So the question is this: who is in charge? And then secondly, should it be a problem that Tinubu is on a private visit? Is that the reason why the country should burn down? I mean, what's your take? Can't he rule or lead the nation or preside over the nation from wherever he is? I mean, it's been done before. Yar'Adua was presiding when he was in the sick bed, whether he was in coma or not. I mean, we had Buhari. Buhari was in London for 150 to 190 days, and his vice president was working. So why can't Vice President Shetima, be in charge when the president is away?
Okay, thank you, Jim. I really appreciate the way you're handling the show and everybody's contribution. At least it's been been very civil, and it gives you a room to be able to understand each person's perspective. Which is quite good. We all can be speaking the same language. That's why God made us and gave us different faces, so we all think differently. And sometimes when we have an idea converging, then we're able to move, that same idea forward and be able to create something out of it. So I appreciate it. Now, having said that, in the first place, let me start from the bottom. It is not constitutional. It is unconstitutional for the president to take leave of absence, or rather to go on a private visit. It is not in the Nigerian constitution. Nothing like that. Okay? And Femi Falana did a lot of expose on that. It is not in our constitution. But you see, we have a way of making the absurdity the rule in Nigeria. Once somebody introduces something that is wrong.
So, sorry, KJ, can I throw in this in there? You continue. Okay,
Yes.
so we live in the United States of America.
Yes.
You know that just during the Christmas season, there was a little
yes,
rumor.
The minister of
beautiful, and the press and life went on, and the president didn't even know. So
Yes.
why are you Nigerians making so much of a noise over this?
No. It was a big deal. It was a big deal. In fact, those who follow I follow the news. It was a big deal. It was discussed at all quarters, and people gave their opinion. In fact, they asked for his resignation. If he had followed what the press, the fire the press put on him, he shouldn't be in the office right now. Okay, it was a big deal because at that time they gave example that look, at that time they had a 140 something strikes against the American base, interest outside of America, and they needed someone to respond to that, to give directive. Okay, and so it was a big deal. Now, we haven't coming back to what it's just because again, like I said, these days absurdity becomes the norm. If not, in the American palace, the guy should have gone by now. He should have gone by now. But he's still lingering around. I don't know for how long. But here is the situation. As the president of a country, security is your business. Shetima cannot be handed security. What makes you the president and commander in chief? That's your title. It's not like going to sign some stupid contracts here and they are going to look for. That's not your duty. Your major duty is that you are the commander in chief of the armed forces. So Shetima cannot give order to the armed forces if things are done the proper way. It is the president that will say, look, I need this, and can request of the National Assembly to move troops if necessary. So now, because certain individuals have done it in the past, we have now perpetuated it as a norm. In fact, the other day, somebody was saying, the president can govern from anywhere. That is not the truth. You can't govern from anywhere because we don't have the arsenals to defend you. You forget that even the man we talked about, Biden, when he flies, he has, about four, MiG 20, 35, or they are following him. So it's not an easy thing to move a president from here to here. And let me remind all of us talking, when he even got to France, there was no official acknowledgement that the president of Nigeria is there. In other words, he came in like just a normal person. Nobody going to receive him. Okay, he just found his way, and wherever he is, only him knows. Okay, so it's not anything that is official known to the French government. That's one. Shetima cannot and will not be able to stop what is going on. Remember, he was the governor of Borno State when this thing escalated, and they used it for their political gain, and they're still going to use it for their political gain against Tinubu. And I'm telling you that the same people who are protesting now that is not around, and I don't want to, say they are not right, but they are protesting. But they knew when, in fact, we don't even know whether Yaradua was alive or dead for about 3 months. Okay, and Buhari did the same thing, and the same trend has followed. You see why I wouldn't have said anything about this topic, but because the Nigerian people we know did not vote for Tinubu, that's why we're still talking about it. If not, we shouldn't say anything, because if we keep keeping quiet, the country will keep drifting. The absurdity will keep becoming normal, normal way of behavior, and things will keep going this way, the way it's going. Now, you mentioned the people that were killed. You didn't. We some mainstream media forgot that the Fulani herders, those I don't want to call them herders, terrorists, went back to Obagaji, and that they went back to the, Benue State, and they revisited that place, that locality they're trying to wipe out, when they drove those who have come back and killed two of them in Benue State this time past week that I went. So, well, why am I saying that? It is more systematic than criminal. I'm serious. And nothing is going to be done until those indigenous tribes they are trying to remove from those places are removed, and the place relocated to the people they are desiring it to be located. Okay. Now, before this killing now of this Oba, why is getting traction is that, like somebody said in one other program I listened to, we before now we used to be afraid of those thrones because they were known to have carried some very powerful gods that are behind them. Unfortunately, in the modern time, these so-called powerful thrones have been so exposed that even an Oba who is revered, who we are supposed to revere, is now can be carried by some stupid young boys and go and be killed. So the question that that I was trying to ask a friend, the question is, where are all those powers that these people used to carry, that they use in dealing with the ordinary man in the community? They used to punish the people, and if you say, I will curse you now, and the gods will follow you. Where are all those powers? They're not able to fight against this criminality that's going on. Okay, you see, and when we speak on this program, some of us speak and they say, "Oh, people make all kinds of comments." if you allow evil, if you see evil happening and you keep quiet about it, before you know it, it is behind your backyard. Why do the FBI and the CIA do all this run around? They say because if one evil is in one country and you think it's only going to be in that country, before you know it, it's at your backyard, and the same thing will happen. That is exactly what we're experiencing now. When Nnamdi Kanu and those people, some people don't want to hear his name, but you see, so far everything I've said have come to pass. When he said that the forest was going to be taken over and people will no longer be able to enter the forest, okay, we doubted it, we shouted, we said all kinds of things. I, for one, I was among the people who did a recce in Abuja, and we found out that the whole of Abuja had been taken. They had, at the time I'm talking to you, they had over 5 different cells in Abuja, for which you made a very extensive report. Nobody acted about it. Nobody acted about it. Today, those cells are the cells responsible for kidnapping people in Abuja. So it is not, why am I saying this? It's not something that government can say they are not aware, they don't know where these people are. 2 days ago, I was reviewing some of my pictures I took, some of the pictures I took when I was, when I was doing some story around the Sambisa and that axis. I don't want to call the exact place. Now, I will, if you want, I can look for those pictures and send to you. So when you hear Sambisa, because sometimes when we talk about it, people think it's a big, mighty forest. These are shrubs. These are shrubs you can see almost 100 kilometers ahead of you. You can see. So when they say people kidnap and people run away into Sambisa forest, you begin to wonder, is it the same Sambisa forest that you have some foreigners living a luxurious life in, where journalists go and train those people how to do their reportings in their distance, and train NGOs, the same Sambisa? Gentlemen, what am I trying to say? There's a lot of things that are going on behind which nobody's talking about. And if Nigeria wants, Nigeria can stop the incessant killing of innocent people. Innocent people. Okay? If they want to, they don't want to stop it. It is a lot of money being made from it. It's a lot. Remember, it is sometimes the police people that collect the money, that negotiate on behalf of the people and collect the money to go and deliver. Remember, Pantami took our IDs because he said they want, once you press a phone call, once you put a phone call, both yourself and the person you're talking to, they have an ID of you. How come? And your location. How come they've not been able to trace the locations of all the people kidnapping people and placing on the phone call for ransom, talking to their victims once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, up to 20 times until they collect their ransom? How come nobody has been able to, to pin them down using satellite to identify where these individuals are? How big is Sambisa forest that they cannot even trace where these individuals are? How mighty is the forest in the west that when they kidnap people and once they enter the forest, they disappear? In Nigeria. In Nigeria, okay? How? Is that we're not able? Is that the Nigerian military, the police don't know the forest any longer, so Fulanis know the forest better than them? If they know the forest better than them, how come the police do not engage the local hunters? Because, Jim, you know my place. You can't tell me you know the forest better than me. Who are you? I am a son of the soil. I put my hand on the ground and the ground tell me where you are. That is what it is still there. Look, you are from Pa. You know the Pa people that specialize in bone.
Bone.
Yeah? Okay? And each time you have any problem with the bone, all you need to do is place your hand on the floor and deal with that bone. It's still happening to tomorrow. It's a gift God has given them. Okay? You can't come into my forest and tell me that you know the forest. I will tell you where you are. And if I cannot tell you where, I'll consult my Obunigwe. It will tell you where you are. So, gentlemen, I'm just simply saying, why am I bringing these local examples? The government know what is going on. They don't want
Okay.
to stop it. Okay?
All right.
We are ready to stop it. If we don't want them, if we want them, I'm coming. This is my last point that I'll stop. If the people of Nigeria rise up tomorrow, just like Aisha Yusuf said, the day that they go against this nonsense going on, there will be no date, there will be nobody putting any placard, There will be nobody calling anybody on phone to come out in the street. Everybody will be in the street, and that will be the end. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, KJ. Just on a lighter note, when you said someone posted, you were asking why those obas who can cause people and it will happen, and suddenly it is no longer happening in this era. So I'm surprised coming from a pastor like you. So are you suggesting that our traditional rulers have suddenly gone soft on culture, and as a result the gods have left them and no longer hear their voices and their words, which is why they're now being killed?
Okay, listen, Chim, and this may surprise you too. When I got to the States, I went to a church, and lo and behold, I was frightened out of my boots. There are sex skeletons of so-called Halloween and all the thing that the church is celebrating. And I said to myself, are these guys okay? Because these are levels they are playing with, they don't understand it. And I called one of their attention. I say, why do you people celebrate Halloween? He said, oh, we're just trying to be, good neighbors with our unbelieving friends. So we also join them to celebrate Halloween. I say, do you guys know what you are doing? You don't know what you are doing. Okay? And I will definitely not be part of that system. And we and my family have never, and we will never, because we understand. You see, what is Africa? You see, let me tell you something. See, I'm sorry, I've digressed a little. I'm digressing a little. Yesterday, I met an elderly black American, and he said to me, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Africa. I'm from Nigeria." He said, "Nigeria is a nationality. Where are you from?" And I looked at him. I said, "Come on, what's this guy telling me?" I said, "I'm from Nigeria," and he said to me, "You don't understand. Some people say I'm from Africa. Africa is not that name is not Africa. It's the Portuguese that gave the name Africa." And I'm like, okay. And so he said, you know the original name of Africa? I said, no, sir. And he said to me, the original name of Africa is Mother of Creation, the cradle of creation. And I said, yeah, I've read through some of this, sketchily. Sometimes you just read an information, you let it go. But I have never really, the man in less than 5 minutes taught me some things that I'm still trying to do research now to understand. And he told me, see, if we understand, that's where I'm going, understand where we are coming from, then we will know that we all will have more secret to the earth than the people who are telling us now they rule the world and they know everything about it. Now, why am I saying that? I'm going back to the Obas. When we are growing up, and even in my place tomorrow, there are certain things, there are certain traditions that are entrenched. Okay, and the Bible catches up this way. It says, do not remove those ancient landmarks that have been put by the elders or by God Himself. Don't change it, don't remove it. If you remove it, look, in my tradition, when a farm land, when the boundary is being made, to move the boundary for where it is without the elders moving it, you are not going to live long. You can't do that. It's not allowed. So what I'm saying is, I'm saying that the Obas, no, I don't know how, maybe because corruption also have caught up the system. For those days, you can't even go to the Oba's house and steal. You can't do that. You can't go to a highly revered Oba who you don't even know where his powers come from. Okay, and do those things. And now for a Fulani man or whoever it is, now I don't want to say Fulani because if you say that, they think we're talking about a particular language. For a kidnapper to come into his house or meet him on the way, and he tells you, I'm an Oba, and you're not afraid of the title that he's wearing, and you're not afraid of what he carries, what he represents, an institution of a people, of a tribe, of a community, and you take him because you're looking for money. You see, the cost that is going to follow the generation, maybe in the 14th or 15th generation, they say, we don't know what is happening to them. This is the kind of cost that follow people. Okay? And I end with this. I say the traditional, Christian, the traditional institution, Jesus said, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. That is their own, we are giving them their honor. The former Ata of Igala, who was once revered, is late now. He went to a conference. He went to a conference with chiefs, and he said everybody was removing their cap because the Queen Elizabeth was there, and they said he should remove his cap. He said, "No, we are the same class of people. Okay, why would I remove my cap for them?" And somebody got annoyed and got up and removed his cap. and they ended that meeting with bees stinging everybody. The bees that pursued everybody, they left that meeting. Those were the kind of tradition we hear and we knew. And that is still there. You can refer this story to any Igala person who knows his tradition. He will tell you better what that Atta did. Unfortunately, the British cook up story, and eventually, he was sent to exile and, probably committed suicide because he felt that, people. I don't remember the end of him, but this is how he went. So the traditional institution hold a place. They were keeping the custom and tradition and the society in place before the coming of the so-called politics and white man. And that still can be given to them as an institution that stands to hold the people. We can't take it away. We can't take it away. No matter how civilized we say we are still the cradle of society, the beginning of the beginning. That is who we are. That's who Africa is. Even though our leaders have sold us out, and sometimes they sit on the table and they make it look as if the people are sitting are better. No, they are not better. We have more intelligence. If we want, remember, and I end with this. Nnamdi Kanu said something. What he wants to sell in IPOB or the Biafra is brain power, not oil. Nigerians have brain power. Nigerians, I keep saying it again, have brain power. I'm telling you the truth. And we can use it to advance our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, KJ. So concerns, you keep going and coming, and when I want to come to you, that's when you suddenly leave. We've been on this topic now. I don't know if we need to pause and talk something slightly softer. Then we will come back. We have a couple of other issues. We still have the Bajabiamila calling on SSS to probe campaign against him. He didn't say to probe the allegations of corruption. He says campaign against him. And then we have the Beta Edu and Tunji Ojo still fighting for their jobs. But I just want us to, soften a little bit. They say all work and no play make Jack a double. I know Nigerian matters are very serious. And trust me, I would like to stay on it. But let's just switch a little bit to sports. Discuss a little bit on sports. And then we would come back to those issues. So having said that, just to give me a little minute, let me play one little video for us, and then we'll come back to have that conversation.
Bon, parfait, le contrôle de Zaidou Sanusi, Moses Simon, le Nantais qui gagne ce duel. Simon, l'appel d'Osimhen, c'est en retrait pour Lookman. Adeloma Lookman qui marque son 3e but dans cette CAN. Ademola Lookman, le pendant d'Osimhen, celui qui frappe, la fausse piste d'Osimhen, la punition de Lookman, et 1-0 pour le Nigeria.
Okay, so yes, when this competition started going on in Cote d'Ivoire, a lot of us were very apprehensive and skeptical. I still remember the conversations we held here. Some people felt the Eagles were going to be knocked out, but the competition has suddenly, taken a new dimension. All the so-called powerhouses, first-rate powerhouses, as at the time, have all been knocked out. At least there is no country left in the AFCON that won its group. all the teams that won their group or came, second, apart from Nigeria and I think Mali, have currently been knocked out. So I would I don't know who wants to start first. What's your take on the current situation? Okay, so let me start from Tone and then I go back up and then come down. Tone, go ahead.
Okay.
Right. Okay. I think the
How
super.
am I going to talk?
Okay, hold on. Okay, so concern you every time I wanted to come to you, you will leave. KJ finished
It's business.
and I
People
wanted
come
to
to
come
get
to
food from
you.
me. I
No,
do
no,
business. That's fine.
excuse me, Chin.
Okay,
Chin, this part of the thing that no,
hold
no,
on, Tone.
wait. Let me
Hold,
finish. Let me
hold
finish what I want to
on,
say.
Tone, hold
Wait.
on.
He
Tone,
left the
hold
queue.
on.
He's lost his
The
place.
floor is still
When
yours. Hold
you
on, I'm
leave the
coming
queue,
to
you
you.
lose your place. It's simple as that.
Tone, hold on. There is no need. He spoke and I needed to address what he was saying and come back to you. Hold on.
No
Concerns.
problem. Let Tone continue. Let Tone continue.
Yeah, but before Tom continues, let me explain something.
Okay.
If you're coming to the show, I've been sitting here not because I don't have things to do. People have been sitting here. CM has been here, not because Ferrer has been here. Yes, I know occasionally we may go off and come back. But the point is, I'm trying to make is that every time it was time to come to you, you left. There can be no vacuum. Your absence will not speak on your behalf. So, and then KJ finished, and I said, "Where is concerned?" And you had left. So please, I need you to understand that. I will come to you, but Tone, the floor is back. This yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. So learn to stay in the queue. Your absence is not your presence.
Tone, please just go
Right.
ahead. Forget about that. Let's go on.
Right. That's the only, like I said, the Super Eagles thing is the only positive thing that is happening in Nigeria right now, and I hope that impostor in that calls himself president will not jinx the Super Eagles. Let him just keep his congratulation. Let's just be enjoying what is just working for us now. Because I remember when the other live placing guard called Buhari was there. Each time he sent a congratulatory message, the Super Eagles lost. It's a history. So that's just the only
Yeah,
thing that is
but
just
Tinubu
happening.
sent them a congratulation yesterday, and they didn't lose.
Well, I think it was after we won. The congratulation was, well, Obi was there anyway, so he was deflecting all the demons that was coming from Tinubu. So the real president was there on the field. So that's what sorted them out. And I hope the president we voted for will be president all through, and they will bring the cup back. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying the fact, and I'll let the Agbado people they can go and hug the transformer, that they will say in Nigeria parlance, you know. And yeah, what was I about to say? I wanted to address the issue of the killings. I know that we're talking about Super Eagles. There's not much to say. I believe that
There's a lot to say.
if
What do you think? Do you think they have woken up? Do you think the coach was doing well? Because when they played the first game and they played Equatorial Guinea scored first and they came back, people wrote them off. Then they managed to get a penalty and beat the Ivorians. People wrote them off. And then they played the last game and didn't score a goal, and they got an own goal, and people said, "Oh, it was all a luck." So the point is, there's a lot to speak about. I actually
I think
personally went to
the last performance is the best so far from what I've seen
the
them
last
do.
performance. Remember, they've had two other performances before this last one. They had one. They had the Cameroon, and then they had the
No,
one.
no, this is my own personal opinion. I think the last performance was more technical. It was better. It was more controlled. Although there were times that it was a bit like they would say in British parlance, speaking from time and all that. But I consider the last performance much better. But still, then in saying that, I think Osimhen is still he's still a disappointment. I mean, the expectation that everybody had of Osimhen, we have not seen much of him. Although the pressing that he's been showing, but finishing. But for crying out loud, this guy is meant to be pumping in the goals, but he's not done it so far. We've not seen it. So Hopefully, it remains to be seen. Maybe we'll see the best of him in the next match or maybe in the final. Hopefully, it's all good for Nigeria.
Okay. I just want us to keep it sports now. We'll come back to the more serious issues. Let's just, a little bit. So concerns, do you want to come in now and share your views? Let's want to stay on sports for now.
Yeah, I don't want to talk, I don't want to talk about, I want to talk about everything, things I want to say, not about only the sports.
Go ahead. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Go
Go
on
ahead.
about sport.
Okay. For the Super Eagles, I congratulate them. No matter I'm not watching the ball, I'm not also interested in that match. The Super Eagles can win, is their problem. If they win, is their problem. If they don't win, is their problem. I'm more concerned about the blood that is being spilled in Nigeria. It's getting too much. The country, where the country is going, is not where a country is supposed to go. Things are getting bad every day. And for the Obas, honestly, what is happening to the Obas, maybe, I don't know, I think the gods are angry. What happened to the Obas, what happened to the pastors? When God gives the power, like the pastors, when God gives them power, they leave that power and start doing stupid things. When they start using that power to do to do things that are not supposed to do, that's when the power are deprived from them from God. The same thing with the Obas, the chiefs, all of them, all of them. These days, they have left what they're supposed to do, doing things that they're not supposed to do, supporting evil. So that is why the gods are no more protecting them. When somebody is an Oba, or when somebody is an Eze, anywhere, a traditional ruler, he's there to protect his people. He's there to do good for his people. But when you leave that and start supporting the evil politicians, then the damages will come. Honestly, you will not stand it. So that is what is happening.
Concern. Can I just add something and then you continue from there, if you don't mind? So let me throw two scenarios for you because I want to follow your logic. You said that when the Obas leave the good they're supposed to do and start doing bad things, then evil will start following them. That's when they can be killed and all that. So in other words, when any leader anywhere in the world stops doing evil, the gods or God, will leave them. So let me ask you a question. What God left Tafawa Balewa and Saduana? What God left Aguironsi? What God left what's his name that was assassinated, Moitala Mohammed? And then if we go to the US, for instance, what God left JFK? I want to understand how God left those people, and that's why their assassinators were able to succeed. Or can't an innocent, nice person doing what is right just be a victim of wicked people?
Mr. Chim, a traditional ruler is different from a political leader. A political leader may go inside there to manipulate the election or what and become a leader. That one is different. But a traditional ruler is different. It's maybe either the gods put him there or the people put him there. So it's that the two of them are different. It's like a pastor, like I give an example. When a pastor, all these people you see, all these big pastors and the small pastors, when they are coming, when they start newly, they have power from God. Most of them have power from God. And that is why they make good miracles. That is why they can be able to heal. But later, when they start using those power in the way it's not supposed to, when they start, the rich is coming and all the rest, they start committing evil. That power will go from them. I'm talking about the pastors now. It's something applicable to the leaders, those that will make the traditional leaders. You see, the gods, like KJ said earlier, you see, those gods, those traditionalists you see, they have power from what they worship. Today, let me tell you, if you pray very well, if you read the Bible very, very well, and keep your hands clean, honestly, you will not fear anything, and you'll be protected by God. Even if you are not too rich, reading the Bible or following their Lord Jesus Christ, anyway, it doesn't mean that you have to be too rich. But let me tell you, as long as you do the right thing, keep the words of God, keep these commandments, my brother, you and other people cannot be the same. So it is something applicable to the pastors. When a pastor coming up today, most of them used to have that power. When they pray, even you as you are now, if you pray very well, read the Bible very, very well, my brother, the wisdom, the knowledge you have, others will not have it. God will protect you that time. Yeah, and it doesn't mean that if you die, that God is not protecting you. No, God knows when you are going to die. But another a human being, difficult to kill you, unless God wants you to go that time. So that's the difference. So the traditional rulers, you call them traditional. Before, traditional rulers are elected by their people or by the gods itself. But these days, they're appointed by the governors. And they're appointed by the governors to do their evil machinations. So that is why things are no, this are no more holding anymore. You understand? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, go on.
So,
We're listening to you.
So two of them, to the political leaders are different. Political leaders come in different ways. They can manipulate elections. They can, so those they when they come in there, they start doing evil things. Some of them do good, some of them do evil things. But traditional leaders are there to help their people, are there to be they are there to help their people and know what the people want. But these days, it's no more what it is. In Imo State, in most of the countries, in most of the states in Nigeria, the traditional rulers are no more what they are. What they are there is no more what they are doing now. They are doing for the politicians. They're helping the politicians to rig elections. They're helping the politicians to do evil things. You understand? So that is why there are no more traditional rulers for me. And the same thing applicable to Nigerian leaders also. Most of them have no more. They are no more doing what they're supposed to do, and that is why things are going bad. So that is that. For the leader that is ruling Nigeria. Well, I heard from the grapevine that he went to France, he's sick one, and also he went to break a deal. One oil block, he's sitting to his Tonando, his nephew. I heard, and I believe that is true because I believe that is true. That is why he's there. But he will be back. For what is happening in Nigeria today, I hear what Ferrari said. What he said is true. But let us not think that the Nigeria is about South and the Southeast or South. No. The people also, the Northerners also included in Nigeria. And most of the power in Nigeria is held by them. So whatever the Southeast and South and Southwest, South and Southeast are doing, Fulanis are not going to be with you. They're not. Because they have the power in Nigeria. Even as Tinubu is there today, people who are holding the power in Nigeria today is the Fulanis. So, and check all the things we are saying here. Check all even other platforms. They're not there. And if we say Nigeria is going to be good, even a good leader today comes to Nigeria. My brother, those people have their own, this, what they call it again. They will not follow what you're doing. Whether you have a good government or whether you have a bad government or what they are fighting for is what they are fighting for. Their program and your own program is not the same. Understand? This Funam, this letter that Funam they wrote to the Nigerian government. If the Tinubu also was really voted by Nigerians, if he really working for the Nigerians, they're supposed to arrest those people. But Tinubu, as I continue to say, Tinubu one was not voted by the Nigerians. Tinubu was put there by the Fulanis. That's the people that the poor that bid that put Tinubu there, and they know why they put Tinubu there. Before the election, they have already planned. Buhari planned who to be there, and that was the former Senate president. And when you see that the Southwest were clamoring that if Southwest or if a Southern is not there, they will secede. That is when the other Northern leaders decided to bring in Tinubu. And when they bring in Tinubu, they make sure that their plan worked because they know that they will maneuver, they will control Tinubu, and that is why they put Tinubu there. From the election, they shoot off the beavers. From there, the court, they have the court. And if they know that Tinubu is not going to be there, they will make problems to see that Obi is not going to be there. Obi, we know, came first. But what they did, they changed this thing. Instead of putting Obi second, they put Obi third even. because they know what their plan was, that even Tinubu, if the country didn't want Tinubu, then their own man will be there. Somebody that can protect them, which is Atiku. So everything we are doing, if you are not protected, if you are they are not having their way, the Fulani don't have their way. There's nothing that working. That there's nothing that the country cannot go anywhere.
All right.
And when we are talking, hello.
Yeah,
when
I think you've run out of time.
No, I didn't run out of time. KJ speak many hours. Let me finish.
I've given you 5 minutes. I give everybody 4 minutes and an additional 30 seconds.
Because my brother, you see, my problem, since you see me that I'm going out on off, because I do online business. That online business, people come, they come to buy things. I give them. I come here back
Also,
again.
okay, so concern. Sorry, hold on. I will give you an additional 30 seconds to round up.
Give me 4 minutes. I will not, after that.
I can't give you 4 minutes.
After that, you can take me off, please.
So I can't give you 4 minutes. No, hold on. I will give you time now to conclude, but I can't give you 4 minutes. So we've been told, I've been accused. No, I can't give you 4 minutes. I can't give you 5 minutes. I can't give you 6 minutes. I'm going to give you 1 additional minute to round off your thoughts, and then move to the next.
No problem.
All right.
So what I'm saying, let me tell you, my brother. Anything the south and southwest and southeast are doing, Fulanis are not going to cooperate with us. They're not going to, even if we protest you, they're not going to protest with us. Even if it's a revolution, they're not going to make any revolution with us. These are Islamic Fulani, the Islamists. What their intention is just to take over the country. Or anybody that is coming there is just coming to, look at what Buhari did for them. Upon all the whole thing that Buhari did for them, but they were still buying people. And in a country, when one people buy people, kill people anyhow, nothing happens to them. There's no justice, no nothing. Even the last listen they say, I could have read that thing for you now. If you don't have that listen, what they write. They said nobody will arrest their person. They said the government took their leader, which the government denied. But they said the government took their leader. That is why I think that leader had been released. So it's only the south and southeast and southwest have been. If they do something, they are arrested. But for this, they cannot be arrested. No judgment will give to them. They are terrorists. They continue to kill people, but they are not even put in jail or killed. So that is why, for me, the country you people are looking for, you cannot get it, because this is something years. If we have to use this program, this platform, to campaign for how everybody, the country will disintegrate, it will be better for us. Because at the end of the day, our people are suffering. They are suffering. And they will continue to suffer. There's nothing good coming out of that country, and nothing good to come out of that country. Whether we like it or not, nothing. Because the powers that be doesn't want that country to be. A country that you are in, the leaders, those that you claim to be leaders, are stealing the money, building houses abroad, stealing the money, hiding it abroad. How do you think the country can move forward? Every day you can come and say, oh, the country will move forward. My brother, it cannot move forward. Whoever, even you, Jim, I know your mind. KJ, I know your mind. CM, I know your mind. Ferrara, you know your mind. All of you want the country to be good. But no good person lasts in Nigeria. No good person, they can give that post to any good person. Nowhere. The country is owned by the Fulanis. The country has been managed by the Fulanis. The country has been controlled by the Fulanis. If you want to, if that Oka coup have succeeded, then when you are talking about these things you are talking now, to make the country good, to do this revolution, it will work. Fulanis are not going to follow you to make a revolution. That they can't do that with you. So we can take it to the bank. They can't follow you and make any revolution. Even as of now, Yorubas are not following to make a revolution because their man is there. So that's how the country is. And when you control to expect to be everyone wants to be there. I want to be there. I campaign for Obi. I was there sending money to those, even in flip television, everything, to campaign for Obi.
All right.
But at the end of the day, it didn't work out.
Thank you very much.
So when are we going to have that opportunity again? It's going to be long. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your
Happy New Year, team.
I wish you the same.
Diplomat team.
All right, no problem. I wish you the same. Thank you very much, Concerns.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to Massive Prince and then CM. I'm going that way. I wanted us to have a light mood before we transfer to something more meatier in terms of politics. But Concern wanted to air his own view. So, Massive Prince, what's your view? I hear Mali has just been kicked out of the Nations Cup. What's your views on the Super Eagles' performance? Do you now feel the coach is doing well? Is it by luck? Is it trial and error? What's your perspective?
Mali and Cote d'Ivoire, from what I'm seeing, it's still 1-1.
No, it's 2-1.
Really? I
Unless
haven't.
they cancel the goal, but go ahead.
Okay,
It's
who's
ended.
asking?
It has ended 2-1.
2-1.
Yes.
Okay. 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 Sounds good. Okay. So pretty much for the Eagles, I will not tell you lies. They don't even play the style that I really love. I think whatever they play now is a new style uh by the new coach and all that stuff. Um, would I give him a pass mark? Yes, I will give him a pass mark. But is that satisfactory enough? I don't think so. Because even if you look at it, Cape Verde is playing 2-2 with South Africa currently, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they're playing 2-2 with South Africa.
The game hasn't started yet.
So where did they get that from?
I don't know where you're getting your own from. You must be
Mm,
watching. You
um,
must be watching. You must be watching
It's
a
in the
computer
future.
game.
No, he has gone into the future.
well,
Are you,
I
maybe
was getting it
are you
from
organizing are you organizing your own AFCON?
no, no,
The
no. I
game
think I was
starts.
getting
The game starts in about 12 minutes or thereabouts. It
12
hasn't
minutes.
started.
I was getting it from a podcast. Okay, that was just a prediction. Okay, that's fine. So pretty much, Super Eagles, yeah, they did good. I tried to align myself with Tone when he said, at least we have somebody at the stadium who kind of like made all the evil. Don't give me a second. Who kind of like exercised the team of the evil, the other ones, the other evil people must have put on them. Yeah, so the thing is, who next? South Africa or Cape Verde? I would prefer we play South Africa because Cape Verde, those people are really hot. That team is really, really hot. I don't know. I don't know what their plan is for this tournament because they really, really waxing stronger every day. And the thing is, Super Eagles coach also need to make some changes in the person of Zaidu. Can there be somebody there? Practicalizing with him or experimenting with him is not something I'm really, really, really happy with. Because if you watch the game very well, you see that they were trying to penetrate through that, through his own side of defense. They really tried to penetrate through that, and he did not play as well as he played the day, the other match before this. I think that was against Cameroon. Yeah, he did not play that good in this Angola's game. So we hope for the best. We'll keep our hopes up in the sense that, like I said, I've already made up my mind ever since if they lose, if they win, it's all good. We'll keep moving. And they've done well, so got into semi-final for now. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. So, CM, before I come to you, let me just remind people. So, I took time to go and look up Jose Pesero's past. And it turns out that he's not exactly an unexperienced coach as some Nigerians will want to believe. That guy took Sporting Lisbon to the finals of the old UEFA Cup and lost narrowly to CSK Moscow. And so he knows what he's doing. Yes, we might not like his style of formation or his pattern as they usually mention it. But you know what? The man says he's trying different patterns. He plays 4-4-2. He's playing a 3-4-2 system or something like that. So So I don't know, but hey, I just wanted to throw that in before CM you continue. Go ahead, CM.
Okay. So far on the AFCON, the story so far, I'm happy for Nigeria for a couple of reasons. I want Nigeria to win. I've said it. I'm not hiding it. I have my preferred football player, Victor Osimhen. I want Nigeria to win. Victor Osimhen is African Footballer of the Year. I wish Nigeria all the best of luck so that if we win, Victor Osimhen will stand a chance of retaining his title as Africa's best football player. Given that he may also be good for his club, Napoli. I want him to join the legends. The great Yekini 1993, of course, he's already there. Amunike 1994, Kano Nwankwo 1996, Victor Ikpeba 1997, Kano Nwankwo again 1999. Since then, no Nigerian has been on the until Osimhen came. So because of that, it gladdens my heart. It's been Ivorians and Cameroonians dominating it. So having said that, the football Nigeria plays, it might not be spectacular to the eye, but it's a football of result. All coaches are judged based on result. In football, they will tell you the moment you lose three straight matches in any club, you're almost going. If you play three straight draws, it depends. So it's a football of result. I know he may not be any much in Nigeria, given what it is, but he want to use it to get a better offer in Europe. Because before you know it, they will say he won the thing for Nigeria, and then it will be good on his CV. Any African country with maybe some North African country may pick him up, or he will come back to Europe, like you said, Chim, having coached the Sporting Lisbon. I think that is 2005 when they lost to CSK Moscow in their own Avalade Stadium in Lisbon. I watched that match. I remember it very well. So the thing is, I like the way he's handling the team. We've been entertained in the past with Kanu Nwankwo, Jejo Okocha, the likes of Olise Mutua Adepoju, and all those people. Amokachi. In the end, we only managed one Nations Cup. Those generation left us disappointed at 1998 World Cup, 1994 the same, 2002 no way. Then gradually they all faded away. Then the new generation coming up. There are a lot of promise, but in the end, we wanted result. We may not get because the result is a trophy. Cameroon today is basking. Not that they play good football. They only won it 5 times. Egypt 5 times. So Nigeria is only 3. Ghana 4 times. So where the football they are playing, I want result. Even if it's 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, we want that result because it will reassure us. However, going forward, I will suggest improvement in the team. One, in the midfield, Nigeria should go and look for. It might not be exactly like Jejo Okocha, but somebody who can sort of have the flair to release those deadly passes for Osimhen to do damage. So far, Osimhen is just battling up front. Some loose ball he may have because he's not well positioned. They give it to thank God for Lukman. And that is also the person to look out for. In fact, if Nigeria should win between Victor and Ademola Lukman, African Footballer of the Year will be cooking because they are playing for good clubs in Italy and they will do well. So that's one. And that reminds me of what I discussed with Samson Siasia one day over the phone. Because Samson Siasia is the most successful Nigerian indigenous coach in terms of hierarchy because he won 2 silver medals at the Olympics. Amunike comes second with the under 17 World Cup. So when I would discuss, Samson Siasia recommended the Bere Chieze, who was playing for Crystal Palace. He said that should be the new JJ Okocha, that they need it in the team so that he can be feeding Victor Osimhen. But Nigeria, I think they were delaying. England must have called him up to give him a cap, and if they give you 1 or 2 caps, they start benching you as a black player or something like that. Anyway, well, but that is my suggestion for that team. So I would
Okay.
like Nigeria. So far, I want Nigeria to go to clinch the title, to add it to become the 4th title Nigeria have won, and then Osimhen to do good, and then Lukman and Demola, 2 of them that are scoring up front, should be candidate for African Footballer of the Year next year. That would be good.
All right. Thanks very much, CM. Before I come to Dr. J, so number one, you said that what's his name? Samson Sentia is the most successful indigenous coach. Did you by any chance forget that a certain Stephen Okechukwu Keshi won the Nations Cup?
That is nation. That is not world. That is not world. That is not something
So
you compete
in
with
other
the world.
words, CM, hold on, CM. In other words, you're rating the under 20 World Cup and the Olympics ahead of the African Nations Cup. That's what you're doing.
Is it Olympics or under 17 you are talking? Or is it under 20 you are talking about?
So Samson Siasia played the under 20 finals. He won a bronze. Silver.
No, silver. Under 23. Under 23 they call it. Under 23 Olympics.
No. First of all, he achieved a silver medal in under 20.
Yes,
then took the same team to the Olympics and lost again to another Messi team and won a silver. So my question to you, because we also have had a Sebastian Broderick who won under 17. We've had numerous coaches who have won under 17. Garba Manu. We've had Amunike. And then now we have the ultimate competition in Africa. This is the Euros of Africa. And our own Stephen Okechukwu Keshi won it. May his soul rest in peace. So my question to you is, are you suggesting that under 17, under 20, and the Olympics they rank higher than the Africa's prime competition, the Nations Cup?
Yes, I will say they rank high because in AFCON you only competing, it's a continental shutdown. They are competing in Africa, not the whole world. But under 17, you are competing with the whole world. Under 20, with the whole world. Olympics, which is under 23, with the whole world. Then when you now come to the whole world again, the FIFA World Cup, as we know it, is ranked number 1. So, but between Olympics, because it's age competition, under 23 and under 20. So you have to know that under 23 is much more prestigious than under 20 because this is higher age range, and you can use overage player too, more than 23 years. So Samson Siasia has gone 2 Olympic silver medals, if I'm not mistaken, 2008 and 2004, I think. 2.
Okay.
So he told me this. I spoke with him. He told me this. So because of that, because I analyzed football with him, he now said this Eberechi. So probably that is the chap that is missing, a key in the midfield, or whoever that can supply Osimhen and Lukman with the ammunition they need. I'm thinking ahead of next year's World Cup or 2026.
Okay. All right, no problem. So Dr. J, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So I was going to disagree with him on that point, the one he made about Yasia being the best coach. I still rate Keshi ahead of him because Keshi lifted the African Cup of Nations as a coach, as a captain. He went ahead and won it as a coach, first indigenous coach to do that. So there's no way I would rate any other tournament or any other coach in Nigeria ahead of him. I thought you omitted him because he was dead, but I didn't know you were rating a silver medal in the Olympics ahead of African Cup of Nations. It's not possible. And then going back to this current Super Eagles team, I don't know if we are watching the same tournament. Honestly, I'm surprised. A lot of people are saying the team is not playing well. You know, going into this tournament, I didn't expect Nigeria to do so well because most of the matches we played, the World Cup qualifiers, were just not coordinated. We didn't have a team. I think the coach was experimenting. And then we played the first game. We drew that game. And then I remember 2013 when we lost the opening game of that tournament. I remember vividly we had one conversation after the topic of that
Actually, Dr. J,
conversation was
we didn't lose the game in 2013. We played two first draws and then won our last
yeah,
group
the
game.
first okay, yeah. So I thought we lost the first game and then we drew the second. So, but after that first two games, a lot of persons were Nigerians. Nigeria was kind of ruled out of the tournament. And then after we won the tournament, so we had this conversation on euthanasia. The speaker asked a question because I was of the opinion that okay, medically assisted death, which is euthanasia, should be, um, you know, uh, should be made law. So she asked me something. If she said after the first two games Nigeria played, did you ever think that Nigeria was going to win the African Cup of Nations? I said no. She said then everybody deserves a chance in life. And so after we played this first game in this tournament, we drew the game, and I reminded somebody who was in that particular conversation in 2013. I said, remember what so person said, okay? You cannot just rule Nigeria out after this game. But then the coach changed the tactics. I mean, what he did was very brave, okay? You're going with a formation that was not working. Then he changed in between the tournament. And then we have all of a sudden this watertight defense that Nigeria have not had this kind of defense in a very long while, for as long as I can remember. We've never been this solid at the back. So the strikers may not be scoring a lot of goals now, but the workload Osimhen put in, he's putting so much work that he draws attention to himself, creating space for Lukman and others to score. The players have been creating a lot of chances, but it's so unfortunate that we've not been able to score a lot of goals. But you could see that they are creating so much chances. And the football is free flowing. It's kind of total attack and total defense. There's so much energy in the team. And right now, Nigeria is just the favorite to win this tournament. I think my greatest scare there was Angola because the guys, those Angolans, I mean, they've been playing beautiful football. And so I was really worried about them. But the fact that we were able to defeat them yesterday and we're in the semi-finals, I don't see any team defeating us. Even if Cote d'Ivoire managed to get to the final, despite the home advantage, I don't think they're going to match this Nigerian team because the spirit is high in the team and everybody is contributing a lot. And the coach too deserve his flowers, because the guy is doing well. So that's my.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. J. KJ, straight ahead to you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Really, honestly, I have lost hope in this, national teams long time ago, especially the Super Eagles. So for me, it's more like a surprise. I mean, I'm totally surprised that they even are still on even to this moment. So I really praise them, and they're getting better from each of the matches that I have previewed. I've not been able to watch all through because, again, like I said, I want to maintain my peace. I don't want to have any high blood pressure because of football. So I refuse to watch them. But so far, I mean, the last match was, I really appreciate the play, that they came with. And though I've read people who have said the coach is not good and all that, but you see, a good coach improves from with every game. The same way they said about Westerhoff when he came. Westerhoff is not a good coach. Eventually, Westerhoff left Nigeria with some of the best record that any coach has recorded. So I would say that we should expect more from them because they are getting better and better, and the more the competition lasts, the more they will get even much better because they will be more able to play together. Sports are all about playing together. How good you're able to play together, the better your team will become. So I believe really that they are getting better. And I'm not taking away, I'm not putting the cup far from them. They are able to grab it, and they may just grab it. So that's my this thing. I don't it, like I said, those who criticize the coach, they should go back in history. All the coaches who are criticized, majority of them come out with a better result or best result for Nigerian football. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
The-
Mazi Prince, is it a quick 15
a quick, yeah,
seconds?
a quick check, a chip in. KJ, Westerhoff did well because of Bonfred Joe. Okay, yeah, he did well because of Bonfred Joe, and then at the same time, because of the fact that he has a free access to the presidency. He was not dealing with ministers. He was going straight to the presidency, and they were giving him whatever he wants.
Is
That
it
was why he was.
that's what we keep saying. We always find a way to take away the glory from those who are doing the work. When
No,
Bofrijo
but
was eventually, I'm coming, sir. When Bofrijo eventually took over the coaching, what did he do? Because you guys kept saying it was Bofrijo that was doing the work. He was given the position of Westerhoff. What did he do?
and he did win a cup. He did win a cup. Yeah, but Prejo won a cup for Nigeria
With which
before he.
is it not the same people that Westerhoff discovered? I think that time I still dey
No,
current for football, bros. No talk that thing. You see,
no,
we always
All
find
right.
a way
no.
of saying this person is the one who did it, And so, you see, the same thing with indigenous coaches. We will not take an indigenous coach because we think he will not do well. And then when we take the indigenous coach, we frustrate him by not giving him funds. We will not pay his salary. And then we expect him to perform magic. But when the foreigners come, we take them to the Aso Rock, give them dinner there, and then pay them right from the first charge of the budget, and then we expect them not to do well. Even if you take a goat and put him there, let's see, human life. We are emotional beings. If you praise me, I will go extra mile to do what you need.
So,
Okay. If
so,
you treat
so,
me well, I will
Chief,
I will put my life on the line. But if you treat
Okay,
me
so
bad,
Mazi, there are other people who want to talk. I don't want it to be
I
a
know,
banter
I know,
between. I don't want
no,
it
no,
to
no.
be a banter
No. I'm not talking
between you
about
and KJ.
football. I'm not talking
so
about. I
all
was
I'm
just
trying to
looking at
say,
the TV. I
uh,
was just looking at the TV, and then I'm seeing an INEC, whatever, being beaten black and blue.
All
all I'm
right,
saying
no
is this:
problem.
Westerhoff, whether we like it or not, remains in the Nigerian history as one of the most successful coaches. Remember, it was during Westerhoff time that Nigeria came back from 5-0 down to come and win the match. So I think he still stands to me in the sign of Nigerian football as some of the best coaches we have had. Westerhoff, Otto Glory, for those of us who were young when we started following football, in 1980, Otto Glory, Westerhoff still stands out. I don't even remember Bonfrey Jones until they call him now.
Do you even remember Father Tico?
Okay, well, I was too young when Fanatico was there, so I'm probably not able to remember him. But
Oh,
these ones I remember are the people I at least I watched when was able to remember their names. So these are the people that I think this man will shock all of us at the end of the day, because they say they didn't have any confidence in him, but he has gone ahead to show that he can put the team together and learn with every match. Thank you.
okay, so Ferrari, the floor is yours if you want to go into. I know you are more into the political one, but let's just soften a
Yeah,
little bit
this
and
is
talk
going to be
political.
very short for me. I saw
Okay.
the preview of the match yesterday. I think the boys really played real well. I think it will be nice if Nigeria win. It will be some emotional comfort from the hardship they are going through right now, and for that basis, I'm rooting for them, and I hope they do win. There's not much. I still think Father Tico is the best from all the lists KJ was making. He doesn't remember Father Tico. I think Father
Did
Tico must
Fanatico
be.
win? Did he win anything?
No, Father Tico must be the one there when Nigeria scored Nigeria. Godwin Odiye, I think.
78. Okay, yes, you're
Yeah,
correct.
Nigeria scored Nigeria. Godwin Odiye. I was a child back then. I can't forget those things.
Same here.
Yeah. Yeah, so I hope they win. That's going to be pretty short for me. I don't do
Okay.
sports that much since I left Nigeria.
All right, no problem. We'll soon come back to harder issues. So, Jago,
Yeah.
what's your view? Jago, unmute.
I got you, man. I got you. Thank you for that. I too haven't been paying that much attention to AFCON. Having said that, I've watched every match that Nigeria's played in. And I didn't watch the whole match. I watched highlights mainly. And they didn't start very well as far as I was concerned. And I thought, oh dear, this is going to be more nonsense. However, I value CM's appraisal, giving us the breakdown for over the years about how Nigeria has been doing. And I too have been following it in that way. And I actually thought that Egypt had won. Egypt has won 6, I believe, not
7.
4. I believe
7 actually.
so, yes, you see, and I'm really taken aback by Nigeria's 3. It's not sufficient for me, just in the states of patriarchy, or for lack of a better term, I want Nigeria to be on top of everything, which is a bit unfair, but that's how I am. Having said that, I'm now involved because they are at a stage where the last game they played was a game of the team, and you can see that the manager, who I don't like in terms of him being a European as opposed to being a Nigerian, this is how I'm doing this thing. And it does show a team actually coming together. Again, where Osimhen is concerned, you can tell quite openly that he's not getting the kind of service he's used to in Europe. The way they play in Europe is completely different. He's a focused guy, and we do need a creative midfielder to spray that ball the way it needs to be sprayed. For in left or for in right, or we go do out. So I've kind of bought into it and would be watching the matches here on in, as we're in the semi-finals now. This is crucial. And I'm Team Nige all the way, man. We got to win this shit. We know they carry last or even second place. Not they good enough for us. So make me the end time win.
All right.
So that's
All
my
right.
appraisal.
Okay. So John Abba, over to you before we come to forefathers.
Congratulations to Nigerians home and abroad. Nigerian one win, we all win. And in this time that everybody is going through so much, at least this can bring comfort and unity to our nation. But I come to the show to respond to Tone, even though I could have let it go. But then, because I don't want to make him feel so important, but I want to respond to him and to everyone else that everybody matters. The highest kidnapper in Nigerian record is called Evans, and he's an Igbo guy in Lagos who was arrested. So for him to say I should take Igbo out of it, take Hausa out of it, take Yoruba out of it, is naive. He's only a military guy that I don't know. I'm not speaking with anger, but maybe it's a stooge to Pansat, because Pansat wrote on this, and somebody should respond to John Abba. If that's what he's going to respond, I'll make his head spin in his bedroom, and he will sleep in his living room. He should not come to me.
But Pastor John, I thought you were a pastor. Why do you want to make someone's head spin?
I don't. If you slap me once, I slap you 10 times. I'm not the
My.
person. I don't think you should go there with me.
Because he forgiveness him.
I don't do those things. We all have to speak to Nigerian issue with open-minded. It's not a Yoruba issue. It's not an Hausa issue. We are all Nigerians. If one suffered, we all suffered. Just like it is going on right now, we are all happy because football unites us. So the issue of take Igbo, he cannot. He gave order that he cannot enforce. I never see on.
Oh, Mr. John Abba, my hands are up. I didn't do that. Your internet must have gone. Okay. When he comes back, he will come and continue with his conversation towards Stone. For others, we'll be discussing other things, and we try to take a stop spot for a few minutes and discuss Nigeria's football, and then before we go back into other media issues. Welcome to the show. What's your view?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think there's a bit of noise coming through.
Yeah, hold on. Let me find out. Please, if you have this thing, could you mute so that let's be sure where it's coming from? Forefathers, go ahead, speak.
I think he's back now, isn't he? Sorry, you muted it.
Please, can I finish? Please, can I finish?
Okay, go ahead. Forefathers will continue after you. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So, please, I'm sorry, forefather. So this is the problem we have, this sentiment, religious bigotry. This is the same tone who defend a child molester, a monster, simply because of his religious bigotry. I don't have respect for anybody. We are all ones and we are all brothers and sisters. If one do wrong, we have the right to condemn it with love. So, but the issue of, you don't mention Igbo. Evan is an Igbo man. He's the highest kidnapper in Lagos. So let him go sit down. If he want to talk to me, he should come with facts. He should not come with all those talk. I don't belong to any tribe. I'm a Nigerian. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, forefathers, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Jim, for having me. Greetings to all the panelists, the ones in the chat, all these haters, and the viewers. Yeah, I think I like the way John Abba thinks, and I hope people of his kind are the ones that actually flourish. This thing that we do of tribe, and like I said, no other people call themselves tribe in this world. It's like we are living 500 years ago. But about the football bit, I've not even seen one match. I've not seen highlights. I've not seen anything. But it's a good thing that they are winning. Anything that brings a national cohesion is a good thing. Because it's funny, because some people will be like, they don't, they don't believe in Nigeria. Nigeria is not a country, but when Nigeria is winning football, suddenly it's a country again. It's just because Nigeria is not working. That's why people are saying those things. Most of them, anyway. There are very few true believers in breaking up the country. If you solve all the problems, most people will sign on, just like the football is going to show. If the Nigerians win, many of those people will sign on. They will be happy to be proud to be Nigerians. But the moment it starts going wrong, they start heading the other direction. And I always ask the question, how about other people? Other people have similar problems. You don't see them heading the other direction. They defend their land till they die. There are people in the Middle East right now fighting for desert land that Nigerians are not even going to care for. And they are fighting to keep it. So, but the football team, if they are doing well, they are doing well, isn't it? It's football. And for me, the only value it has really is national cohesion and sports. It's good for people to do sports. That is it. But make no mistake, that is not what really creates nations and makes nations great. Most of the nations out there in the world that are doing so well is not because of sports. What truly matters is what truly matters. And I think we should be putting more energy in those things. I understand that this is the conversation we're having, and it's good that we.
Sorry, hold on. If I would just add this and then you continue. You said sports doesn't really make nations great. If I ask anybody on this floor right now that before the generation where we live in, what was it that you used to know Brazil?
Well said.
What will anybody tell me?
Bro, you don't say I'm now.
It's sports.
You don't say I'm.
Today, Brazil
That's where most of us. That's where most of us were introduced to that country with the example of football that they were playing.
I didn't know them until sports.
The poor thing about what
manufacture other things and do other things.
The poor thing, if I could say about what Forefather said, is that he said that and then he changed it by saying cohesion amongst the people, which is a very important thing. He sees it himself. But you said two things in one sentence that were opposite to each other. So it's very funny.
Go ahead, Forefathers. Just go ahead.
So, I think Brazil, knowing Brazil for football that's not greatness. It's just recognition. Recognition is not greatness. They recognize Anini. Is he great? They recognize Evans. Evans is great. Evans is great.
No. You see, great doesn't just mean to be positive. Great. Hitler was great. You know,
Oh my God.
yeah, Stalin was great, but they're known as murderers. They're known as, but they're still great. You can't take it away. You know, sometimes you complicate things. It's not about the positive or negative of the word. It's the word itself and what it means. Once you understand what the word means, then you can give it the value it's respectful.
I'm not sure great is what they call people like Hitler.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Infamous and all the other things. There's a reason why great is supposed to be connotate something positive in the direction of the quality you're trying to measure. Well, as a leader,
What about saying something like a great dark cloud came about? Is that a proper use of the word great?
Yes, because you qualified it, great dark cloud. But when
Yes,
you talk
and
about leadership,
the dark cloud, no matter how miserable it's going to make everybody, it's great. My brother, we're sword fencing. I don't mean to sword
All right,
fence.
Jago, let him finish. Let him
because I
finish.
speak
Let him finish his
clearly
thought.
and you accuse me of not knowing what I'm talking about.
I
But it's
didn't
all
say
right.
that.
You said
I
my
didn't say that
English, I don't
once.
know what I was saying.
I
So
didn't
when I
say
talk
that.
about, please,
I didn't
let
say that
me,
once.
can I just say my piece, please?
Please, without accusing me.
Brazil, just recognizing somebody is not necessarily making them great in terms of greatness as a nation. Yeah, they are great in football, but at the matter of fact, what makes Brazil truly great as a nation, they are one of the most advanced aeronautical country in aeronautics. They build some of the most advanced aircrafts. They are very, very sophisticated. And by the way, they have a massive military too. So that's what makes them truly great, not football, that you can be wiped out tomorrow. And Japan is not a good football nation, but although they are coming along, but the football is not what they are known for. Neither is China or all the other people. So the point I'm making is that sports is sports. It's recreation, and it's good. And it's good for creation, it's good for health, it's good for a lot of other things, but it's not at the scale of the other aspects of nationhood in terms of making a nation truly great and prosperous. But that said, I wish the footballers, luck, because you need this luck, timing and all the rest. But I would rather have a currency that is stronger. I would rather have a secure nation. I would rather have better healthcare than any World Cup victory. As a matter of fact, 10 World Cup victories. And then those things are the things that truly matter to me. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So before we go on a break, let me just, it's good that we all have our views, and that's what makes us unique and dynamic. But what I've learned in life is that we talk about comparative advantage. It's not only among nations. And one illustration I'll try to use is, so when you have your children, one of your child goes into medicine, becomes a great surgeon, becomes the next, what's the American guy who, the neurosurgeon guy, becomes that great in terms of medical practice. Then you have a son or a daughter who goes into acting. This is the arts, and she becomes a renowned actress, becomes an A-list Hollywood actress. And then maybe you have another child who decides to go into farming or private business or whatever it is, and then does well in those things. The question to ask is your medical practicing son greater than your acting daughter or your farming other child? I want us to look at it from that perspective, because in the world, people come with different comparative advantages. What is comparative in terms of your strength may be another person's strength. It doesn't stop the fact that if you started in sports, maybe sports is what gave you the initial leverage. It doesn't say you cannot go into aeronautics, like you rightly mentioned about Brazil, and transportation. Because the first two things I used to know Brazil was sports. And then because I'm an Easterner, I traveled between Lagos and back to my school. I rode on all those Marco Polos, and I know that most of those Marco Polos that we used in Lagos in those days were manufactured in Brazil. So I just wanted to put that out. That being said, my view about the national team is that this coach is doing well. Back to the same comparative advantage. there are coaches that are known to be playing flair. They are attacking coaches, but there are also coaches who come with a defensive style. If you play too much of attack and you don't defend, you will leak goals. But if you play too much defense and you don't attack, you won't score goals. This guy is doing his best. There's pressure on Osimhen, but like somebody rightly noted, Osimhen is creating space. That's why he's a good attacker. It is good that he drags the other attention to himself and creates room for people like Ademola Lookman to be able to score the goals. So I wanted to put that out there. I wish them all the luck. Hopefully, if they eventually do win, this may be a leverage, a cohesion, whatever you want to call it, that if our politicians and our president and the government is smart enough, they can use that as a basis to begin to heal the nation and look for a way to begin to solve the other problems. I have always said it, Nigeria always has chance. Before we got here, I used one word. I said provocative process. There is always provocative process for us to be able to build and correct our systems, but sometimes we always lose those opportunities. So I hope this will be another provocative, but albeit a positive one that we can ride on. So that being said, let's just take a few minutes of break and then we'll come back and then go back to other more topical issues. We have the Gbajabiamila matter. We've not talked about it. And we also have the Edu and Ojo. And there's a letter, and someone introduced a letter by the Women Affairs Office that she wrote a letter for her private party using the letterhead of the federal government of Nigeria. I want us to weigh into that and how does that even make any sense? So I'll leave that for now and then I'll come back.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, so we're back, and like I rightly said, we have a few other conversations we have not had. I don't know which one we think is more importance, or you can as well, bundle them up if you want to. So we have the lingering Beta Edu and Tunji Ojo. The information I'm getting is that Beta Edu may not come back, but Tunji is fighting for his survival and is trying to make sure he's not removed like Beta Edu. I don't know what we think about that. And then there has been this lingering allegation against the chief of staff of the president, Gbajabiamila. And he is now calling on the SSS to probe the campaign against his person. Now, he's not calling that they should probe the allegations against him. He's saying they should probe, those who are literally pointing fingers at him. That's another issue. And then, of course, we have the Minister of, I think it's Women Affairs. I hear her husband was supposed to have a party and she was inviting people. And then she used official government letterhead to send that invitation out to people. So I don't know where we want to start from. Let's start from forefathers and then we go in that direction. So forefathers, the floor is yours. Back to you.
Regarding the corrupt practices of some of all these government officials, I'm glad they got the lady packing. The center parking. I think the others, they should be the court system is not helpful. Even if they charge them now, the court system in Nigeria seems to be a kind of a roundabout door where they find a way to release them, and even when they serve, nothing that terrible happened to them. They release them and they go back to the village, and the villagers are praising them for being some kind of absurd heroes that have robbed the country somehow, coming out. And this is why they play this tribal game, because somebody has done something wrong and they come out, they say it's tribal witch hunt. that got them this thing jailed. And that is not the way it's supposed to be. I've advocated for capital punishment for government officials that are corrupt. I think that you can isolate it to that point, especially high level corruption like this. If you have capital punishment for it, that would deter them. And when Tinubu was having that is get together about with his ministers, talking about how he's going to hold them accountable and all, and I was like, what are the incentives for them to behave properly? There's no incentive because his own punishment was if they do something wrong, we'll sack them. What is that? You sack them? Well, that's nothing. They will happily steal, and they are doing it now. And I feel like these people do not understand governance. They don't understand that they have people's lives in their hands. And when you are in office, if you are holding state office, you have to treat it as a very, very sacred position, because if you do something wrong, people die. If you mismanage, people die. Mismanagement, you can be forgiven because you're incompetent, and even if your employer is also to be blamed. But if you steal, and that theft can be evaluated to have cost lives, you should lose your life too. It should be that serious. And if you have a situation whereby people take it seriously, you're going to find that this stuff is going to start disappearing. If they hang one person or execute one person for doing this other stuff, watch the behavior will change quickly. If Nigerians truly want to deal with corruption, put your mouth where your money is. Put your support where your money, your opinions are. Support capital punishment for government officials that steal this money. If you support it, watch what happens. All these things will go away. And while they are busy doing all this, the country is being torn apart. They are stealing. See, Jargon, come on. Your mic is left on. While they are doing all these things, the country is falling apart. The exchange rate is messed up. You know, I spent a long time saying, why is it the government not discouraging Nigerians from using foreign currency? It took them till this week before they even asked some banks to sell off foreign currency. Why are they not ensuring that the refineries are functioning in such a way that we will start bringing some of these costs, at least stop them from going higher? Instead, what I heard this week is that Dangote refinery is buying crude from America, from a country that manufactures crude, buying crude from America. That's what we heard. And then we went on to hear that ECOWAS has lost half of its land mass. This guy hasn't been in office for 1 year. ECOWAS lost half of his land mass. 3 nations pull out of ECOWAS. Just this week, the currency is in free fall. Cost of energy has more than tripled in the country. So what has Tinubu actually done that is positive for us? I don't. And these people are so corrupt. They are busy trying to steal. And instead of him to try to fix the country, he's busy talking about how he's going to send our people overseas to foreigners. What kind of leaders have we got? What kind of elite class have we got? These people, they won't even, you would have to convince them to buy a Nigerian made car. You have to convince them to buy Nigerian products. Why do we need foreign currency? Do you know, it's like when you have a house, you have 1,000 naira in your account. You want to trade with somebody that has 1 million. You can't compete. You don't have exports. Let them keep their exports. If we don't have money to buy, then we'll make our own and use at home. Why do we always have to buy stuff overseas? It's not by force. We don't have to use foreign exchange if we make our stuff at home. Our leaders won't deter them from using foreign currency. They won't encourage manufacturing enough. This is the problem. And our people don't seem to see it. They just leave the leaders to be doing what they are doing, claiming that they are trying to fix the economy by allowing to free flow. What is free flow? He's making Buhari sound like a genius. I saw a video of Buhari this week that they said he came out, and Buhari was like, why should we float our currency when we don't export? It's like, and that is common sense. Because when the other people are doing more export than you, they will flood your market with goods, and then your industry will not progress, and then you need more of their goods. It's like addiction. You need more of their goods, and you're now beholden to their currency, and your currency will be in free fall. It's common sense. This is what other nations have done. In 1960 or 1950 something, when the South Korean leader came into office, one of the first things he did was they should stop buying foreign-made goods. This is something that is old as time. People know if you buy your own stuff, you don't. It's an advantage for you. And Nigeria is in a strategic position. If we had supported our car manufacturers, like how Brazil is manufacturing aircrafts, we are supporting our car manufacturers, we are supporting our rice manufacturers, we are supporting anything that is manufactured in Nigeria. Do you know African countries will be buying it from us? They would rather buy it from us than going to Russia or China or US and anywhere else. Instead, Dangote is busy buying crude oil from America right now. And Dangote is going to carry on buying that crude oil till November. That is the state of our nation. That these people have run to the ground. Instead of actually governing for the people, they are busy stealing money to hand over to those people again. And when they get the money, they will take it and run overseas. And the ones that cannot run the money overseas, they will use it to be spraying people because they want to show that they have a lot of money. And what do they do with the money? They will go and invest it in one property and one nonsense. They don't use money for something productive. There are very few people that are doing productive things in the economy. That's why I don't like when people pick on Dangote. Because he is one of the few that is actually doing production in the economy. The rest are just getting money, buy a house, maybe open a restaurant or a hotel. That is their big investment for the country. They will open a restaurant for this thing in the country, open a hotel, and they think they have done some great invention.
Okay, thank you, forefathers.
We should be discouraging corruption, and if you truly don't want corruption in the country, make it capital punishment for government officials. Remember, I'm not talking about any people. Top government officials, if you steal money and the money results in loss of life, if it's evaluated that way, you lose your life too. If they hang one or two people, corruption will start going down fast.
Okay. Thank you, forefathers, for that. But I just wanted to ask, reaffirm, clarify something. You said Dangote is the only one who is doing anything productive. So
one of the few.
One of the few. All right. Okay, one of the few. Okay. All right, no problem. So KJ,
Yes,
you heard the list of topics we reeled out for this section. I don't know. You want to
no,
take
I didn't hear that.
all?
Sorry, I was praying for somebody on the phone.
You were praying. Okay. So the Edu Tunji Ojo matter is still raging on. It looks like Beta Edu is gone for good. But I hear Tunji Ojo is, trying to make sure he absorbs himself. Then in this past week, the chief of staff to the president, Mr. Bajabiamila, called on the SSS to probe campaign against him. Note, campaign against him. He didn't ask them to probe if the allegations against him were correct. In other words, if KJ is saying anything against the chief of staff, the SSS should come for you. And then we now have the letter by the Women Affairs minister. I think her husband was supposed to have a party and she was extending invitations to people, and she used an official federal government letterhead to send invites or to send letters to people she was inviting for what is supposed to be a private event. So considering all of this, what's your take on some of these subjects? And I give you 4 minutes.
I will start from the last one. Chim, using official government letterhead to do your unofficial thing, it's not a new thing in Nigeria now. Come on, man. Let me tell you something. Someone in the powers of that be had said that this woman must go down. And like I said discussing this issue with some people here, I said to them, long before this woman got to this position, it had been agreed that she will be removed in this manner. And she has refused. She has behaved like Absalom, the son of Solomon, who surrounded himself with fools. When elders gave advice, he refused to follow it. He said to follow the advice of his peers. And then the kingdom that was 12 became 2 just under him. 10 went away. Now, is even a secondary school a person, we know that you're not supposed to write an official invitation, especially now that you already have issues running up, coming about your, this thing on your letterhead. You don't do that. It's you see, but it's a practice, like I said, in Nigeria that has gone unchecked. Okay, but someone has said to use it to nail her to the cross, and they are not going to stop. Let me tell you, Betty Edu was not an intelligent individual. I don't care whether she went to Harvard or all that. Okay, you can be educationally wise but not streetwise, because if you are streetwise, the first thing that the Nigerian women, the APC women did was to fight you that you are too young and too inexperienced to be a woman leader in APC. There are people who have been there who have built the party to where it is, and you just come and they throw you to become woman leader. Ordinarily, if she was somebody who is foresighted, she should have withdrawn from taking that position and let someone else be. And now she have her peace because they still make her minister. She has legs in a connection in the right spots. Okay. Now, but she took that position despite every other challenge that came with it. She knew the challenge she went through. She knew how she almost didn't get to Lagos to attend the conference. She knew what happened. Those are many signs that if any individual is, being, if you are taking into record what is happening to you, you tell yourself this is time to be very careful because many people don't want you there. But you survived all that. You became a minister. And then you decided not to follow. In fact, if I was her, I would have followed every goddamn protocol because you know that they didn't want you there. Okay? You know they didn't want you there. Now, in the first place, Tim, you and I know that in the government setting, the minister is not the accounting officer. You know that. Yeah. You have director of finance, then you have the permanent secretary, okay, who is totally running the ministry. You are just a political head that gives directives and answer, take questions, meet with the president, and then, talk to the press. Every other day-to-day run of a ministry is not in your power. And there's no way you write a memo that will just go straight out without passing this through this set of people. Okay? Apart from that, who is your private secretary? Who is your secretary in the office? What is the person's advice to you as a minister? The person doesn't know protocol of civil service. What's the person doing for you? Okay? Then, apart from your own private secretary, what about the secretary that works that as a secretary to the PA and SA to the minister? They are blind. They don't know protocol. They don't know what is right. Then, if all of them fail, this is your own personal safeguard. What about the safeguard in the ministry? The PAMSEC, they didn't see these letters you are writing. Your own director of finance didn't see these letters you are requesting for something that is not obtainable and not in alignment or align or the regulation of the civil service. These are pertinent questions begging for answer, and they are very low-hanging fruit. One didn't even need to go far to look for. So, based on that, I have concluded, though she has some element of frivolities, she's stupid. Okay, she's basically not going to Harvard or MIT that makes you a great thinker. You should be streetwise. Okay, you should be streetwise. Now, all this failed. Okay. Then you now decide to use your own, come on, man, for your husband. So you're giving them, everywhere you look, there's something dirty going on.
So, but so KJ, remember there is a women affairs is different from humanitarian affairs.
Okay.
I hope you're not mixing two of them.
Oh no, I'm almost mixing both of them up. Now,
okay,
on the bet to Edu side, it's a forgotten issue, my brother.
Okay.
The only thing that can happen to bring her back, I don't know how it's going to happen because it's a forgotten issue. Let me tell you. Let me join Betty Edu with the chief of staff. Okay, and I will not mention names, but I heard from a very reliable source that this thing that just blew over was done in conjunction with this individual. They are all using her, but they was not running for their neck. And so, just like the Igbo said, when you use your head to carry firewood that have has ants, you are the one inviting the chicken for a party. So you invite the chicken, they'll go to your house, they won't come to mine. So they've not all gone to bed to Edu's house now to fight it. All right. And I pity her. I hope that somehow, somewhere, somehow she'll be able to turn around her situation and she will learn the lesson that there is to learn. But let me say something. The one of the women affairs, my brother, is a general practice in Nigeria. We even do complimentary. Look, I can send you a picture I took during the reign of one of the governor of Kogi State. I went there to do an interview. And I saw this big signpost, Office of the Friend of the Governor. I mean, ask anybody from Kogi State, they must have seen it. That guy was more powerful than commissioners in Kogi State. In fact, he was the one who set up the meeting for us to meet with the governor. Office of the Friend of the Governor. I did not say, and it was there. And people, if you wanted anything to be done, that Captain Idris also, yeah. Now, before you get anything done, you go meet that office of the governor, friend of the governor, and he arranges for you. So these have been things they have used in Nigeria for too long. Nobody has complained. So, but when they want to destroy the individual, they play all your own away. I'm not saying that. You see, earlier on I said here that illegality has become the norm in Nigeria. So it can be quoted as what's the big deal here? After all, these people have been doing it. And until we go away from that and begin to build structures that can maintain our political, evolution, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for us to move from where we are. That's the truth. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Thanks very much. I was going to say that it looks to me like Kogi State is a very, very peculiar place because recently there's one. The governor said that he was going to create the office of the former governor of the state and it will be domiciled in the state. I was wondering what that meant, But anyway, Ferrari, the floor is yours.
If I go through I can send it to you. Office of the Friend of the Governor, Friend of the Governor, Office of the Friend of the Governor, Kogi State. And that was a very powerful man during that time. Very powerful. Like I said, he arranged for us to have that interview and do what to do in Kogi State. He arranged everything. He brought the vehicles, the accommodation, everything we had was through that guy. And we spoke to everybody that we wanted to speak to in Kogi State was one dial. Oh boy, report to they won't see you. That's it.
Okay.
So what are we talking about, guys? Being on the phone, asking away.
Yes. So we have this Beta Edu and Tunji Ojo. You know Beta Edu?
Yeah, I know Beta Edu. Yeah, the money scandal issue.
Exactly. Now, it looks like Beta is gone. But Tunji still has a leeway. He's still a minister and is fighting not to be removed.
Oh, then so they finally removed Beta Edu?
Well, Beta is suspended, but it's looking like she won't come back. I mean, they've suspended you.
She's their girl now. Everybody uses her. She's the front girl.
Now, the other angle to the issue is that Bajabia Miller, who is the chief of staff, they are also pointing fingers at him in this matter. Yeah, but he is now calling on the SSS to probe the campaign against him. Take note of the phrase.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Probe the campaign against him, not to probe the allegations.
The campaign against him. What kind of nonsense? You see, these people, they can abuse power to the worst possible. He should be resigning. He's now saying those who are asking him to resign should now be probed. That's just twisting power in the worst possible. And that's why Nigeria is really messed up the way it is. Because of philosophy of people like that. I wish we have bigger organization that will be calling for the direct resignation of these people with bigger microphone. So let them know, that look, that's totally insane. You should be resigning. Is there any organization that in Nigeria that can be doing that other than the few people we know, people who have mega microphone? Although those who have mega microphone are the likes of Atiku and
Yeah,
and
there
obey.
is this Ferrari. Sorry to cut you short. There is this organization that has been trying.
Serap,
Unfortunately,
is
Serap. Yes, Serap has been
Serap.
trying. Is that the one where
They're
this
doing a great job. Yes.
Onaburua? Is that where Mr. Onaburua is, Dr. Onaburua or something?
Yeah, I think so. I say I don't know who the details about them, but I know they have several cases in court. You know, they're fighting the war from the litigation point of view. We also need people in the microphone point of view. You know when you have a podium, that's the problem with Nigeria. A lot of people are not using their podium right. We know those pastors, they failed us because the pastor's podium could have been a good medium for societal change if they're using it right. Another podium is the journalistic podium. Those ones too have been compromised. So the civil society, what do you call them?
Yeah,
The civil society organization podium too. Those ones, they only talk in terms of partisan flag. That's all they fly. All these things are wrong. Look at the ACLU here in America. Although I don't like comparing America to Nigeria. Look at the ACLU. See what they do. Civil liberties. They have a podium, and that is why I keep telling you guys. I don't know who's going to champion this. We need a diaspora medium, and we will need a voice so that as things are going on, that becomes a medium also with their own microphone to also say, this is bad, this is good. Yo, look, you should resign. Look, this association says you're not speaking on our behalf. All the podium or medium we have in Nigeria are so sectional and tribal. Check the Arewa movement. Very, very tribal. Which other one? Do they have anyone in the East apart from IPOB? Do they have any organizational medium in the East? They must have. They're very sectional.
Yeah, Ohanese.
Yeah. You see, all this is how a country molds itself. But it seems Nigerians just don't get it. And if they don't get it, if we have to try to teach them, that's why we got to get our shit together. Those of us living abroad, because it seems everybody at home don't seem to know what they are doing. Well, the Yoruba one was the one by that old man, very nice man, Baba Afenifere. Although they are sectional, but some issues is you don't just stand on your so-called sectional views. I was disgusted when Arewa came out the other day and they were arguing, okay, move or no move the central bank to Lagos or not. And they took that position on a pure tribalistic basis, no nationalistic position on their position. This is why Nigeria is messed up. Because the podium or the medium, the microphone are being used wrongly. Pastoral microphone used wrongly, judicial microphone used wrongly, journalistic microphone used wrongly, civil society microphone used wrongly. Tell me, a professional organization like the NBA too, their own microphone also used wrongly. Look at the moron that's the chairman of NBA. So partisan. I mean, no, on a serious note, Nigeria is really fucked up. I'm telling you, I don't know who did this to us. This is really bad. We can't just get one person to just stand on the podium, on the medium and said, look, in the interest of the country, this is the right thing. All those organizations just exist for stomach infrastructure. Everybody exists just purely for stomach infrastructure. And these are not the point of having organizations, associations, even if you're going to be tribal, even if you're fighting for the interests of your tribe. Even in America, they have organizations that are so sectional, although they don't operate by tribe, like the South. When the South is pushing for an agenda, either through Republican Party or through they're pushing the Southern agenda here in America. But the agenda is always nationalistic. When the North, well, the Midwest and the Middle Belt, all those cities like New York, Chicago, and all the big cities are pushing their own liberal agenda, it's also nationalistic. You can see that every organization that exists for a reason. And that reason is political and it's nationalistic in terms of interest, including the Medical Association. We don't even hear from the Nigerian Medical Association, Nigerian Teachers Association. Like, you see, this is where this country has totally gone to the. That's why it's nothing but a shalanga. That country is nothing. We're just sitting on a big puddle of boo-boo, and everybody's complaining about the other person's fat while we're all walking all over Igbe. It's really sad. Everyone has a microphone, a medium, a podium, but they are using it wrongly. Before we know what's happening now, I won't be surprised if all these civil organization in Nigeria is only exist to go find wives, second wife or third wife. You will see, I'll tell you so. That's what I would say. We have to elevate the level of discussion. Nigeria is really a terrible shalaga. It's fucked up beyond words.
All right. Thank you, Ferrari. Oh God. I don't even know. So, anyways, Tony, welcome back. You know what we're discussing right now. I hope you're not here to come and respond to anybody's views. I just want you to stay away from that, please. Let's stay
No,
on the issue.
I've dropped the bomb. Let it play.
Okay. All right. So we are trying to talk about the Bajabia Miller is caught in the web of the Beta Edu Tunji Ojo money saga. You know what that saga is, so I don't need to go all over it again. Now, but he is calling for SSS. Not that SSS should probe the issue, but that SSS should probe the campaign against him. In addition to that, the Women Affairs Minister, Ohaneje, I think that's her last name, is accused of using official letter to write letters for a private event. So all of these conversations, all of these issues, I don't know where you want to start. What's your take when it comes to these matters?
Yeah, when I read it, I laughed. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's just arrogance. Our country has been taken over by criminals. It can only be criminal gang that acts the way they're acting. And when you criticize them, you call them out for what they're doing. They say you're not patriotic, like our vice president telling us that we are celebrating, that some people are celebrating the Naira has fallen, and why won't people mock you for that?
I didn't see
Because
that video. Do you have the video where the vice president was saying that?
No, I only saw it on Instagram. I saw it on
Okay.
Instagram. I don't have it
Because
personally on me.
I've
But
tried
by
to
the
find it.
way,
I
Chim,
don't have
there's
it.
something I sent you, but it's too graphic for you to see. It's
No,
a
I know.
mention to.
Of course, I would have to take permission. I can't
No,
play this
you
kind of
you
thing.
won't share that. It's just for your own personal consumption. Those
Okay.
people that I think they've rescued
Sorry, hold on.
the
Show
thing.
says he has a show. Is it possible to drop it in the system here so that I can play it for us? Please, we will appreciate that show.
I think
Go
if he
ahead.
drops it on the live chat here, you'll be able to play it. Yeah, so yeah, it's not surprising, Chim. See, you see these things there. It hurts everybody. It just hurts every woman in Nigeria. And that is why we are here every weekend, week in, week out. We're always here. We're talking. In fact, last week I just sat. I said, why am I coming to Dr. Dami's show? They will insult me. People in the comment section will be talking nonsense. You get insulted and all that. But it's just for the love of the fatherland. It's see again until somehow these people will be kicked out. Then we'll not have any peace. See, we've made a lot of suggestions and all that. That it is we need to start doing something. That's just what it is. If we don't do anything about it, it will continue. 2027, we don't know whether we'll have a nation economically. I mean, the way we're even going now, how long now? Tinubu has not even been in office for 1 year, and he's still talking about baby steps. They have nothing to defend. And then you see all these minions, all these bigoted minions running about different social media spaces and all that, still defending lies. How can you defend lies? You can see that this is not just working. You know, we can't. I don't know, but I don't see anything happen. I don't see anything happening to Gbajabiamila Miller because he's one of the chief crooks that supports Tinubu's criminal enterprise. Nothing is going to happen to him. The SSS now is a private army for the APC. So if you're out of favor for them, they'll use the DSS to come for you. Nothing is going to happen. Even better, her being kicked out of this position, maybe 3-4 months time, you find out they will say, yeah, she's repentant now. If they can forgive repentant Boko Haram terrorists and kidnappers and murderers, they can forgive her. Better I do. They will say, oh, she's a transformed woman now, and then let's give her another chance. So that's just my take for now, you know. Thank you.
Jim, before you call the next person, I just want to ask, is there a way we can be getting all the leaders of all these Nigerian organizations here and put them to task, try to push them to talk? Is there a way things we can do to pressure, like the Nigerian Bar Association, Nigerian Medical Association, Teachers Association, Sports Association, whatever? Because everybody has a duty to their country. Even when they are failing, so that we're not just yelling at the government.
If I may, Ferreira, that was what we were talking about last weekend, if you remember, that we need some boots on the ground that will pay, that will pay very well, that we can actually send on as assignments, you know, ask people that will come here. Because it's like you rightly said, it's a mental slavery. A lot of people are mentally enslaved, but they don't know it.
Because sometimes we might not even need to target those in government. If we target all these fools in all these organizations, Arewa, Afenifere, these, that, like, look, this is what you exist for. You're not doing your Ohanese. Maybe we could put them to task. We leave the boys in government to be doing their madness. Maybe if you use your microphone well, the boys in government won't be fucking up. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, but you know, and very valid point. I guess that's part of what this platform exists, which is why on Sundays we have the 90 minutes, inviting people to come. But again, you know that it's also within their rights not to show up. For instance, even though Dr. Damages has given us a reason why Natasha didn't show up, and Natasha she got a good number of positive rapes here. We celebrated her for her doggedness in Kogi politics and for the light she gave in her constituency. But when she was supposed to show up, she didn't show up. I have my own conspiracy of why she didn't show up. When she didn't show up, I just felt she dodged.
I think she was scared of your question. I mean, nobody will see you and your glasses and your question and not run.
Are you sure it's not you that that she must have seen? And she was like, "No, I'm not going to show up on that forum, and these guys will slaughter me." So, but again, the point I want to make is you have a very valid point. Perhaps that's a valid question. I'll personally go to start saying, how can we, even if it's not possible to bring them here, but how is it possible to create an accountability process for them where they have no choice than to always show up to give that accountability?
If Mohammed can't come to the mountain will go to Mohammed.
Good. One of the things on a paper I'm writing, I'm supposed to share with Jagun and electricity, that's one of the things I wrote in that place. Is what I call post-election process. In Nigeria, the moment we elect officials, I think the Nigerian citizens have only one responsibility: show up during campaign, take part in campaigns, show up during elections and vote, and everybody goes into their cocoon. We all hibernate and wait for the next 4 years to show up. But there is supposed to be, you live in the US, you see that it is mandatory that a senator will hold a town hall meeting in their constituency. I think it's biannually or quarterly. I'm not sure how they do it. They are compelled to do that. They go there and talk, and the people will ask them. We all saw what happened to the current leader of the Republican Party. What's that his name? KJ, help me. No, the old man that is also going old, the leader of the Senate.
That was falling asleep during the interview. Yeah.
Beautiful. And we saw how his people heckled him. It happens here where I live. We hold our MPs call for town halls. We go there, we ask them, what is your legislative assignment? What have you been doing in Ottawa? How have you been voting? Oh, we don't have jobs. What are you doing to attract more jobs here? And then we put them onto tax, and the person goes there and is doing it. Or sometimes it could be immigration. It could be, I was trying to invite my mother over, and the Canadian immigration didn't give her visa. Why wouldn't they give my mother a visa? And the person will say, can I take up your case? These are things that people don't know happens. It happens. I've seen people who got their parents' visit visa, after it was turned down because their member of parliament intervened and went to them and said, hey, we're encouraging these immigrant Canadians to be able to invite their families. Why are you saying no to this guy? He's a taxpayer. He wants to see his parents, and it's cheaper for him to invite them to this than for him to go. And these are things people don't know. People get involved. So I don't know how we're going to do it, but I think we have started. It's just to keep stretching our brains to find out how we can be able to accomplish some of those things. So that being said, now, Jago, are you ready for us? You know what we're discussing. You're muted. You're muted.
Now you mute me, or right?
Yeah. So you know where we are now.
I know I'm very aware. I've been listening all the way, even though I was off air for a bit.
Okay.
I think Ferreira is becoming the champion for over the last 2 or 3 weeks in terms of his urgency as to getting on and doing something, the urgency of understanding that whilst we're here in Europe and we are doing our own level of suffering, but it's nothing compared to the deluge of suffering that is going on in Nigeria. And there is an urgency. It's not really about all these words that we throw about all the time. Discussing Bajabi Amila, discussing Tinubu, discussing Shetima. We all know that they're dogs, they're liars, they're thieves, they're murderers, basically. What we're expecting from them is like a head scratcher. What do you expect from a dog, for God's sake? It's pathetic sometimes when I'm listening and I'm thinking, man, these people, they seem to believe in their oppressor. And it's very much us as a black people. We do believe in our oppressors. Look where we all are. We're in the land of our oppressors, basically. We in the diaspora, we're not in China. We'd abhor China. They've said so many bad things about China. I'm not going there. I'm going to good old Blighty. I'm going to England, who made me suffer for a good 100 years and took and stole my people for 400 years. We enjoy we have to get to the consciousness of the choices that we have made. We enjoy our oppression. There's no two ways about understanding that. We have to understand that. I think once we understand that, we're on our way to solving our problem. Because you see, Tinubu being in France at this time, I don't know if it's because of his health. It could well be. But my belief is he's in France speaking to Macron about what's going on with ECOWAS and how we can get it back. And there's a system that we need to implore to make sure that those countries who have recently left come back into the fold, because there's more tricks that we want to play given ECOWAS. Now you see, these are the areas where I'm thinking, Nigeria, man, we've got to really get onto the right footing as individuals. Sometimes I'm hearing individuals speak, and we're just all speaking off key. When we speak about tribalism and keep Igbo out of your mouth and all things like that, that is so over there. It's rubbish. It's not to be brought to anyone's table, because as a Nigerian, you can speak about any rascal rubbish you want to talk about. No one's here to police somebody's mouth. Who are you? It's ridiculous points of view. There's a way that we need to be so honest with each other. All this religious, all this tribalism that are being used to play us. We're being played out here like chickens. As soon as somebody says something, somebody is so freaked out that we're now on a different agenda. We're no longer focused on the space that we're supposed to be focused on. We're now focused on your petty, emotional dispute. You can have that dispute by yourself. You don't have to bring it to the public discourse. Because me, for one, I will speak about anything and anybody that I need to speak about, given the fact that Nigeria is of importance to me. Now, I say this to say that we have got to begin to focus. We haven't got no time for no children. This is not a war for children. This is a war so that the children don't have to fight this war. Anyone who wants to remain a child should get the hell out of the way, to be honest. Anyone. If you want to remain a child and start having all kind of, I can't, get out of the way. Get out of the way, because you need to be able to, we are all emotional people. We are human beings, and we know that there is emotion, but we have to somewhat be grown up about positioning what's important and what's not important. And when I hear things that aren't important on this stage, I'm freaked out. I'm thinking at this level, we shouldn't be talking rubbish anymore. And I must admit, seen a great improvement in the discourse between December last year and this where we are right now. I have seen a lot of intellect in real terms being spoken. I have seen people coming with real gusto as to what needs to take place on this planet. And I really want people to grow up and take the bull by the horns, step forward. If you can't step forward with something reasonable to say that edifies where we're trying to go, then I think you should not talk. And that's the end of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob, for those submissions. Let me play. By the way, thank you to Show for sending that video. I've seen it. So I want us to watch, for those who have not watched, to see what Shetima said. I want us to watch it, and then I'll come back, talk to Amadi on her tone, and then John Abba.
It is not only disheartening and disenchanting, but stultifying and heartbreaking that yesterday, when the Naira culminated to 1,500 to the dollar, instead of us to coalesce into a single force and salvage our nation's economy, sadly, some clowns are celebrating on Twitter about impending implosion of the Nigerian economy.
Okay, so I want to play that a second time. It's short. I want you to listen clearly, and then we will discuss, please, because I personally struggle to hear him sometimes very well. He's a very intelligent man. I will be honest with you. My grouse against him notwithstanding, the man is very intelligent, but there are certain loose things he says once in a while. I will just listen to him again.
It is not only disheartening and disenchanting, but stultifying and heartbreaking that yesterday, when the Naira culminated to 1,500 to the dollar, instead of us to coalesce into a single force and salvage our nation's economy, sadly, some clowns are celebrating on Twitter about impending implosion of the Nigerian economy.
All right, guys. So we had our vice president. Yeah, you heard me right. I used the word our vice president, and very intentionally used. Say to Nigerians that those who were celebrating or complaining or whatever it is about the situation are clowns. This is coming from a man who $80 million, correct me if I'm wrong, was voted for to be used to renovate. Is it 8 million or 8? Please, I don't want to use the wrong thing. Anybody who's sure about the figure, please correct me. Some billions of dollars were voted to renovate an apartment for him in Lagos. 8 billion or thereabout, I'm not sure. says Nigerians who live on a pittance, who live day to day, are clowns. We had that come from the vice president of Nigeria. So, Amadio, the
Hey,
floor is
Kachi, stop. Okay, Achim, let me say,
I hope
give
you're
you
not
shout out
fighting
to.
anybody.
No. Trust me now. Not trusting anybody now. Let me give you shout out to the guys, man. Chim, you're really right. You're doing good. The conversation are just flowing. I've been watching. Okay, I've been watching from background since last week. And today you started good. And anybody that is in comment section is full of insults. So everybody is calm. Everybody's just enjoying the whole thing as it flows. But me, I will be coming from another different angle. All right.
Right.
on on this this platform, they say soldier come, barrack remain. But barrack no fit plan if they keep on retiring every commandant and every generals. So how would they plan good to make an advancement? If you watch, I will say this, but because if you watch every month, new faces, the old people goes, the new faces comes. If we try to plan, how is it going to be possible? It's just like maybe next month now, Ferrari, nobody will see here again. It's just few people that started this show last year that remains. Dr. Dominic, some other people have come and Scribe, but many people have come. They have a good intention, but they never stay. So how are we going to put it together if we always come and go? How are we going to put this together? I just want to let us step back a little to answer what is the motive of all these things, or if or people come here to pass time, or people come here to just chat. Because it seems like that's what it is. Because we have not for a year now, before the election, everybody start to we have not even achieved anything. We talk. Nothing have been achieved. People nothing. Nobody's okay. This is what I've achieved on this.
Can I help him to answer this, Jim?
So on my own end, I would just
hold
say,
on, Jago, hold on. I'll give you. There'll be a time to address this. I'll let him flow.
Last week I was listening to him. He brought so many suggestions. That will counter the people counter you, some people support. And today again, he brought more suggestions, which is very, very vital suggestions that we should work on to see how it's going to we're going to head forward. All right. And now, only thing I have to say is this. And sometimes, just like John Abba comes, we have grown to a level that we should be overlooking some certain things. All right. If John Abba can just, after how many years, if you can come to his car to just come and attack tools and go, I don't think if you are moving forward in such a level. If someone say what you don't like, the person is not here. I don't think
he said things when I was not here too. He said things when I was not here too, brother.
Okay.
I did not come to attack him. I respond to his word, please.
So as much as I said that, I think we should try to we'll say we are not tribalists. We should not bring tribalists also. If he's done break. That's the only thing I always pray. If he's done break. If you know that what these people are doing are not good, you should keep off from it. If I know that this road is not good for me to pass, I don't talk about it. I leave it. That's why I do my own stuff. And secondly, this is just a suggestion. Let's see our motive of this group. What are you trying to achieve? Are we going to? Not whenever we come here, we talk about tribe, politics, church, whatever. We go around the whole corner. So if it's okay, we want to achieve one thing, we focus on that. We are not discussing anything tribe. We're not discussing anything politics. So we just focus on what we are doing. Then we'll jump from A, B, C, D, or to Z. We'll come back to A again. So I don't have more to say. What is going on in Nigeria is not something anybody can wake up and dream to be in that Nigeria, because things are going wrong. And my problem, nobody talking about it. Nobody really talking about it. You know what it is to kill chief. It's just ordinary chief. This is not ordinary chief that is okay. Just bother them
a chief was not a chief. No chiefs were killed. Obas were killed.
Obas, yeah. English is chief now. So Obas, not ordinary Obas, a high rank Obas. 3 are murdered now. As I heard the story, they're all up to 3 now murdered in between 2 weeks, and nobody it feel like it's nothing. So I just feel like it's now affecting the rich now, not only the poor.
I remember when they were kidnapping the Poles in the forest. Nobody was talking until the daughter of this man was killed. Then that's when they know that they will form a Moteku and all those will come. It's that the time have come for the elite, for the chiefs, I see one of the Senegal House of Rep or Senate crying on the floor, a whole man crying. All right, he's not taking action. He's there crying. All right, so you see that this is touching them right now. If it does not touch them, it's just like I tell people, find a bar of Anambra State, put CCTV camera all over Anambra State. Why did he do that? Because it was attack. If he have not touched them, they will not push because it was attack. It will say by a bulletproof car. After a year, you try to kill CCTV. If it does not affect them mostly, I don't think they will wake up. It's not that it's affecting them now. Let it affect them, hit them hard so that they will know what the poor people are facing. They wake up. So my own thing I'm saying is that anything we can to do to make this group a consistent, not every month to keep on losing Vata guys that comes here. We don't know the reason why they are leaving. We keep on dropping our numbers. Keep on dropping our numbers. Even show doesn't even come to. It's not a comment section chairman. It doesn't come to the platform anymore. Most of them, like before Hitler, maybe we'll not see him again. It's not the comment session chairman and PLC limited. Nobody see his face anymore. Handsome boy. They see him again. Maybe don't get to him. He's a fine. Don't run. So
all right.
All right, that's just my contribution.
Okay, thank you, Amadio. Jago, I know you wanted to respond. I also have something to say, but not
really respond. I mean, I just like the question that he bears. What is this platform all about? And I just want to answer him because that's his same sentiment is where I was, and it made me a bit frustrated in not really understanding what the platform was about. And the platform, I must reiterate, is called Here, Have Your Say. And as far as Dr. Damage is concerned and the management of this platform, it is for people to air their views, have their say on whatever issue. And where we can educate, we'll educate. Where we have different opinions, we'll have different opinions. However, my frustration, as yours, is that are we going to do anything with the power of information that we're putting through, with the power of our minds that we're having to use? Are we going to do anything about this with the fact of our positions in the diaspora? Are we going to do anything with this to showing what power really means on the ground? Because we're not showing any power where Nigeria is concerned. None. We're not showing any at the base level. We're not showing any at a political level. We're not showing any institutionally. So with that kind of frustration, I second you. And I would only say that it is for any individual to form a group whereby they are studying these issues and putting them into consciousness in order to make either a presentation or indeed just to add value with what's going on societally, where the diaspora can plug in to what's happening on the ground in Nigeria. We put in $32 billion every year by remittances. That's power. Now, we know that power, as soon as it's spent, it goes out to our families and friends, maybe, and they're spending it on food and essentials, school fees and things like this. Money that's just becoming dead. There's no investment with that money. It's just $32 billion of dead money in real terms. We've got to look at it in black and white. As much as we're helping our families and we're helping our situations, it's dead money. So let me just allay your frustrations and put it to you that you are an individual who is empowered to create power. So, it really is about us as individuals. It's about us looking in the mirror. It's about us understanding what kind of time we've got. We haven't got the world. We haven't got reams and reams of time. We're not 17. Most of us are in our 40s and 50s. And that, excuse me, that is no time to be looking around and seeing who's going to help, as it were, because nobody's going to help if we're not helping ourselves. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so thank you very much, Jago. Very well, nicely said. I just wanted to add, Ahmad Johan, number one, already Jago has explained to you what this platform says. whether it's on Sunday or on Saturday, like it's have your say. On Sunday, it just happens to be that we usually have guests that come on Sundays typically, and then people now come in and have their say. Now, I think there is nothing wrong in it. What you do with it now, I don't know you before. I didn't know KJ. KJ is right now on this screen the closest person to me when it comes to not just ethnicity, but in terms of concrete where I come from. Our communities are next to each other. Is KJ, and I met him here on this platform. I didn't know him before now. After him, it is Igbo Basics, and these are people that come from the same locality. And when I mean locality, I mean it. He knows what I'm saying. Exact locality with me, but I met him here. So what I do with this now, and then his mother comes from my place exactly. Now, if you've listened to Dr. Damaji speak several, he says you've met people, exchange phone numbers, interact. I'm telling you, Jago knows, electricity knows. I'm in touch with both of them every day. Every day we're on a WhatsApp discussing. I have a responsibility I owe them that if not for today's this, I would have completed the last dot and sent it out. So when I finish from here now, I'll go and sit down and talk about it. People are talking. What's his name? What's this other guy that lives in Atlanta that comes usually? He's not here today. What's his name? Anyway, I'll remember. We've exchanged this thing. I talked to Ed. You guys remember Ed? Ed sends me messages. We discuss. I know that he lives in North Carolina. He's very busy. He's into lecturing and all those kinds of things. So, Amadia, what I'm trying to say in essence is that people are busy. People have normal lives. But it does not forestall the fact that be in the midst of that normal life, if you're serious about what we're trying to do, you would make out time to interact with others. So many of the people you have not seen, perhaps something about life is they've gotten entangled with one or two things. Flagship, thank you very much. Talk about Flagship is the person I was trying to talk about. Flagship is very hot about these things. He's trying to create a WhatsApp group where people discuss, and see how we can start actioning some of the things we come here to talk about. Ferrara here has written a paper. He has sent it on email to people. People have shared that document around. But I want to add one thing, and unfortunately, I have to say it on air. I'm one of those people who believes that strategy is not strategy when it's made open in the public fora like this. I see people come and talk about, let's do this. Don't you think that some of the people you are trying to take out, they are on the comment section, they are watching? And are you telling me that when you come out here and you're telling them what you want to do, that they will just be watching you do it? So I think the best thing to do is people find your level, find people who you share similar views with, go behind the scene and start doing something that you think you can use to go and help change the system. But if it's to come on air here and lay everything bare, you don't see Tinubu and his group coming on air to talk about what they're planning. When he was taking over Lagos State systematically, he didn't join any WhatsApp or YouTube group to tell you how he was going to arrange this political family he now has and plan the succession that he has put in place. It wasn't on air. So I think this generation needs to move away from everything has to be put on air. I'm one of those who doesn't come out on air.
The revolution won't be televised.
I don't come here to televise and speak about the things I'm going to do. It's secret. We go there and we plan. And please, in case there's anybody watching me, I just wanted to say, coup plotters don't come on air to plan their coup. so go and find the people you're going to work with and identify the area you want to contribute in fixing Nigeria. It might be a dramatic area, fine. It might be a subtle area in terms of educating people, in terms of maybe economic empowerment, whatever it is. Find those you share similar views with. Dr. Damages has created this, and let's give him kudos for that. This is what leadership is about. Leadership is about galvanizing people, and he has done this. I don't know how he thought about it, but he's done this, and now that's how I know you, and that's how I know Tone. Tone sent me a message yesterday. Same thing, So that's the way it should be. So I don't want you to look at it from the light that people have gone away. Tomorrow now you will see more people. Perhaps people are not here today because I'm the one leading. moderating. So
because no goza today. Okay, Chim, I heard you very well.
And they didn't see Dr. Damedes and they said, okay, they're not going to show up. So,
yeah,
but
Chim,
that's fine. I understand it. So it's not a big
I heard
deal.
you very well. I was thinking, minus our individual connections, our individual basis, we still have that this thing to come together as and discuss. All right, that was my own thinking. Before now, Ovia come to my place and sleep in my house. I know him here. I didn't know him from no place. All right, we spent time together, like 24 hours together. So I have that connection. I know what it is. It leads my family, so I know what it is. All right, minus individual connection, individual relationship, or thinking we can put things together. But as you said, according to Trump, Trump tells you he does not go to attack enemies and tell them he's coming. He only attack and see them crying. So that is so you know you only do what you need to do and see them crying. So I understand you.
Okay.
No problem. And there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Tone, before I come to you, Olga, please pardon me. I'm not sure how I disparaged this comment section, but please, if I did, my apologies. But that being said, Tone, the floor is yours. You know what? Tone, you've already spoken, haven't you? Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, no, Tony has spoken. My brother Tom.
When did I speak, KJ?
Once,
I
now
haven't
you have
spoken.
spoken now. Now you see you're speaking now.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Tone.
I said I wasn't going to visit that topic, and I'm not taking back what I said, because the thing is, what we need to understand, we have a common enemy that we're dealing with, the bigger fish. You can't come here and start making insinuation that this set of people are selling
Right,
certain people
we've
to
heard
the
this, man. We don't want to
Fulani.
hear it again.
Jago, please, can I talk, please?
Yeah, you can, but not
Could
rubbish.
you hold your peace? Can I talk?
We've heard this and we've heard what you said.
Thank you. Hold
You're
your
just going
peace,
to
please.
repeat it. You're going to
What
waste
you
time.
guys said is he have
No,
your say. Let him have his say.
Because
You're
you
going to
mentioned it.
You can waste time if you want, but that's what you're doing. I'm letting you know you are wasting time. Wasting time. Continue wasting our time. Like we want to hear about this rubbish. I don't want to hear about it. It's rubbish.
Chief, can somebody else talk, please?
Better.
I just don't want to, I don't want people to provoke me this evening. You know,
Okay,
I don't get
You're provoking yourself.
Let's
no.
cool the
You,
temper
listen,
down a
you're
little
being,
bit.
listen. I respect people, and why I responded in that manner to Mr. Abba. I've never disrespected him, and I will never. But for you to make such allegation that is the Igbos and some other tribes that are kidnapping people and selling to Fulani, then you can't say that. You can't come to a platform where loads of people watch us and make that kind of statement. If you're having that kind of discussion amongst your friends in your privacy, that is fine. Let's take responsibility of some of the things we say, and that's why I pushed him back. So if you get upset about it, tough. Later, go back and think about it, and you see where I'm coming from. You can't make such statements. You just can't. Nothing personal. There's just nothing personal. We're
Let's
not
let
happy
that
about.
go.
We are not happy about what is happening in our country and all that. We're not happy. It saddens everybody when we see people murdered and killed and all that. Nobody's happy. But for you to insinuate that some certain people are actually responsible for the kidnapping and they are moving it to the people in the forest, that's untrue, my brother. You know that. You can't come here. That's conspiracy theory. You can't do that.
Okay, Tone, I think we need to move on from that. So we're not here to talk about, I don't have facts about who's kidnapping anybody. But of course, we know that we hear when people who have experienced kidnap come, they say the people that kidnapped them were so and so. That's been a recurring decimal. You hear them, the man who was the bishop that was abducted in Umuahia in Abia State, when he was released, they asked him, he said it was so and so. When Chief Olufalaye's farm was attacked and the manager of his farm, or was it his driver, was killed, when they asked him, he said it was so and so. And when the Chief I don't know how to pronounce his name, pardon me, please, Show can help us type it, was kidnapped or killed, that lady was killed, he came out and he said so and so group of people, were responsible for that act. But I want us to move away from that. We were talking about some of our political office holders and the things they were doing. But if you want to go on a freelance now, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. If you feel you don't want to contribute to that topic, when it comes to your turn, whatever you want to use that to do, I am very well open to that. So, John, how about the floor is actually yours now?
Okay. When we talk things, you mention all of that. You never talk about Evan. Evan was an evil guy in Lagos. So you can talk what you want to talk on the what you want.
But sometimes you
can you let me talk? Can you let me talk? When
you can't be saying this every time.
I do not interject when you are talking, right? You do not. These are the elements of criminality in us that we refuse to address. When you talk about your own issue, I kept quiet. Respect my time, and that is how we're going to be a community, and that's how we're going to work aside. You don't know the fact, and I told you, and I even mentioned people in my trap, and this just happened. And I say I work on it overnight. So for you to just say, because I mentioned your tribe, and you say, okay, ordinary sense, a common sense that may not make a sense because of the way we have been wired. How many Fulani you see in the city? They are in the bush. Who come to the town to take them? So when we are in Abuja, right now in Abuja is a
Igbos that come to town to take them.
Can you respect your time? Can you respect
hold on, let him finish. Let him finish. You would have your time to contribute. Go on, Mr. John Abba.
Yes, this is the biased sentiment, and it is not going to work if we're going to be a one Nigeria. We will speak truth to the power, and it's not somebody that will sit down and say things that have no fact. And even when the evidence is very physical to see and touch, and you're going to deny it, then what country are we building? In America or in Europe or wherever we are? The point I make that time, I say that all Nigerians, there are criminality in our community to a certain level, even in your own household. And when you talk about Nigerian space, for what is going on now, the kidnapping and all of that, if you go and look at it, go and look at the one they parade, whether in Abuja, anywhere, you will see all tribes there. That we should deal with it from our bottom of our own thing and speak truth to it. And that is it. Why are you single it about Igbo or not Igbo? Did I only mention Igbo? It's when the second time, it's okay, Evan was there, he kidnapped in Lagos, is the highest ransom pay in the history of Nigeria, $1 million. You talk about it. So why are we being biased? So if we're going to speak truth to issue, those people, those families that lost their loved ones, they are gone forever. And if we talk about the people killing the Kitty or wherever they kill the Obas, it's a good thing so that the ordinary people, they also can feel what the ordinary Nigerians are feeling. And hopefully when it touches them, they can now be forceful to make a decision, and then we can have a safe where every citizen can move freely in their own country and not be afraid of being kidnapped or being taken to the bush or being killed. And above all of this, we have a security apparatus. What are they doing? If you want to speak to issue of saying that they are like forefathers always saying that the number is too small, and then when somebody say that they are not being paid well, then let's try to propagate that that narrative or that message as a talking point that, okay, if you are demanding for security costs more. Tell these people that the money that have been given or allocated to the police department, or how are they using it? Then we talk about it. But for you to say, oh, this is a thief, it's not a thief enough, or somebody was kidnapped, they mentioned it. What about those families that Evans take and kill in Lagos? Are they not Nigerians? Why don't you mention them? You ever hear that any ransom in Nigeria was paid $1 million? Come on. I rest my case, man.
Okay, sorry, can I ask question? I mean, Jonaba
Yeah,
is my
before you, yeah, okay, go ahead. Go ahead and
my
who are you
my
asking the
very
question to? Is
good
it to Jam?
brother, and I haven't eaten Okoho and Okwebla in your land. I mean, now you are really, where do you stand? What's the, because you mentioned this this kidnappers issue. What are you aiming at? What do you want us to understand? Take away from
I
what you're saying.
said in my submission, earlier submission, right? I said this criminality is all over. That
Yes.
based on there are Igbos there, there are Hausa, there are Idoma. That in my local area they killed 11 the other day, and there are 2 Idoma. Actually, the one that they were alive that were arrested were 2 Fulanis, right, and 1 Idoma, even ex-police. So, and they take them to the bush. So I use that to say that all of these things happen in our community, that we should just not say that the based on what happened is that these people confession is that when they some of them are informant. When they see somebody in the town, they went and connive against and then get them kidnapped and take them to the forest. And in most cases, those one that I know, the one I'm giving example, were the Fulani guys, they were in the bush, and these people took these people and hold them up to them. And then even their chairman in the local government, they even call him a name that relate to our local name. Because those ones in the bush, they don't even understand English that much. So those ones that when they did the investigation, this is what happened. And that when I was saying that when they talk about Hausa Fulani, I was telling them that this is a talking point, that criminality is all over. And we should get to the bottom of it, that the Fulani we know in the past only carry stick. But now they are now having weapon with them, carrying AK, whatever with them. That this is a crisis in our community. We should not focus on one person. That this is what just happened in my own community recently, and I work overnight on it just to have something to say here because I keep hearing different things. Then Tone came and said, "Oh, I should not mention Igbo name. That what did Igbo do to me? That why did I mention Igbo and why I mention other tribes? Is it because only Igbo here? Come on."
Okay. Except Chim wants to say something. No, I'll just
Remember what he said
No,
though?
go ahead.
He didn't
I use the floor to you.
he
Actually, go
didn't
ahead.
just mention Igbo. He mentioned other tribes. Try
yeah,
and remember that too
yeah,
before he starts just bursting out full of emotion.
that's what I
Fucking
was
rubbish.
saying. Jonaba, and in this country contributing to what's going on in Nigeria, I want to first and foremost say that the government either is benefiting from it or is letting it to be the way it's going. And I'll say this much because I was in David Mark's entourage to go to look at the killings in Benue, and we know what was the result of that. At the time that killing went on, it had not been rampant like this, and even he, as a retired general, his instructions were not taken. His advice was not adhered to. Okay, at this point, it has not become very rampant. It wasn't rampant. Okay, I was also in Dogon Nahawa to do a story on the 500 that was massacred. In fact, if you want, I can send you the picture of the what do you call that mass grave that's so large where they buried 500 people or more inside. Now, what am I trying to aim at? It is not a tribal thing. Just like I grew up in Benue, I speak Tea very well. I pick Idoma, okay? But so I know the custom and the tradition very well, but I'm not Tiv. So I will say in essence that even in the East, in among the kidnappers, among whoever is causing the mayhem in Nigeria, it's a mixed tribe. But it does not take away the fact that there is a group of people who have come to invade the land. I repeat, there's a group of people who have come in to invade the land. When Jonathan was in power, one of the things that the Nigerian journalists, the Nigerian media shouted about, and for a long time, was that as Libya is falling, the small arms was going to find its way to Nigeria. That is, northern borders, they should find a way to man the northern borders. If you go back in time, you will remember that most of the Nigerian and the northern governors, led ably by El-Rufai, and the governor of Bauchi State then, said that Fulanis all around the world are brothers and nobody can stop them from coming in through the northern border. So there was an inflow of a lot of them from the northern border. Some coming from Mauritania, some coming from Mali, and all over the place. Now, the kidnapping now picked up. Okay, that was when the Fulani stick was changed for AK-47. We made a case for the Nigerians to also, the local communities to arm themselves, which they did. But remember that when Buhari took over, he disarmed every community in Nigeria. They took their guns and promised them security. Now the people became a sitting duck, just like they did last week in the people of Mangun. Okay, because those communities are not protected by walls or by trees. They're just built in the open, so anybody can walk in from anywhere and nobody will know where to go. So what am I trying to say in essence? It is we are not. Nobody has ever said is uh, look in every level of criminality. There will be mixed tribe. There will be people who will be, there will be informants. There will be people who will give you information of what's going on. Just like we Igbos have accused our leaders of being the ones who have sold the Igbo people out. The Igbo land has not been led by Hausas. They've not been led by Yorubas. They've not been led by Ijo. They've been led by Igbo people. And those Igbo people have not been able to bring a commensurable development to Igbo land. We're not holding anybody against, for that. We have blamed our leaders. And the opportunity we get to slap one, we slapped him very well. Okay, we didn't. He couldn't have taken us to court. We slapped him, and we will slap him again. And if we get another opportunity, we will slap him still. And that is why when he was sent to prison in England, did you see any Igbo man complain? We were happy because if he had done what he should have done, his daughter would not have to go to England to do a surgery transplant. It would have been done. It could have been done in Nigeria effectively. It could have been done. But you see, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, Lord, don't get over, because he asked that question. Don't get annoyed about it. Okay, it's not for his own good. It's for the good of all. If the Nigeria is working, it will work for you. It will work for me. It will work for every one of us. So when people come and they present a different view, please let's not fight them. Okay, it's not an issue to fight. Even if you fight me, you won't change the situation. It won't stop. They're still going to kidnap people tomorrow. They're still
That's
going to
right.
kidnap place tomorrow because nothing has been put in place. It's not about look. If we are even people who are straight, people who want to do good for our country, do you think somebody like Shetima should be in government? Do you think so? These people cannot be in government, and you expect a good governance because good governance, first of all, comes from morality you are built over time. If you can witness your neighbor being killed without having any qualms about it, what makes you think that you are going to give a qualm when it happens tomorrow? Is this not only in our country where a group of community people will be wiped out and we go about as if nothing happened? The media is even told look. What do you want me to tell you? So let's not blame Nigerian journalists. They try you in the midst of all this. Okay, the very powerful man in government was warning the media 2 days ago not to be writing and putting numbers of people who are kidnapped and people who lose their life. This is too much. They should play it down. In Buhari's government, the media was told not to mention that these people are terrorists. They should say herdsmen and farmers clash. The question I always asked that time was, we only see the farmers, we don't see the herdsmen on the ground. This is the narrative we use in deceiving the world, and it's still going on. Let us wake up. Let us wake up. You see, whether somebody is there on the comment section who doesn't seem to like me, but it's okay. I mean, look, I have no qualms about that. You don't have to like me. Okay, if what I'm saying is correct, please take it. And if you say what is correct, I will take it. It doesn't matter whether I like you or I don't like you. All right.
Okay.
So, John, you know that when that same killing that went on like a week ago, and then the one of the last week, I followed it too because I was in that story and I asked them to send me a picture. Unfortunately, the guy had not been able to send me the picture till now. So what we're saying is that these things don't have boundary, just like Peter B was saying. When you go to the market, they're not going to say, "Are you APC or you buy salt for 1 naira? Are you PDP? No, buy for 10 naira." No, whether you be APC, whether you be PDP, whether you be LP, The same price applies to you all. Okay? And if you are driving along the way and when they want to come and kidnap, they won't ask you whether you're APC, whether you're PDP, they will kidnap all of you. Okay? And you will pay ransom. Like I said, the guy whose daughter was slaughtered in Abuja, is it that Abuja people don't know? Like I said, the media first of all broke this story that they have 5 cells in Abuja. Each one has 50,000 people. I'm talking about like 5 years ago. 5 years ago. We even, in fact, some went ahead to say, if you go to so and so place, and I don't want to call it, I don't want to put myself in trouble because I don't know when I go to Nigeria tomorrow. We even said, look, this is where this is where this people is. Just a group of young men who are doing nothing, okay, doing nothing, but they are all converging in one place. They turn it to a village. If it's a country that is serious, won't you even plan people there to watch what they are doing, what they are planning? If it's a country that is serious, in a federal capital, and now they are kidnapping people by Kubwa, and you think it will not get to Wuse? They are kidnapping people in Guarimpa. They are going house to house, knocking on the door. You think you will not get to Wuse and every other place? Man, it's just a question of days. That's the truth. Thank you.
Okay, guys. KJ, thank you, guys. So I can see we still want to continue the conversation. I'm tired. Unfortunately, I don't have the stamina of forefathers, and it's not here for me to hand over to him. So on the hour, which we're already 8 minutes shy of, I would need to end the show and call it a day. But it's been interesting. We would have Dr. Damage is back tomorrow, and life will continue normal, and I'll return back to my normal role as a panelist and come and contribute my own views. So hopefully we've had a nice time. John Abba, please, you and Tone, please, let's make peace. There's no, I know everybody who comes here with a passion of patriotism. I understand it. Even when I disagree with some people, even the forefathers that sometimes look as if we all majority disagree with. Yes, he comes with a passion of, it's only that it is his way of looking at the issues. And everybody's entitled to have that perspective, however foolish, stupid, intelligent, or whatever connotation we want to use to describe it. It's a fact of life. Everybody holds, and there's always a science behind everybody's madness. If you take time to look through it, there's a science behind it. So, guys, it's been an interesting one. I haven't had breakfast. I haven't eaten anything, and it's now, I don't know that I'm going to be allowed to still have that breakfast because it's gone. So now, so I need to go and, So, but hey, all in all, I think it's been interesting. Hopefully, our leaders will do the needful. People will begin to put themselves in a true leadership position to serve the people. It's painful when I see that. In fact, the day Nigerian president flew out after that Benue thing, he was in the country when the Benue matter happened. And then 2-3 days afterwards, he flew. I said, is this man serious at all? How can you be doing this? And then he's been away, sitting down in a sitting room, watching Super Eagles, smiling, and all those things. And I'm like, this man, your country is burning and you're here, grinning, so I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what tickles the Nigerian political elite. I honestly don't know. I just think maybe the day God created humanity, he designed those group of people specially because they lack empathy. They don't take their jobs seriously, and they're just in it for the optics. They're in it for, what they gain. So that being said, guys, it's been nice talking to you guys. Hopefully, if Fofather still comes back, he will start another show for the day. But right now, I'm calling it a day. Thank you, guys, and have a wonderful evening.
Well done, Chim.
Chim, my number is in the comment section. If you,
I will look at it now before I exit.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, cheers.